And ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Aurora Women's COD Championships hosted here by the Premier Circuit. My name is the Matt Man, alongside me today, Miss Saki, known for throwing the dukes in the fighting games, but dipping a toe now into the FPS genre. How are we feeling today?
Oh, I'm feeling super excited, especially considering that this is probably the first LAN in 3 years for women's Call of Duty, and you love to see it.
Yeah, it's a big day here for the women's COD, and this is the best women's COD we've got to see played all year. We've had a couple of championships, couple of situations, but now here into the LAN scene. And, going ahead and hopping right into it, checking a look at the bracket, we've had a little bit of a halt here in our matchup, but we've had some matches starting to kind of get underway. Omit GG kind of awaiting the winner here of Infamous Thieves and 6F Serenity. We know Infamous Thieves dropped that first map, but looking to bounce back in the hard point. And then here, our premier match with the Houston Spartans taking on Pulse of NA. Obviously, you've got to kind of take a look at what these two teams have done throughout the season. How do you feel about them now coming in onto LAN, going head to head?
Well, first and foremost, Houston Spartans being that team that was just again with that 0-5 record, but still when you're in a group rather with the teams that are probably your two top seeds in this bracket, it kind of doesn't tell the whole story, but they're definitely one to look out for, including player Diosa, consistent grinding and determination, and just someone who's been making their waves known in this series. So looking forward to definitely checking them out, as well as of course Pulse of NA, also seated at number 5 with the 260 points. We're gonna look out for Andromeda on their side of the team. That's also going to probably do some waves between these back and forth teams.
Yeah, 100%. I think definitely kind of a headbutt situation between both of these teams, and taking a look at our map set as well, kind of deciding to headbutt it out, right? I mean, 6-star hardpoint, known for rotations. It's quick, it's fast, it's in your face, and it's going to kick off this series in a nice pace, heading right in to high-rise S&D and invasion control. And then if we get there, which I'm kind of hoping we do, Vista hardpoint, and then another 6-star S&D to close it out. Tell me what kind of sticks out to you in this map set so far.
Well, first and foremost, again, you kind of followed up with it. It's just that high pace matchmaking that we're going to be seeing here for these maps. They're going to be quick. They're definitely here to play. And I'm almost also hoping for that game 5 situation as well. You know, being able to see them go into those final maps and just being able to fully take the throne here to move on into their points of brackets. You know, it is double elimination, but you want to start off really strong, especially your first match of the day.
Yeah, and we kind of know with this 6-star hardpoint that we talked about the fast pace of it, but rotations are a really big thing on this map, especially chaining hills together, especially when you talk about hitting onto that P4. We know how that statue hill can always be a money hill if you're able to hit that quick hop, skip, and a jump over into P1. Start chaining both of them together, you can really get yourself either back in a game or build upon a lead that you already have. And heading into this one, I think honestly a toss-up. I think predictions out the windows, and I think you really just have to get into this one. We know we've had players getting off of
able to catch it up now. Back on the point again. Hazy taking out the 2 right at the moment as we're trying to find the moment to get back into mid as well.
And Impulsive Gaming here, now trying to hold this hard point, but Sandy Cheek's gonna find one in you here. Gonna be a 2-piece from the team there as Houston Spartans now tries to funnel their way in. Only 2 left on the hill, but Delta Trophy's here gonna get those nades, but still from around the back, K gets shut down. Andromeda trying to find the shots, but it's just not gonna be able to handle from the Houston Spartans pressure. Now onto this hill, but Sunday still here, still looking to do damage. Could try to find a kill, but with all of her teammates just dropping around the backside, it's gonna be this 2-hit through you that has to work for Impulsive Gaming. You're able to find your way onto a contested hill, at least for now. Make this a little bit mixy here. This has not been the money hold that we normally see from teams here on this map, and so far Impulsive Gaming has just made this map mixy enough and just made these hills a little bit difficult enough to neglect this Houston Spartans pressure. We've got about just a tied game here heading back into our second set of rotations.
Oh yeah, you're definitely right on the tied points as well. Looking really solid at the moment, but unfortunately Andromeda getting taken out by Sandy Cheeks. Right now, Kay, though, able to take out Sandy Cheeks in revenge. And we're going to try to recapture that point. Right now, Pulsive being able to defend on it, closing up, going to be trying to gain the far edge, but unfortunately it's going to be Nasty, or rather Hazy is going to be following up as well on the kill.
Hazy, 3-piece in the hills. Impulsive Gaming is now taking a charge on this lead. Nasty gonna drop as well. Sunday finds another one, and it's all blue in the kill feed right now. Sandy Cheeks all on her lonesome and won't last long. Sent back down to Bikini Bottom. Impulsive Gaming has absolutely taken charge here. The Houston Spartans now, for the first time really in this map, now find themselves on the back foot. They do find kills along this rotation over towards the pool side, but nowhere near the hill as for now. You're gonna have to cut your losses, try to hit onto this P2. Houston Spartans, a lot of pressure here. Sunday is kind of on her lonesome now as Diosa and Sandy going to be able to find a couple here. You just got to keep these back spawns. Kay working her way through the vent. It's going to be kind of a headbutt here towards the backside as kills start to come through for both sides. Impulsive Gaming have to find this kill. Nasty into the hill as well. Smika now with the follow-up, and it's the 3 dead that the Houston Spartans were looking for. You know exactly where all of Impulsive Gaming is spawning as well off of that information. 1-for-1 trades. Hazy going to be ready for the kill though on Smika, so you don't have a lot of pressure necessarily on the hill. But Houston Spartans are garnering this time, getting themselves back into this hard point. Nasty now we're the 2-piece around the backside as Diosa hitting these rotations. It's been Houston Spartans all on this P2, and it continues to be that way. Now rotations having to be fought for, and you haven't seen Impulsive Gaming in the kill feed in quite some time.
Yeah, they're definitely losing out on these rotations, on the losing end for sure. Hazy trying to come through right now and see where they can go ahead and flank. Kay now also trying to find a way to flank the 2 both on Houston Spartans. And Hazy trying to call out again on the entrance.
And trophy down. Playing her life here in DJ as we work on to Sunday here. Now around the backside, sneaking her way through, trying to be the sneaky snake, but Nasty gonna be able to read it there. Smika as well. 2 dead in the feed, and oh, Diosa doing them nasty there as the Houston Spartans have found another 4 dead in the feed and continuing to just chain these kills together, playing their trade so efficiently. And as for now, the Houston Spartans only down 8 seconds, but knocking on the door of once another lead chain. Sunday down, Andromeda down, Kay trying to work around the backside. Every single teammate has fallen, and she just has to back on up. Houston Spartans are starting to run amok on the map. Kay down once again to her own teammate, and it just looks like Impulsive Gaming is starting to hit the floor at every single turn. Diosa now on the 5 spree, finally taken out before the cruise missile has happened, but you look up as well as Nasty is already on another 5 spree. Cruise missiles on the horizon all over the place right now for the Houston Spartans.
Is not looking good right now. Smika trying to flank here. I believe this is Hazy, and it's successful on the flank as well. A lot of these trick spots being able to coverage, but doesn't follow up here as Kay is going to be able to take revenge for Smika. And we're back on the capture point as well. Gonna try to call out against Sandy Cheeks. Still on the bottom of those stairs. Calling out for the grenade, throws out the trophy, but still gets eliminated here. Nasty with the 2-kill piece as well.
Yeah, and that's just 4 down in the feed, and it seems like a repeating factor here for the Houston Spartans. All red dead in the kill feed right now. Impulsive Gaming finding themselves now trying to chase the game, trying to throw bodies onto the hill. But hey, sometimes it works. 3 dead in the feed, and all of a sudden, Impulsive Gaming finds 20 seconds that was in dire need to keep themselves in this hardpoint game. You still have the Houston Spartan players lurking for this scrap, though, but mostly just to control this side of the map here coming up for P1. But for the moment, Impulsive Gaming has done just enough to keep themselves alive. And now, back to P1, back to our third set of rotations, something we've come very accustomed to here on this map. We talked about that mixy play, Saki, and already you're starting to see it as Andromeda and K gonna combine for the 3, maybe even the 4. It'll happen for them there. Impulsive Gaming now all of a sudden with a takeover moment.
Yeah, this is the perfect opportunity now, especially with only 5 points on the side of Houston to try to reach that 200. But we are going to see Sandy Cheeks take out Andromeda in that moment as well. And currently, Houston Spartan's going to be able to take the control of the point and climb up on those points.
Yeah, but they won't be able to quite win it yet, but you do see where the Houston Spartans are spawning over towards that P2 side, so perfect situation for them here to be able to close this one out. It just comes down to the gunfights. K and Spica on the trades now. Sunday's gonna pop up for 1, and it's a 2-for-2 trade, but now Sandy Cheeks throwing her life and finding the kill. Houston Spartans are gonna be able to control the scrap, but only for a moment. 7, maybe 6 seconds gonna go the other way, but you look towards the new hill, and it's a 2 dead for the side of Impulsive Gaming. Now with maybe pressure towards this side, Smika, beautiful reads towards the backside. Nasty gonna be able to find one as well. Things just absolutely falling apart towards the backside of this hill. Smika, nasty shots, and they're gonna be able to find it. Sandy Cheeks as well gonna be able to find one. Still no one able to dip a toe into this hill. It's 2-for-2 trades. Back and forth we go. Diosa now here on Decay, starting to lock some of this hill time down for the Houston Spartans. Impulsive Gaming go to elect to wait for those reinforcements, but Diosa forcing the issue. Hurry! Now gonna be able to find the 2-piece, and all of a sudden, it's 3 dead in the feed. Houston Spartans, they've cleaned house. 4 dead. Impulsive Gaming, you've gotta go. It's only 25 seconds to the win. Houston Spartans starting to try to hit an early rotation just in case. Still with only 13 seconds to get it. Smika still alive and kicking on this hill. You've still got to find a break, and Impulsive Gaming does, only for the moment. And now 3 dead in the feed. You're back on the hill. Still enough time to win it. Honestly, you only need 9 seconds. Now with the rotation for Impulsive Gaming, you got to think if they can hold this down, but I'm not sure the timing is going to work out in their favor. 2 seconds and 1. They will hit the 250. Houston Spartans get into their teeth on the last hard point, but they hold it down, and a clutch up ice moment from them in the later parts of that game to close out and take a 1-0 series lead.
About it earlier. Again, fast pace, going back and forth. What I really love the most, though, from Houston Spartans once more is the fact that they had so many opportunities to flank and then follow up right back to take control of those hills. And whereas Pulsive was just more rushed down, but just could not be able to keep control as long as they were hoping to every single time. Houston Spartans, eliminate, control, defend as much as you can, and then regroup if you need to.
And I love what you talked about with the flanks there. I mean, 6 Star is just that map that allows those sub players to just get lost on the map, and that was what Houston Spartans seemed to take advantage of time and time again. Smika, Nasty, all players just able to kind of find their way around the map, find the holes in the defenses, and it was really a back and forth map kind of up until our third set of rotations, and it just seemed like Houston Spartans able to hit that next gear and able to push themselves over the line there. I wasn't quite sure if they were going to get it with the timing there on that last hill, but they're able to lock it in and take that 1-0 series lead. And, you know, we talk about how important it is to get series started off, and especially in a LAN setting. I mean, you know about it in the fighting games, taking the 1-0 lead, especially. I mean, how important is that for the Houston Spartans to kick off this kind of LAN scenario?
Well, first and foremost, fighting games is always about that 1v1, but you definitely feel the energy from the crowd, and that kind of like boosts you up, and you have all of that like power up happening, and your choices and your decisions become way more pressured. But here, you're in a team, right? So it's obvious that you want that crowd to be helping you out, and you have the energy of offline, but nothing feels better than having your team side by side and actually getting that power up offline. Like, once again, being able to go offline to play these types of games and go out into tournaments is just so comforting. And I'm actually excited to see how Search and Destroy actually looks like for these teams, especially in an offline setting. Communications coming in clutch. Again, all about just making sure you have your teammates and using their energy to get in.
And you talked about kind of feeling that energy in an offline setting, and especially for these women, you talked about it and touched on it a little bit. This is the first land that we've had for the women's COD scene in 3 years, not since Cold War have these women been able to get that offline chance. And I think getting that first map out of the way, kind of getting those jitters out of the way, and like you said, kind of looking side by side at your teammates and like, we're here, we're doing this, and a 1-0 lead, especially heading into a high-rise S&D, which you touched on as well. It's a map that allows those sub players again to find those flanks, to hit those lower parts of the map, to get into your spawn quickly. If you let these players from the side of the Houston Spartans get lost on a map like High Rise, it is doom and gloom on the High Rise.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, the whole point of being able to just take advantage of those high rising points and being able to actually search out and achieve those objectives is so important. And looking, and you mentioned it again, being 3 years, one of the OGs on the spot of Pulsive being Andromeda, debuting in Modern Warfare 2, as well as coming into Modern Warfare 3 with this competitive spirit. You have these players that have the history, that have the knowledge. And it's also really cool to see that both teams are on this level of like, we're here, we're trying to grind it out, we're trying to make it out. Again, really want to highlight here for Houston Spartans, Sandy Cheeks and Diosa coming in super clutch with a lot of those flanks, and Smika also being just persistent in a lot of that defensive opportunities that come for trying to take point or even being able to defend the point.
Yeah, I mean, I think from top to bottom, both of these rosters star-studded, and I mean, I think it's what happens. We have 9 teams here at the land, the best of the best in the women's COD scene, and I think you're seeing it here. I think that's why a lot of these series are going to be kind of tight, close, contested games, especially like that first 6-star hardpoint. I think heading into High Rise, I don't expect any different. This could be a map that goes kind of the distance, maybe around 11, maybe 9, 10, something like that, deep into this game where it's going to be those pressure situations. And you talked about it where the offline pressure situations can sometimes feel even more so because you know that you're looking straight across from that player. And if you mess up one time, that you're going to be able to hear it pretty quickly. So, I mean, we've already heard it through the mainstream kind of on that in the background going on. That's the land scenario. And we love to see it right here, especially in the women's scene. Heading into this one, though, I mean, any kind of predictions that you're now taking from that first hardpoint map into this and S&D, or do you think it's still kind of out of the window, anybody's game toss up?
So truth be told, based on what I saw just from that last map, I really feel like as cool and amazing that those plays and flanks were for Houston Spartans. Again, this is a different mode that's not so focused on kills and focused on just taking control of the map. It's all about achieving that objective and making sure you're not wasting your lives on these maps, right? So kind of going through with that, Pulsive being is a little bit more on the defensive side and can definitely figure out and strategy as well for this type of map. And I think it really is. I actually might say it might kind of come down to Pulsive, or at very least a very close game for Houston Spartans that's going to test them for sure.
Yeah, I think either one of these teams is poised to take this. And on a map like High Rise, we talk about it all the time, the unpredictability that this map presents. And with the Houston Spartans now with that 1-0 lead, trying to see if they can carry that here into a map 2. Now on the offensive side, early shots over the mid-range, but no hit markers so far. 1:15 left on the clock, and already that bomb's starting to make its way over. But you see Pulsive Gaming starting to take a little bit of an aggressive push here. They've realized that this bomb is not working towards the A site. They know where this bomb is trying to get planted. Sunday tries to get on in, but a 1-for-1 trade. Now bomb will not get planted. So for the moment, Pulsive Gaming down a player, but now evening things up. So a 2v2, you stop the bomb plant from coming in. It's a good situation for Pulsive Gaming.
Yeah, definitely good opportunity already. One down, Hazy taking out Sandy Cheeks, trying to also flank, mind you, going down below to try to figure out and sneak attack right there. So now it is just a 2v1 situation here for Houston Spartans, and it is looking quite dire as right now we're seeing Pulsive Gaming trying to just locate Smika at the moment. And right there, Pulsive able to take out Smika when revealing their location right there.
Yeah, and now the 1-0 lead, and it's exactly what Pulsive Gaming needed, right? I mean, get back on that horse. You lost that map 1, but you get right back into the series there with that round and start building some confidence, and you play with your teammate there in the 2v1, play the numbers game, and 90% of the time you will not lose. And for the moment, Houston Spartans find themselves on the back foot, but now on the defensive sides, we'll have to see what kind of strats come out from them. But for Pulsive Gaming, I am excited to see what they elect to do now on the offensive side, playing that defensive side well, electing to use their numbers disadvantage a lot of the times, and looks like sending kind of a lone player over towards that A side to be the watchman, but you got 3 players wanting to hit up towards this B side, but just a little bit of a halt because of the nades and stuns.
Absolutely, and once again, we're going to be able to see Andromeda try to call out here. Sandy Cheeks achieves the kill right there as well. And again, trying to look for another hit here. It does look, though, Andromeda went down. Unfortunate.
Yeah, explosions, and we talk about the unpredictability on this map, and Smika and Dosa already flying through the map, finding 2 kills, and now Pulse of Gaming, and more importantly, Sunday, all on her lonesome. Does get the timing there onto 1, so for now, position has not been revealed, but with that bomb trap, this is a very hard clutch, and you're not even going to win the first 1v1. Houston Spartans right back into it, and now 1-1 on the scoreboard.
Very nicely done. You know, we talked about it before. Pulsive Gaming is trying to find the approach here, especially on the attacking side of things. It was starting off really well, but the unpredictability of this map is where we started seeing their key player Andromeda go down, and then now it was just a back and forth between the 3v3 and slowly those lives going out. So switching sides again, Pulsive on the defense and Houston on the attacking offense.
But this 1-1 tie. Bomb picked up for the side of the Houston Spartans. Pulse of Gaming does look like they're going to send a majority of these players over towards the B site, and with 2 straight B hits from either side, I'd like to see that would be the mid-round adjustment. Most of these players are funneling over towards that side, but Houston Spartans, a little bit of patience here. You see these 2 players on 2 and 4 kind of wrapping their way around that B side, taking that top heli control, and with the bomb over here towards this B bomb, they're really just electing to play off a pick, try to make Pulse of Gaming make that first mistake. And both of these teams almost playing the same game right now. It's just going to be whoever finds that first blood, whoever makes that mistake first, and it could be this gunfight right here. Sandy Cheeks versus K, and I'm not sure that K has spotted Sandy Cheeks with that flip around, so Sandy Cheeks gets the top absolutely free. Not gonna be able to find anything, and it will elect to her in the first blood. Now Smika trying to get the bomb down, will find the first title for the Houston Spartans, but trades happening around, and all of a sudden, Saki, it's just mayhem now here on the high rise.
Yeah, Houston Spartans achieving the first plant that we've seen in this second map, rather. And right now, Smika going down to K. It's Andromeda who's trying to contest at the moment and go for the defuse K right now. Defusing after taking out Nasty, and is successful with the 27 seconds on the clock as well to achieve that 2-1 lead right now.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just an early defuse, early clutch up. I mean, you find all the kills almost immediately, and here with K, able to find this last one, just perfect place, perfect time, able to find it, and you see the crossfire as well set up with the teammate right there. Pulse of Gaming, you're going to win that 10 times out of 10. You take another round, and so far, defense is the name of the game. It's what is winning championships right now, and it's what's winning rounds. Pulse of Gaming, it's going to be up to them to try to break the kind of defensive curse we've seen put on them right now. No one able to find the offensive round win so far. And Pulse of Gaming, you know, in rounds like this, a lot of times we say it's kind of that first team that breaks the curse, that kind of figures out that offensive strat that's able to win these games.
Yeah, that's the thing about these types of modes, right? Is when you go into defense, it just gets struggling. But Sunday taking out Smika, and KO was also eliminated. Right now we're seeing Diosa trying to contest the target, who has the bomb and was able to take out Sunday, and bomb was dropped at the moment. Now it's up to Pulsive Gaming to try to pick it up, so that is 2 spots now that they can try to cover. And we are going to see Diosa in the back line of things at the moment, as Andromeda is going to try to contest against, I believe that was Nasty at in the back line.
Oh, what an angle, though, out of Andromeda. Finds the first one. Okay, now things get interesting. 40 seconds left. You do still have to get that bomb and get it down, but in the 1v2, things get a lot easier here. You see, players kind of tucked away now, both watching east sites. These players are very isolated here. Andromeda, though, you have to make a play. Doesn't make the jump to top heli. Now the next gunfight, not going to be able to win it. And the Houston Spartans will keep that defensive win round going. 4 rounds, split 2-2, and no one able to break in that offensive yet. But hey, good try there out of Andromeda. Made us think for a second, playing the little angles there from her spawn, but just a little too much to do and not enough time to do it.
Exactly the key moment there is not enough time to do it. With less than 30 seconds on that clock, it was very tough for Andromeda to try to even go for a full-on play that could actually achieve both kills and pick up the bomb in time. So we'll see how that phases out, because that at least means that Andromeda is capable of getting those clutch plays if needed. Just needs to work on a little bit on that timing side of things and with the team for it. But we already start off some explosives in the background at the moment. And right now, watching Sandy Cheeks to try to cash out. But we got Andromeda who takes out Diosa in the back line.
Yeah, and already first blood there for Pulsive Gaming, exactly what the doctor ordered, and it's what we've seen time and time again here on the defensive side. It's just these first bloods, and all of a sudden, you catch one out lacking for Sunday there. Now 2v4 situation. Houston Spartans no worse than where here. Now able to find one there for Shmika. Turns things into the 2v3 out towards the high-rise crane, but still, nothing going to be going just yet. Pulsive Gaming still has the numbers advantage in hand, but Shmika, nice little play around. This is going to be the gunfight that could decide the round. Stands up, Shmika able to win it as well. Now 2 down, 2v2 situation. Andromeda and Sunday have to find this break on in. Bomb, though, still hasn't found a way down onto either of these sites, and now Nasty out towards the B street. The timing might get the better of her here, and does. 27 seconds left. Shmika, 1v2, not going to be able to find the first. Impulsive Gaming. These defensive rounds have gotten a little shaky, but they have not got quite out of hand just yet. Still 5 defensive rounds in a row split between these two teams.
Yeah, the closest we've seen for those bombs to be set and actually activated has been in that last round where Pulsive was able to deactivate with enough time on the board. And it's just been these defensive rounds that have been carrying the scores back and forth. And honestly, once again, we kind of expected it from these two teams. They're definitely approaching with aggressive pressure, but it just doesn't seem that Houston's able to really find their mark for the bomb target. Okay. Gonna drop right in right now. Sandy Cheeks trying to look for after the smoke. And at the moment trying to cash out, but we got Diosa super low on health at the moment. Able to regain some of that health. Oh, but we got a flank here from Andromeda who takes out Sandy Cheeks.
Yeah, and now she might have one more on the docket, but the timing just going to get the better of her there, and that's COD timing to its absolute finest. Nasty going to be able to take out Andromeda and even the things up here now into a 3v3, and honestly saves the Houston Spartans there. I mean, if Andromeda is able to find another kill in the backside, turn things into a 4v2, things just get so out of hand for you, but now Bomb still hasn't made it to a target site yet. 44 seconds left on that clock, but Pulsive Gaming is making their way up onto that B site as we speak, so Bomb should be able to get a free plant off here, and now could break the chain of 5 defensive rounds in a row between both of these teams, but Shmika almost finds one for free there. Dead Slide not going to work for her, and now a little bit caught out into the open. Sunday has found her way onto top. Heli will be able to find the free kill. Maybe one more on the backside. Hazy now onto the bomb check. Everyone kind of running around like chickens with their heads cut off. 28 seconds left. No one with any information on anyone at the moment, but now Sunday dropping into a kill, and that should do the round. Shmika 1v3, not gonna happen, and Pulsive wins the first offensive round here on this high rise, and as well takes a 4-2 lead here in this map number 2.
Gorgeous plays there from Pulsive. Was very sneaky on trying to reach, I believe that was spot B. And while Diosa was literally staring into those situations to try to look for the bottom flank, but instead realized that they were setting up for bomb. And then that just kind of led into a whole chaos. It's like, wait a minute, we have to get to that bomb. We have to deactivate. We have to eliminate, but was just not successful in those moments.
Pulsive Gaming plays it to perfection, and it's all Andromeda, right, that gets into that back line, just gets the first blood, and just makes things mixy. You start having to question where everyone is on the map, and Pulsive takes advantage of that with the early bomb plant there onto B. But now back onto the defensive side, and they have absolutely set up a line. Andromeda is pushed up here onto this B site, just tries to get it. Another first blood machine. Andromeda 8-4 now to start this one out, and all of a sudden, Houston Spartans, you're down lives, you're down players. 1v3 scenario, and that's not gonna happen. Pulsive 3 rounds in a row, and now has taken a chokehold here on this map number 2.
Yeah, this definitely feels like this type of mode and map is working in the favor of Pulsive. They've already kind of adjusted to what their plan is, being able to hold points and hold those checkpoints and actually be able to call out some of the game plan that Houston Spartans is trying to go for, especially on some of the rushdowns. But Houston Spartans back on the defensive end has been a little bit shaky since then, and especially from those last 2 rounds. So hopefully this defense can strengthen up a little bit against Pulsive, who's also been just on a tear right now. Andromeda especially right now with a KD of 9-4 at the moment.
And it's been the first bloods, right? I mean, I think it's 2 straight in a row, maybe even 3 at this point. But looking for the third one now, maybe able to find it, and it's another first blood for Andromeda. Her teammates play the trades off of Sandy Cheeks, and it's what she does every single time. She is never afraid to throw her body on the line for that first blood, play her teammate trade, and get Pulsive Gaming these man-up situations time and time again. It's 3 straight rounds, and you can see it why Pulsive Gaming has been able to play off of it so well. Now all on to Diosa, 1v3 scenario, and the Houston Spartans have absolutely crumbled under the pressure of Pulsive Gaming, now making their way onto the A site. And you see it too, this is a 1v3. They have all the numbers advantage in the world. They're not going chasing. They get that bomb down. They immediately turn the pressure right back onto Houston Spartans, and that is a perfectly played map of S&D. Pulsive Gaming takes it 6-2 and takes a 1-1 series tie now, heading into Invasion Control. It was anybody's series going into it, and it's anybody's series 2 maps in.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, again, back and forth between these two teams. I really want to point out here Andromeda calling out not just first kills, but also because calling out some of the crucial key players in Houston Spartans. It's either Sandy Cheeks or it's either Nasty, and then leaving Diosa and Smika going on the 2v practically threes in some scenarios like we saw just there, where it's just so difficult to call out where Pulsive is on some of these maps and where they're trying to take the target. But, you know, Pulsive, like you mentioned, cool, calm, collected. We took out the key players in Houston Spartans defense. Let's go ahead, set target, and then slowly pretty much look out for Smika and Diosa.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly played. I mean, and it's just those first bloods time and time again when you can just get your team the numbers game every single round. And you talked about it, the 2v3s that Houston Spartans was in. I think the last 4 rounds that we saw there, I mean, it was just constantly man down situations that you're just not going to win most of the time. And they were not able to win it any of the time. So for the moment, Pulsive in A, you have to feel like all the momentum is with them, the wind in their sails heading into this Invasion Control. And we're going to see that Vista hardpoint that we wanted to see heading into this, but we could even possibly see that map 5. I think both of us thought that this was kind of a toss-up series, that this was going to be anyone's series to win, and so far both of these teams proving that prediction right.
Yeah, most definitely. I do think that this next map is going to be crucial for both teams, but specifically Houston Spartan, because they had won that earlier 6-star hardpoint mat, right? Like that's where they were feeling super comfortable. You got to see a lot of their aggressive plays accomplished. They also hold point quite longer. So this next control map on Evasion is going to be super, super important for them because at least then that's a little bit of wiggle room that we can make it to that S&D on 6-star.
And we talk about the switch up of these maps too, right? Like we played a 6-star hardpoint and a high-rise S&D. Now you head into an Invasion Control, which is a complete flip of everything we've played so far, right? It's the AR battle. It's those long-range engagements that are going to win the day. So we're going to have to really see which team's ARs show up to play here in this map. Obviously, heading back to Vista and 6-star where the subs are going to get dubs, but this is that one map that you could steal for your team here as an AR player in a sub map pool here that could really change the game for you. And you talk about being a crucial map. Houston Spartans had a lot of success there in that respawn, heading into the S&D. Didn't go so well for them. I think it's all exactly like you said, looking for them to get back on that bike, get back on that high horse, and start to take a lead here on this series again, because this could be a case of if all of the respawns go the way towards the Houston Spartans, well, we could just be seeing a 4-map 3-1, hey, we're out of here. But if we can see Pulsive Gaming able to steal this invasion away, start the Neslo process, heading back into that hard point with a little less pressure on your side of the series ending, we could see Pulsive Gaming potentially be able to sweep this one away as well.
This is also looking into which points they're going to try to capture first, right? So trying to find the best point possible, whether it be A and B, is going to be a really strong start. And I believe A on this map is going to be where they're going to want to try to focus more here to secure for both teams. So as you can see, trying to make their way onto the side of A. You can see both teams are looking for it as well. A couple of firefights here, but no kills just yet. But we do get the first blood from Diosa, this time in Andromeda. So a little bit of revenge, but Hazy takes revenge of her own against Diosa.
Yeah, and now 3 dead though, and all left on her lonesome is Sandy Cheeks here trying to at least get a tick, but not even going to come through there onto the A side. You have Diosa as well running around towards this backside, but it's going to be 2 dead in the feed. Impulsive Gaming should be able to hit up towards this backside and try to maybe get the flank start to go in. Andromeda, the timing may not work out in her favor though. She's getting away for free right now. Make it the first one. That will help the teammates out as Impulsive Gaming now tries to collapse onto this hill, but Sandy Cheeks, big 2-piece right back in your face. And all of a sudden, Impulsive Gaming, that B site is starting to tick away. There are 3 players there for the Houston Spartans, and the time is stopped for now.
Yeah, a really good idea to rotate to B after realizing that A, Pulsive Gaming was trying to take over, but now B is currently being lost by here. Smika tries to take out K. Sandy Cheeks for the 2-piece, getting Andromeda and Hazy, but Sunday taking out Smika, and Sandy Cheeks also eliminating Sunday at the same time for the trade.
I mean, that's Sandy Cheeks' masterclass right there, starting it out 5-1 already on the 4 streak. She found another one there. That should be the cruise missile in the back pocket. And all of a sudden, if you're Impulsive Gaming, you have players following all around the hill. You've got to make your way onto A, but Smika, she's here kind of alone, doesn't have a lot of reinforcements as of yet. The crosses are starting to be played here Sunday. You have to find a kill into this cafe area. 2 players now stacked up inside of it. Sunday goes down inside of Laundry. Now players for Houston Spartans starting to make their way towards the hill. You have red dots all around. 3 dead in the feed. And the Houston Spartans now fully onto this site. It should be done and dusted. Maybe one last try from Impulsive Gaming to get in. Sunday, she's stunned, not gonna be able to make it. And Houston Spartans, a perfectly played offensive round here on Invasion. And what a way to bounce back after a map 2 loss.
Yeah, respawning right after some of those eliminations on site A to then go for a really nice spawn points as well to go through for site B rotation and then just easily take A. It was, almost felt like it was like a ball roll between the two. So hopefully we get to see that again from Houston Spartans, who, like we mentioned before, once they get those points, they're so on point for defense and being able to control the momentum of the entire firefight.
Yeah, and we know how hard offense can be sometimes on Invasion, so kicking it off first round, getting it in the back pocket, and really stealing a round away, I mean, that could have decided the game right there, and it has to be on Impulsive Gaming to throw something back right here. Get yourselves right back into the game. You need this round. Smika already starting off early shots onto AS&D, 104 left on the clock, and it is Impulsive Gaming starting to kind of loom around this A site. They do have the numbers, but still not a lot of information on where any of these Houston players are, and that's going to be the 2-for-1 trade that happens. Diosa now on the information on the back, but 3 dead in the feed. Impulsive Gaming, they win all of their gunfights. One more player up to stop this in Smika, and she does, but only for the moment. Andromeda throwing her life right onto the hill, and now first tick of capture starting to be in here onto this A site.
First tick on A site already achieved, and that was a clean hit there as both Andromeda takes out Nasty as well. There's one Houston Spartan coming up, but we are able to take out Smika and Hazy. Also Sunday falling down to Nasty at the moment. And we are going to have that 3rd tick on A, though, clutching up here. So it's now up to Houston Spartans to go through and head to Site B, as now Site A is on the side of Pulsive.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be a minute 51 hold on the harder of the 2 sides for defense, so not the position that Houston Spartans wanted to be in. You take a look at it as well, it's a 10 life advantage. Make it 11, make it 12. Now it's Impulsive Gaming flying onto this B site. They have just ran through Houston Spartans at every single turn here in this round. Diosa tries to go open over now onto the site, finds one. Nasty going to be able to find another one, but it's still 2 women now onto this hill, still locking in this time. Shots coming in now for the side of the Houston Spartans. Contested for now. K on her lonesome. Able to find it though. 5-3 for K. Renetti out. Can it do any more damage? Oh my goodness. K, line them up. Knock them down. 2 dead with the Renetti. 10-4 to start it out. And a cruise missile in the back pocket as well. Here comes Impulsive Gaming right onto the hill. It's 1-for-1 trades all over. And Andromeda. Who else to clean house to find the final 2 kills? One more up in DVD. One more down. No respawns remaining. And no time to get to this hill. Impulsive Gaming. Absolute domination there on the offensive side. Now knotting things up at 1 apiece.
That's where you start seeing like what we like to call in the fighting games the resources. You're running out of them, and you were running out of those lives. Houston Spartans trying to go for that aggressive flanking, or rather aggressive approach, better said, and it was just nonstop. K, I want to say, was like a machine gun in those instances, taking down one after the other after the other. And again, you have so many lives that you can play around with. It's really Houston that was just running out of them and could not afford those trades. So we'll have to see how Houston adapts here in this next round, as again, you don't want to be being too greedy on some of those spawns.
Absolutely, and already early gunfights happening as K, the machine gun in hand, is working right now. Andromeda as well, finding another one there, but it's trades happening kind of all around right now. Pinstripes in the kill feed, and Houston Spartans will find their way over towards that B side after showing some early A side pressure. I kind of love the switch of play here from the side of the Spartans.
Indeed. We're seeing Pulsive right now, still two trying to get close to A, but Houston Spartans both kind of separated at the moment. The majority, though, on site B, while there's only one person on site A that's allowing the tick. So this is an interesting strategy from Houston Spartans as Diosa takes out Hazy. And again, being able to tackle 2 points, secure B as well, and A already off of the first tick. An interesting play that's working out for Spartans right now.
Yeah, we call that the information overload. You hit both sites, you make Pulsive Gaming make a choice, and they chose B, and they lost it as well. Now with A site finally being cleared off, but it's 2 ticks that have already come through. It's only 2 minutes, or rather 2 minutes left, and they are already only 1 tick away. K has to find this kill on the point, and will. So for the moment, Pulsive Gaming will hold on, finding kills around the map. Now taking a little bit of control back among the speed of things and the pace of the game, but still Pulsive Gaming kind of pushed deep back into this corner of the map, and Houston Spartans are starting to loom. We're starting to maneuver their way up the map, trying to find kills, but the defensive line for Pulsive Gaming is holding.
Indeed, with just only a 1 life difference at the moment, with 19-19 now tied, as I say that. We are seeing Houston Spartans try to continue and contest on A. The moment we are looking at both teams still kind of separated from each other, with only a 1v1 happening at A. Hazy, though, able to take out Sandy Cheeks and getting spot by in the back line.
Spotted for now, but still, you look at these Houston Spartan players, they are all along this back wall, ready to attack at any moment. K, 17 and 5 on the day, cruise missile in the back pocket, still finding kills now here on the H streak, line it up for 9, maybe even make it 10, oh my god! K, absolutely unstoppable, now up to 20 and 5, putting Pulsive Gaming on her back, and now with more work to do, shots coming in, and it's a 4 dead now from the side of the Houston Spartans, and that's the problem on defensive control. You can play a perfect round the entire round, but 4 dead in the feed, and you can lose everything. Now losing this A site as a person now, 2 dead in the feed, Smeeka and Nasty on this hill, no one from Pulsive even close enough to stop it. Finally onto the hill, K comes, 1 down, 2 down! Houston Spartans clutches up in the final moments and locks that second round in. 3 offensive rounds in a row here on Invasion.
Explosive control here from K earlier on, but it just wasn't enough, as most of Pulsive teams were going down 1 by 1 as Houston tried to clutch it up, and clutched it up successfully. That kill from Diosa, achieving the 1v1 despite getting hit by Andromeda earlier on, was really where I saw it kind of just all go downhill there for Pulsive, who needed those Andromeda on the point for defense right after trying to engage against Diosa. So we'll see how this works down as Houston Spartans takes up 2-1 right now at the moment, and Sandy Cheeks with the first blood as well onto Hazy, and Andromeda taking out Diosa.
Yeah, and it's a little bit like you're playing with fire here if you're Pulsive Gaming. Yes, there's been a lot of offensive success between both of these teams, but defense is still the name of the game here on this map, and if Houston Spartans can just lock in 1 defensive round, they will steal this map 3 away, but still, it is just trades happening all around this map. But Hazy starting to lock it in here, now 2 dead in the feed. You get that tick over towards the B side, and now you're starting to make Houston Spartans kind of run around the map.
Yep, and with that, Pulsive right now on the 3rd tick, working towards that third tick right now on site B. We're going to be able to get through and actually achieve the kill, thankfully, from Sandy Cheeks to Sunday. And Andromeda gets Diosa. Sandy Cheeks also following up with Hazy. Andromeda super low on health, just finally getting it back as well. and trying to head towards site A at the moment as site B finishes out the close capture. Still being contested at the moment though. Can't be calling it too quickly as right now K goes down against Smika, but Andromeda catches Smika as well.
Yeah, now she's going to be on to the point here, so that should be the B-side capture. That should be the extra minute of time achieved. 20-18 on lives in favor of the Houston Spartans. As for now, as they continue to do find kills right now. Now 2 more dead in the feed. A minute 32, and that talk is going to click away very, very quickly. 130 is not as long as you think. Smika here just playing this dark area, just trying to make sure that these players do not funnel through the mid side. But it is going to be Pulsive Gaming full elect to hit around through B. It's going to be on to Smika here, but the timing may get the better of her here. This gunfight is so important. She's right around all of these players. Now pops up, able to find one, not the second though, but does enough to at least slow the push down for the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, was just getting surrounded by Pulsive, and we do still have at least Houston Spartan trying to go on to site A1 right there. Sandy Cheeks trying to at least locate here, while K looking for a shot here, trying to call out who is there. Actually found a person right down on the bottom. Nasty though, taking out Andromeda. Like Sunday taking out the Yoso. That was who was actually where she was able to spot.
Ooh.
And Sunday taking out Sandy Cheeks as well on the point.
Yeah, it's a huge kill for Sunday as she finds her way onto the hill, but only for a second. Houston Spartans are still here and doing damage, but it's trade battles happening all around the hill, and now it's Pulsive Gaming able to find their way in. Trophies down now onto the hill, but it's only a 2-hit for them here. Now the pressure in. Sandy Cheeks going to allow to wait. Smika, Diosa, and Sandy Cheeks light up the kill feed, and it's a 3 dead, exactly what the doctor ordered. And now, if you are Pulsive Gaming, you have got to go. 28 seconds left. You need 1-4 dead. Find your way into this hill, get it capped, force one more round. But with that clock ticking away ever so slightly, now only to 19 seconds, you only have time for 1 hit. It has to be perfect. Pulsive Gaming, they've got players around through the backside. Cruise Missile invested. K and Sunday both going to be able to find kills. Now that's the 2 dead. Players running back to hill. You stop the clock for now. Hazy, big kill onto the hill, able to find it. K finds another one. 2 dead in the feed. Sandy Cheeks not able to make it to the hill. Now 3 on for Pulsive Gaming. They hold down, they slowed play, and they played it to perfection. But still, players from Houston Spartans are here and looming. You could stop this from coming in. Andromeda around through the backside, just trying to find a couple of these kills. Finds one. No, not the second. Has to happen. Won't be able to. 9 seconds left on the hill. No respawns remaining. Sunday, one last hit, one last hero play. Finds the first, not the second. 1 second left, and Houston Spartans will clutch up on defense, win this 3-1, and take a 2-1 lead here in the series.
Good on Houston to be able to actually go for an offensive. Mind you, Pulsive was super... Actually, both teams were super, super low on lives, but it was Pulsive who you had to be very careful. The shot on Andromeda was where it was going to be probably the most crucial, but losing that 1v1 is where Pulsive was going to just see that loss of control. And it is unfortunate when you're running out of time, you don't have many spawns left. Plus, if you do spawn, it's going to take some time to get back to that site. Houston Spartans was actually very clutch in those last moments.
Yeah, and it just kind of took me back to that 6-star hardpoint where things started to get very mixy. There was trade battles happening all around the hill, but Houston Spartans just seems to kind of get going and thrive in that chaos, especially in the respawn game mode. Now we're heading into a Vista hardpoint, which that's all that it presents, is those fast engagements, those trade battles, chaos around the hill at all times. And I think that's something that Houston Spartans could take a big advantage of if they're able to lock this game in. But with the 2-1 lead now here, it's going to be hard for the side of Pulsive to find their way back into this one.
We talked about it before going into this invasion map, or we were definitely mentioning how it's super important for Houston Spartans to secure that invasions map as well. And again, we talk about chaos. They're the ones that probably thrive the most in all of that chaos. Whereas with Pulsive, the slow grind, trying to figure out what's the best defensive play, having some of these machine killers. I mean, K was looking at a 20 plus KD, which was incredible, but it just wasn't enough to carry through. And that's kind of one of the things that really highlights about these players. Whereas Houston Spartans has a really strong team comp that just works super, super well for them. But you're relying on players like K and Andromeda to really push forward. And then Sunday and Hazy trying to follow up with things. And it's just a little bit tough to keep that momentum once you get those 2 killers on the team down for the count.
It's something that we've kind of seen time and time again with that Pulsive squad, and I love something that you kind of tuned in is when the game's a little bit slower and when they have time to kind of think about the methodical plays that they want to in place, they're very good and they thrive in those situations. But when Houston Spartans kind of starts throwing bodies at the hills, starts raining down shots, starts kind of making the map a little mixier than Pulsive would like, it seems like they crumble under that pressure a lot of times. They get lost in the game. They're not able to keep track of it as well as that Houston Spartan squad is. And I think that's something that you touched on there is kind of that full four-stack camaraderie that we're seeing from the Houston Spartans kind of present itself throughout these maps, and particularly in the respawn game mode when you're having to rely on your teammates so much. Those comms have to be calm, cool, and collected at all times, even when the game seems to be as chaotic as it's getting in these late game situations. And we're seeing the Houston Spartans be able to take advantage of that. And I think leading into this Vista hardpoint, I mean, this is the Houston Spartans game to lose right here. They have a chance to close it out on a hardpoint, not allow it to go back to an S&D game mode, which we have seen Pulsive Gaming has thrived in. I think this is all on the Houston Spartans shoulders to lose.
For sure. That hard point on top of the rotations is going to be super crucial for Houston Spartans, which I definitely feel like they have a good opportunity to do versus where Pulsive was not looking too strong on some of those rotations. And when achieving control of them, it wasn't as long as Houston Spartans. So I have good vibes and feelings for how they're going to play out in this map. It's just a matter of like, keep it clean, clutch it out, eliminate what you got to do, and take it. We did remember on that first map, it was really coming down to the very wire, those seconds just counting down, and Houston Spartans was still able to clutch up, but I wouldn't want to be in that situation again for them. They want to keep it clean, make sure that they don't allow Pulsive to even make that comeback or have a potential for it.
I think it's all about the start, right? That P1 to P2 chain, seeing who can take out that early lead early on into the hard point. And like you said, for the Houston Spartans, they did a good job from the first couple of hills, but just towards the midsection of that map, things just got a little bit hectic, right? We were going through lead change after lead change after lead change, and then finally you see on that third set of rotations, Houston Spartans has kind of read the game enough, they know where they want to be, and they're able to lock down almost that full 60 going in towards the end of that hard point. So now heading into this map for a Vista hard point between two teams that have had a very tight and contested series so far. I think on the Houston Spartans' shoulders here to lose, but still, a Vista hardpoint presents a lot of unpredictability between two teams that have already had a lot of headbutts, a lot of trade battles ensuing all around these hills. I think you're getting ready to see some fast and some absolute chaotic scenes here on Vista.
Yeah, definitely trying to get some of those drinks going, but it's going to be super chaotic regardless, as you mentioned. And with some of these close quarters that we're going to see, we're obviously going to have a lot of flanking opportunity where I feel like Diosa and Sandy Cheeks are going to probably come in clutch here in some of these moments. But we will see right now as we're heading in. The capture is still not unlocked just yet, as we're going to be able to see Pulsive on the first side of things first. And already taking out K first blood on the defensive, though, as K takes out Sandy Cheeks and Sunday taking out Diosa, who took out in return Andromeda before the trade.
Yeah, and it's going to be just kills happening all around the map here, but Smika going to be able to find the two-piece. Finds the three! All three down. She might have the fourth one lined up around this outside rail sliding out. Absolutely. Smika, four-piece, ripping it off the start, and now hunting for more around the bar side. Finds the fifth. It could be a cruise missile off the rip. Smika is going absolutely nuclear as Andromeda finally trying to find her way back onto the hill, but Smika has still not stopped. A 6-1 start and just running amok on the map. Things are already starting to get mixy on this Vista hardpoint.
Haza finally stopping that kill streak from Samika. Sandy Cheeks also catching Sunday, and Diosa on Andromeda. Right now, Diosa trying to find the second one here. Looking for a pick right now and still on point at the moment defending. He's going to be able to try to secure this one, but loses the 1v1 as Hazy takes out Diosa and Andromeda on Smika. Hazy taking out Nasty right afterwards as well. Also trying to peek through the window and capture the point at this time, setting a trophy as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely disgusting scenes from both of these teams. And I mean, it's exactly what we expected. It's that headbutt battle. It's that who can win the gunfights, who can play their teammates' trades. And it's going to come down to that camaraderie. But already, Houston Spartans starting to kind of find their way here onto this map. And now starting to lock in a majority of this P2 time. You see everyone from Pulsive Gaming just electing to hit that rotation, try to stay ahead of this. And that was something that Pulsive Gaming found themselves behind on a few times. It's good to see them starting to work in. But can they actually find the rotational gunfights that they need to win this?
It's looking right now as Pulsive able to be calling out on some of these interactions here. It's going to be going back on the rotation right now. First point there on their side. And right now it's the Smika, though, taking out Andromeda. And Sandy Cheeks taking out Sunday as well. 2 points, or rather 2 kills here that were crucial. Hazy, though, taking out Sandy Cheeks. Diosa taking out K right before. And right now it's anybody's game on this capture point as Houston Spartans takes first spot right now.
Yeah, and Houston Spartans are doing a good job at playing that white hill time, though, making sure that they can just find the kills they need before fully locking into the hill. When you have players like Diosa, Sandy Cheeks, and Smika just absolutely shooting, it definitely helps a little bit. 3 dead in the feed. Hazy, last one up, does have a chance to possibly make a play throughout this backside, but no one from either team really to dip a toe into this hill. Only about 15 seconds left to garner, and you see all of the arrows from Pulse of Gaming starting to hit their way towards the backside. They want that 10 seconds to scrap, but Smika starting to rain away through the back, able to find one, maybe the second on up. Absolutely on a tear this map. 12-7, cruise missile in the back pocket, and it's all Houston Spartans here early.
Beautifully done. And now the rotation on the bottom side was able to clutch out a little bit from that last spot, but it is both, or it's actually most of Houston Spartans down at the count as Pulsive tries to go, but they're too far from the point with only Hazy as close as 7 tries to go ahead and look for some kills here. We got Sunday trying to contest, but that was like a 3v3 or 3v1 in that moment. That was very difficult to actually capitalize as both teams now on the hard point trying to contest.
Yeah, and I mean, Pulse of Gaming, they've done a good enough job to at least make this mixy, right? They haven't let that lead get out of hand, but they haven't really been able to find those hard and consistent holes that we'd like to see from them here on this hill. It's been scrap time here, it's been a little bit of time in between trades, and it hasn't been how they wanted to start this off, but P5 could be the hill that they get themselves into this game. Pulse of Gaming, they are here, but you have players from Houston Spartans kind of lurking, kind of just hobbling around the map right now, hitting their hop-ups. Smika will get taken out. Andromeda still laying down on this hill. Contested at the start, but back and forth we go. Andromeda able to find the kill. 2v1 now. Pulse of Gaming able to find the kills they need, but Nasty still running amok in your spawn right now. Able to find 2 now in the backside and forces Andromeda out towards this back, and now it just kind of finds the game. It allows the Houston Spartans to be able to push up the map while everyone's looking for Nasty in their spawn. Houston Spartans now not able to play off the kills, but on the hill for now. Andromeda lurking, trying to find the kill on the hill, able to find it there. 29 seconds still left to fight for, and Saki, this is exactly the type of game that I think we expected from both of these teams, as now Pulse of Gaming finally able to control the hill.
Yes, they took a minute to get there and actually regroup themselves. So they were so spread out earlier, but right now their group effort is working as Andromeda also taking out Nasty and Diosa going down for the count as well. And it is a bit of a small, slight team fight as the next point will be going through in just a few seconds and now fully unlocked at the moment. And Pulsive's already on top of it. You got Sunday and you got Hazy on the point at the moment while Spartan's trying to come back to that point and figure out from their spawn how they're gonna get in.
And now Smika around from the backside. This has been the player that has made the plays, but not this time. Diosa now in off of the trade battle, finds 2 of her own, and Houston Spartans break back into this P1, but now it's everyone kind of pushing off the hill right now. They don't have one single person that's kind of locking down this hill time, and Houston Spartans, though, still finding kills in the feed. K, last one up, could be the last one down, but playing her life, the MCW in hand, good for 1, and at least keeps this hill contested. Houston Spartans thought they were going to get a much-needed 20-30 seconds of scrap, but instead, Pulse of Gaming hits this, makes it mixy, only allows about 13 seconds of scrap, and for the Houston Spartans, you'll be able to get it to just about a 10-second lead, but Pulse of Gaming, they've hit these rotations now onto P2, but what can you do in the gunfights?
I want to just call out here that Pulsive Gaming's been so on point. They're ready to go. They were willing to give up the last point to then go for that next rotation. And you can already see they're going to go down towards the bottom to try to go ahead and solidify it. But it is Houston Spartans who's on the point first. Sunday and Hazy, though, taking out Smika and Sandy Cheeks. Nasty taking out Hazy, though. And is now just going down for the count as Diosa takes out K, a big hitter at the moment as well. And Diosa taking out Andromeda as well as Smika and Sunday.
I mean, Andromeda just tries to fly into that hill, but gets absolutely shut down, and Houston Spartans have done a beautiful job at locking this P2 down, garnering that lead change back in their favor, and continuing to run amok on the map. Red all around the kill feed as Smika sliding through the backside, able to find another. The absolute crazy scenes now for the Houston Spartans as they have completely flipped this hardpoint on its head, garnering a 20-point lead right now, but still not enough to really put themselves out of reach too far yet. Pulse of Gaming just looming only 15 seconds away from another lead change. But if you're the Houston Spartans, you've locked down that rotation, you're locking down this early hill time. Still players from Pulse of Gaming trying to push out from far away. And for the moment, the Houston Spartans have just played these trade battles to perfection. The cruise missile now being invested to stop this Houston Spartans run. It'll get Pulse of Gaming on the hill at least for a moment, but you've got to be able to win these gunfights. Nasty flying in from the back, able to find one from trees, but two more on the hit from P1 will lock this hill in for Pulse of Gaming.
Yeah, this is where we kind of start seeing Houston Spartans crumble just a little bit, and with enough time on those sites, it's about trying to go for those kills. But right now we have Diosa who takes out Sunday, but Andromeda takes out for the 2-piece Smika and Nasty at the moment. Diosa trying to hit on the point at the moment to keep it and playing on the hill for it.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these teams starting to turn it up a little bit of an extra gear. You can sense the urgency in both of these teams now as we're about midway through this hardpoint game. 161 to 133. Houston Spartans up 2-1 in the series, now looking to close it out, but still trying to hit that 250 mark is now Pulse of Gaming onto this hill and starting to lock it in. Back four, still 50 seconds left, and now the hit from the Houston Spartans comes through. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down in the feed, and Pulse of Gaming deals with everyone. Nasty the last one to go, and it's a perfect 4 dead in the feed from Pulse of Gaming. He only dropped one player, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered here coming in. Hazy finds one there, and they're still finding players around through the backside, playing her life as she gets out, and Andromeda able to find a kill through the mid area. 26 seconds still left to work with on this hill, and Pulse of Gaming knocking on the door of a lead change, and there it is. A perfect hold from them so far, and you can see the Houston Spartans, you just have to cut your losses and get out of dodge, hit over towards the bridge area, and try to lock in for P5 before Pulse of Gaming a full 60 off of P4.
Incredible how much playing on that hill, defending it, securing it, helped so much in what was just a deficit of points. And right now, again, like you mentioned, Pulsive ahead for the count, already securing the next point as well. And it is going to be Houston Spartans who's going to have to try to fight for it at the moment. 47 seconds on the clock. There's still a little bit of time to try to secure it at the moment as the 1v1s happen, but Diosa takes out Andromeda. And right now, getting stunned by the grenade, tries to contest against K, able to win the 1v1 against K as Sunday takes out Smika.
Yeah, and it's just been a great hold from the Houston Spartans here. They fought for this rotation very early on, cutting their losses there on that P4, and now the lead change back into their favor, as so are the kills. Diosa and Smika now combining for the 3-piece in the feed, and Pulse of Gaming now fully on the back foot here, but you still have Andromeda sneaking around to the backside, just trying to make this hill a little bit contested, not letting all of it go the way of the Houston Spartans, but quickly dead, and now still Houston Spartans scrap time in their pocket, now up over the 200-point mark, and you look at where these players are as well right now. Saki now all around this P1 area and starting to find kills.
Again, we see this 200 mark for Houston Spartans. They got to it before, but it's when they're trying to go for all these kills where Pulsive is just grouping up and ready to go to the next point. You have to be very mindful here if you're Houston Spartans. You don't want to spread out too thin as they come in for a group effort. Smika taking out K, but Sunday taking out Nasty. Sandy Cheeks though taking out Hazy and Sunday as well. And this is good picks right now as Nasty takes down Andromeda. Just keep going for those cap. Hazy taking out the Oza at the moment as Houston Spartans keeps that hardpoint cap as well, going up on points.
Yeah, I mean, 228 and counting. They won't quite be able to do it here on this P1, but you have to get in here if you're Pulse of Gaming. Just stop the bleeding at least for a second and get yourselves back into control. 10 seconds to scrap, potentially going in the back pocket. Now Pulse of Gaming, you have to decide how you want to hit this. You know that players are going to be lurking all around, and Sandy Cheeks here in the mid area, able to find one. 1-for-1 trades going down. Smika now from the backside, Red able to find one up over the top rope. Nasty able to take it down, and now only 13 seconds left for the win. Smika onto the hill, trophy down, contested for now. Nasty into the hill. Hazy going to be able to find it. It's just trades all around as well as you like it, but Houston Spartans able to break away and find their way in. K, the man, can't she find it? it, trying to find the trade. 17 and 29 hasn't been the best game for her, but still, now trying to find it. 194 and counting. Pulsive Gaming have done just enough to stop the bleeding for now, but the cruise missile getting invested here, going to be able to take out two, the third to come as well. Only 7 seconds needed. Nasty from the top side, able to find the first. I don't know if anyone from Pulsive Gaming is close enough. You got one more person in K, able to make the contest, but not gonna happen. 4 dead in the feed, and Houston Spartans clean house. It's all Respawn wins, and it's a 3-1 series victory to move them on in the winner's bracket.
Oh, that was such a clutch play here. You know, we were talking about it earlier. That earlier point was not going to be enough to finish it. And it was everything and anything Impulsive could do. You know, despite being able to eliminate a good majority of the team, they still needed to be able to reach the amount of points to actually match up and even up the points differential. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to stop the bleeding. You had to be able to take out some of those heavy hitters. And again, I love what I'm seeing from Houston Spartans. They coming in, they're trying their hardest to make sure that they can secure a strong enough lead. And I like that this time around, they were able to secure it enough to give them enough time to make the comeback happen and clean up the round. You didn't even let Pulsive get to that 200-point marker.
Yeah, and these two kind of hardpoint respawns that we had between Six Star and Vista, I mean, it just seems like maps that played very well into the Houston Spartans, you know, bag, right? I mean, they had multiple players in there. I think 3 players for the Houston Spartans in that last map, dropping over 30 kills. Smika starting it out on the cruise missile as well. And I mean, it's just that slaying and playmaking ability, really, that Houston Spartans kind of presents in these respawn game modes, right? We saw the S&D struggles in the slowdown, things kind of get away from them, but when it's chaos and when you're having to rely on that gunny, there's no one better right now than the Houston Spartans to be able to rely on that. It was in some positions like they just forced gunfights out of the side of Pulsive because they knew that they were going to be able to win it. Smika in particular for me got to be the MVP of that last map, and really for the Houston Spartans, it's Respawn is the name of the game. If they clean up that S&D, this team on LAN is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
I couldn't agree more with you about Smika. Smika and Diosa were the two players that stood out for me in these later half of the rounds. You know, earlier we were looking at some of the performance from Sandy Cheeks as well, and they were doing phenomenally earlier on in those maps. But we really got to see Diosa and Smika shine bright. And to be honest, those were some of the players that we were looking forward to and looking out for from the beginning. Pulsive, you know, again, I really want to highlight here from them is that Kay and Andromeda were fantastic on the offensive side of things, really helping their rest of the team lead in a lot of situations. It just came down to they were such a key factor in their team that once you eliminated them, the rest of the team just felt like there was no defense worthy to actually keep up with Smika and Diosa in this later half of the rounds.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit slower on the end, especially like you said, coming into the later part of those games. But still, an amazing first series between these two teams as the Houston Spartans are going to move on in the winner's bracket. And for Pulsive, not quite out yet, still the loser's bracket run, potentially the Cinderella story to continue throughout. We'll have to see. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have more bracket play action from the Aurora women's COD land. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Aurora Women's COD Championships presented to you by the Premier Circuit here. My name is the Matt Man, alongside me, Saki. How are you feeling after our first series there of Call of Duty in the casting booth?
Ooh, it was so good. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, right? Like it's all about the back and forth, and I love to see some good Call of Duty. You know, we don't want to talk about any washes. We don't want to talk about any type of like steamrolling. We want to see these back and forth, bloody back and forth battles.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what we got there in that first series with the Houston Spartans, able to take that 3-1 win here into the second round of the winners bracket. But across the stage now, a much tougher opponent here in Omit GG, ready to take them on here in the winners bracket. And already you look at the map set here, a little bit of a difference here, but another 6-star hardpoint to kick us off, followed a double 6-star on S&D, invasion control the same, and if we get there, a sub-base hardpoint and an invasion S&D to close us out.
Such a difference from what we were seeing before, right? We got to see Starpoint as the first map, which made sense again, especially if you're Houston Spartans. That was probably where you felt the strongest in that map. But also seeing 6-star again right after, but this time for the search and destroy. I love that we're kind of equal on the invasions. This is where again, that's that game number 3 that's gonna be super crucial. And if you're Omit Gaming as well, by the way, you're that number 1 seed in this bracket. You're the toughest of the tough at the moment, winning both majors 2 and 3. You got players like Camps and Milks who are on Columbus Scar and won major 1, and then of course you got Kells on your team, the first woman to qualify for a Challengers Elite stage and winning 3 seasons of Women X COD.
Absolutely, Omit definitely the top dogs here in Aurora, but it's going to be up to the Houston Spartans to see if they can knock them off. But Camps, already early trades happening for the side of Omit as they fly through. 1-for-1s all around the map, but so far, no one really able to dip their toes too much into this hill. It's just been 1-for-1s that happened all around as Kells still here, still looming with the Rival 9 in hand, able to find one there, sliding through up to DJ. It's going to be 3 dead in the feed. One last player up, and you have the info onto them as well, and that'll be Bell ripping them apart heart there on to Nasty as Omit takes the early lead here with 19 seconds left to garner on the hill. But again, all about those P2 rotations.
Yeah, definitely trying to play for Hill and then going towards the next rotation, like you mentioned, with only 10 seconds on the previous one. And they're waiting, or rather, they just went down to Houston Spartans, better said, as they're trying to figure out what's their best vantage point to try to get in. But it's, again, Bell Mechi trying to go through and following up, plus Kells with the flank, too. It's just looking super solid on Omit's side.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Omit. Even when they look out, they are never down. And now it will be a 3 dead in the feed. Diosa still lurking around through the backside. Only one player to clear off the hill and done. So Houston Spartans start this campaign out on this P2. And they start it well here. But for the side of Omit, starting to lurk around the hill. Kills starting to appear. Blue in the kill feed. Now 3 rushing through. Smika finds 2, but not the 3rd. Kel will find 1. And Bell follows up with 2 more. But you still have players due to these close spawns right here for Houston Spartans. So Omit does do good at holding down the damage, and even with 20 seconds of scrap, you've just not really let Houston Spartans start at all here on this 6-star.
Yeah, the key components or the key players in these teams have been Smika and Sandy Cheeks, and not even letting Smika continue with their streak. And it's already Camps who's going to be able to secure against Sandy Cheeks, where we're just seeing Omit once again hold point, capture it, and then just play for that hill.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 kills there from Kells and Milks that will open up this P3 for them. So Houston Spartans now having to hit around through down to this front side of the hill. Sandy Cheeks, nades, and stuns there. Over to the hop-up wall she goes. But now with a player falling around the back and one more falling as well. It's a 4 dead clean in the feed for Omit. They clean house, force everyone from Houston Spartans back, and that allows Camps to go on the hunt. 2-piece in the feed already and looking for more here with the Rival 9. Health regen now in. Now you've got all these players, though, from Houston Spartans starting to funnel up this side, and that's exactly what Camps wants to see. The slide around in, trying to find the piece, finds one, maybe the second. Oh my god! Camps absolutely shooting on land.
You love to see the control, even in 2v1 situations. The odds weren't stacked in your favor, and yet you still beat them as well. And we're going to see Kells here stunned for the moment, but just holding position, trusting in Bell to follow up. And Camps going down to Smika, but Bell able to get a revenge on Sika as well. Plus Milks taking out the Yosa. You are just not letting Houston Spartans do any form of movement or momentum at all.
Oh, Kells! Kells! 3 dead in the feed, almost the 4th. Diosa still here on her lonesome. You just watched your entire team slaughtered before you. Now you're down as well. Omit is cleaning house onto a Houston Spartans team that we thought that the respawn was going to be their best game mode. Still with a 3 down. Camps here doing the work herself. ×2. Diosa the only one left. Still 20 seconds to try to garner off of this hard point, but the damage throughout the first set has been done. Omit, what a lead they have now heading into the second set of rotations.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial for Houston Spartans to change up their strategy. They can't just be going all in at this time, as we can see Kells and Camps being such strong components to their team and able to get these kills fully out, decimating the team one after the other and just taking control of these points. The deficit in points is just insane right now, as Omit's already in such a huge strong lead against Houston Spartans.
And I know you, as a color commentator, it's sometimes struggling to find what to talk about because Omit is doing everything right at every single turn. You see every player in the positive, multiple players going on streaks, constantly blue in the kill feed. I mean, there's just nothing that the Spartans can do, and we're not even putting them down like that. It's just, right now, Omit is playing every facet of the game so well, and that's another 4 dead in the feed. Camps on a 5 spree. Milks is on a 5 spree. There's just nothing you can do. Bell is 18-8. Every single player right now for Omit is frying out.
Yeah, you mentioned it perfectly on the number stats of things. Omit with the double digits, whereas Houston Spartans, only person in the double digits right now is Nasty with the 10-17 record, and it is not looking good for them, as Omit's just slaughtering right now when it comes to eliminating the Houston Spartans.
Yeah, I mean, 183-36. We are on the second set of rotations. Houston Spartans has just now got themselves over that 40-point threshold. Camps, oh my gosh, 1, 2, maybe line up the 3rd. Yeah! course, why not at this point? 22-9. She's feeling it. The heat check hits it as well. 23-9. Still on a tear. And this is an absolute domination from the side of Omit. We might not even have to play the next couple of maps. 200-41. Diosa, a little bit of light in a very, very dark tunnel with the three-piece, but still, Omid around the back, trying to force out for these spawns, and there is just nothing that you can do if you're on the side of Houston Spartans.
Kel smoking out that light from Diosa, and also Camp's taking out Samika. You know, we're looking at how just they're going back and forth, but it's really just Omid being the one that's dominant in these positions off of many of these trades. And again, you know, switching to the right guns right on the side of when they're in these 1v1 positions, going for situations where they're just like you're by the corner and you're ready to go. And Camps, my goodness, they kill each other with the missile because they're just right now at that point where they're just so dominant. 204 points here as Houston Spartans at still the 65, 67 marker at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to garnish all the time that they can, but oh my god! There's nothing you can do when the kill feed continuously lights up blue. All for Omit. 22-7, 25-14, 21-12, 15-13. Every single player positive. No one for the Houston Spartans even close right now. And Omit GG is just running through you. And finally, the Houston Spartans able to find a 3 dead in the feed, but you still have to deal with Camps. 26-14, not going to be able to find anything more than that. And for the moment, for the simple second, Houston Spartans have a semblance of control.
Just a slight second there as we're seeing Bell go taking out Diosa, and it is the Houston Spartans who's going to be contesting. But now, there you go. Just as I say that, Omit being able to defend the point and continue their point climbing up.
And it's just absolute domination here. They're still winning gunfights on hill. Milks is absolutely putting people in the grave right now. You're gonna make me say some cancelable stuff, Milks. You gotta chill. This is insane. 230-92. They cannot do a thing right now. Houston Spartans are just lambs to the slaughter. It doesn't matter with the MCW, with the pistol, with the rival. This Omit squad cannot be stopped. And on land is an absolutely different beast. 238 now. They don't have quite control of this hill just yet, but with the kills to come through, there for Omid. One more player up and down. Sandy Cheeks, the last, tries to make a stand, but nothing gonna happen. 247, 248, 249, and that'll be the mark. 250-97, an absolute slaughtering on map 1.
Oh, it's so disappointing for Houston Spartans because, again, that's not a score you definitely want to achieve on your first map against the top seed of this bracket. And I mean, first and foremost, this is one of the reasons why Omit is at that 410 points and why they're literally the dominant team out of many of these qualification majors and doing so phenomenally well. Plus, with the roster that they have, I mean, it just makes sense, right? To see many of them, one of them actually reaching the 30%, 30 marker rather, for kills. It has just been insane. And we kind of also see here too that the strategy that was working so well against Pulsive Gaming for Houston Spartans is just being demolished against Omit.
Yeah, and when we have two juggernauts like this, we kind of expect to have a closer, maybe tighter game, especially in the hardpoint game modes. But, I mean, Omit just comes out and flexes the muscles, right? I mean, that was dominant from the start. I mean, I think we started off on 100-19. I mean, there was just nothing that Houston could do from the start of that game. And you got to think about the mentals right now for the Houston Spartans kind of coming in from that last series where you guys felt the gunny advantage, right? You guys felt the advantage in the slaying power. Now coming into this, you can throw that out of the window. Omit is absolutely shooting beams right now. And when they're on like this, especially in a LAN setting, there's no more excuses. This isn't online COD anymore. You are sitting across from these players and Omit is absolutely shooting.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit concerned for this next map. As we can see, it's the repeat of the map for Six Star, but this time search and destroy. And what's really interesting about that map is that we were seeing Omit really play defensive and not really like hunting down Spartans as much as we were used to seeing in the previous games or previous series, right? It was actually more of like Houston Spartans was trying to move forward, get the momentum, hunt down Omit, past their spawns, but then Omit was just ready at every single corner. And when we kind of take a look into how they've been playing today on some of these maps and modes, Houston Spartans wasn't doing too good on defensive and even offensive opportunities for search and destroy against Pulsive Gaming. It was one of the modes that they actually lost against them. So now going into something like this, I don't know. I'm a little scared for them, especially on this map.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well for them, especially like you said, heading into the game mode that was kind of their least power that they had, right? Their power came from the respawns. That's where that prowess for this team came through to win series. And now you're coming into it, you've already kind of dropped an S&D against Pulsive Gaming, and not to knock them at all, but this is Omit. You cannot come out and have that same type of performance because it will be an even quicker game. It'll be a 6-0, 6-1 type of game if they don't kind of figure things out very quickly. And then you kind of take that already into the next map, you're down 2-0, and if this is kind of a similar performance to that first map, I mean, we could be looking at a quick 3-0 series, but obviously we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Still 6-star S&D and an invasion control to play for sure, but we'd like to see this possibly get to that sub base, maybe get to that last invasion S&D if it could. But I mean, right now with the way Omit is playing, I mean, we kind of got word from, some of the people that are inside of the venue, their first series lasted under 20 minutes. So I mean, they're coming into this land looking to prove that they are the best, not only online, but the best in the women's division as a whole. And now for Omit, I think this really on their shoulders to kind of throw this series away. The Houston Spartans have got to figure something out, and they have got to figure it out quick.
Search and destroy, though, being this mode that can really test your defense and your offense. I'm curious how Omit's going to be able to handle with already Camps getting the first blood, my lord.
Oh my, I mean, just already first blood's in, but Nasty is able to take out Camps, turn things a little bit back into your favor here. You win the next gunfight as well, so now into the 2v2 as Bell evens things up onto Smika. 36 seconds left. Omit does have that bomb planted with that advantage, has to force these Houston Spartans players out, and Bell, she's made the absolute play here, but not gonna check the corner as Nasty, the third in the round, and now Kel's position has been given away, rival in hand. They are starting to chase. Has she repped the wraparound? I'm not sure if she knows that there's a player directly behind her, but she's kind of slipped through for the moment, but it will be given away, and the Houston Spartans really off the back of Nasty with the ace in round one will give them that first round and something that they desperately needed here against this Omid squadron.
If you're Houston Spartans, this is the actual good start that you want. You want to be able to ride off of this really strong start because now you kind of just said, wait a minute, we're going to be able to take down these Titans and getting the ace already. This is the mode that we can potentially play around with. And I want to see more of that from Houston Spartans, that coordinated effort, that strong follow-up between their strong players, that whoever's going to take the lead on some of these kills and definitely not fall apart when we get those first bloods out.
Yeah, and it was the early first blood from Amit that looked good for them, but Houston Spartans stayed true, played the trades, were able to even things back out in the round. Now the early hit up towards the safe side, gonna be able to find one, bang, two for Kells. No more than that, but damage has been done. 2 kills in the round, now into the 2v3. If you're on the side of the Houston Spartans and you look down, that bomb has been dropped right on top of the stairs. You have Cams already starting to hit a flank, finds damage onto both 1 and 2. Light them up, knock them down, and Omit GG right back into the spot that we're used to seeing them in and taking that round.
Really good stuff there. Again, the momentum, the fast pace. I almost felt like he didn't really let Spartans reach the site almost at all. And if so, not for very long. So more than likely, they're going to want to try to definitely up on the defense in these situations and hopefully see where they can go better on the offensive side of things.
Yeah, and you go back to that last game that we were able to cast on stream with Houston Spartans, and they had kept it very close through the early sides of that round. They got it to 2-2, and then it was 4 straight rounds from the side of Pulsive. So the start isn't really as important as I'm looking for Houston Spartans. It's potentially the end game, but wow! Run through them! 4 up and 4 down. Houston Spartans takes control and takes hold. Absolute domination in a round that had to last less than 10 seconds.
I blinked and that entire round just ended. That's how fast it was for me.
I mean, I was just in the middle of trying to get a point out, and I started noticing the action go down. I was like, I'm about to miss this round. It completely went away from us. Omit GG decides to throw bodies at the hill, and Houston Spartans ready to bat them right back. Now taking the 2-1 lead here, and the slowdown, at least for the moment, has seemingly, kind of put a damper on Omit's kind of higher gunny presence, right? They haven't been able to force a lot of these challenges as quickly as they're wanting to, and haven't been able to rely on that quick pressure. And now, though, Camps catches Nasty out on the early pressure. It's bombed down for Spartans, but it's first blood for Omit.
Yep. Now it comes down to the point where if Spartans can be able to continue, we are gonna see Camp's gonna flank up right behind Val 2 getting Diosa. Oh no!
And it just falls apart like a cheap tent in the water, and Houston Spartans, I mean, it looked good for them there. They hit the site early, they got that bomb plant down, but it's just the first gunfight that doesn't go their way off towards that wood side, gives the numbers advantage towards the side of Omit, and they play off of it perfectly. And one thing I'm noticing between both of these teams is these have been very clean-cut rounds, mostly the winning team surviving with 3-4 players at some point still alive here at the ends of these rounds. So they've been very, very clean retakes and really holds towards the defensive side, and it's that same struggle that we're seeing from the Houston Spartans is where how are they going to rely on the offensive side?
I love that you highlighted that these teams have been pretty clear cut when they've gotten their wins. Not all of them, the majority of them still standing and with lives remaining, whereas the other team is just trying to clutch it out. And I think that's a big factor into how a lot of these tidings go when it comes to the rounds between the two. But we already start to see the trade here between Kels and Nasty.
The V2 scenario now. Bomb still has not been planted. Bell maybe trying to give off a sound cue, but still working her way up onto this site, but ready for it is Smika, able to take her down now, all onto Milks, finds the first, and this is exactly who had won in the 1v2 scenario, already evening things up, and now things just slow down. 48 seconds left, 1v1 scenario. Smika, she has the bomb down on the site, just has to guess the right way where Milks is going to elect to hit from, checking her angles, still 36 seconds left, feeling like an eternity right now for Smika. She might find the lineup here. On to Milks, clutches up, and Houston Spartans, a much needed round there to keep themselves here in the driver's seat.
I love that we were not only able to hold the point and control, but we were able to clutch it out against the 1v1 against Milk. Smika, a crowd favorite, and showing exactly why she's that crowd favorite. And coming down to what we were talking about earlier, now we're starting to see these teams closing out within a 2v2 situation, 1v1 situation. And it is so important that either of these teams, when they're on that offensive, secure that target, defend, and make sure they can clean up house.
Houston Spartans now back on the offensive side, electing a little bit of a slow play towards this A site, but Bomb's going to quickly make its way around towards this mid area. They've shown a lot of pressure, a lot of nades and stuns over here towards this A site, but Omit hasn't fully bitten on this fake yet. They are fully still committed to this kind of 2v2 split. You've got one over towards B side, one over towards mid, and right now for the Houston Spartans, the slowdown kind of playing not into their favor as they would like. It's kind of allowing Omit to press up this map, garner some map control here, start to clear out areas where you kind of narrow down where these Houston Spartan players have to be, and now all funneling back over towards this A side. It'll look to be potentially a late hit onto the A site, and now here's where the players go. The information from Kels is there. She spots one, spots two, and Camps will be able to take down that first one. Now you have the pressure from everybody from Omit starting to collapse on the hill. Sandy Cheeks is able to at least even things back up a little bit, but you're still a player down, and now with Sandy Cheeks being taken out, all on to Nasty, and that'll be the last one up. Omit cleans house, and it's another clean round victory from the boys in blue.
I love we're seeing back and forth here. We were really worried off of that first map with how many points it was just a deficit, that 250 to 97. But now we're really seeing Houston Spartans giving it their all. And like I mentioned, that first map, or that first round, better said, was so crucial to make sure that they can at least keep up with the back and forth. Now the question is, can they clean up as we get closer to that 6 rounds win?
Yeah, and these games just seeming like it could come down to that final round 11. Still a long way to go as we are only midway through this map number 2. Sandy Cheeks here, kind of all in her lonesome, does have some reinforcements starting to funnel up towards this A side, but it is a full-on headbutt. Omit starting to press the issue. Well, Camp's gonna be able to lock down 2. Now on the 5 spree, 1 off the cruise, but Nasty potentially with a play, but Camps shuts that down as well. 3 in the round, the follow-up from your teammates, and that's exactly what you want to see from Omit. 2 rounds in a row. Now back in the driver's seat here in this S&D, and Camps, I believe, at 11-3 right now. Absolutely on a tear. With that cruise missile secured as well, Saki could prove dividends for them late in this S&D.
100%. I also love that Omit's just staying close to each other when they either let the target go, or rather let the bomb at the target, or they're actually able to really clean out when they're going for those last kills on the attacking team or defensive team too. So they're really trying to stick together and not have 1v1 situations where I feel like they might feel weakest on this map for.
Early mid pressure here from the side of Spartans. Will elect to back out with that bomb more over towards the pool side, so we could be looking at a B hit here for the side of the Spartans. They know that there was pressure around mid, so they're trying to at least isolate out that player, but still, nothing really going for them so far as Omit now holding true here. You got Kells as well. Trying to just get into those rat positions, starting to find a way into your spawn and make things difficult. She slipped through the back too as well. They do not have information on to where she is. She could be the player that shuts this entire play down, but she hasn't spotted Smika in the water, so now things just get even more interesting here. Smika is in the water, spotted now, and it's the 3 dead in the feed that Omit seems to find time and time again. Diosa, the only player left standing here in a 1v3, might be the player that I'd pick if I wanted one in a 1v3 here from the Houston Spartans, but still never a favorable position, and I don't think she's going to even be able to read this quick corner. Yep, out and the corner kill to through. Omit now up fully 5-3-1 off of map point.
Looking good right now for the Houston Spartans. You called it too. Definitely Diosa, a strong player in some of these situations, but that's the 3v1. It's very tough to actually make some comebacks here, and especially on this map where you have these tight corners that really make it easy for anybody to sneak up on you. And the Smika death as well in the water was just not what Houston Spartans needed.
Yeah, I mean, now 5-3. I mean, and it's that start, right? It's the start of these S&Ds that's so strong for the Houston Spartans. They're able to keep it into those 2-2, 3-3 scenarios, and then once it hits that midway, it just seemingly kind of falls apart for them in the late game versions of this S&D, and it's exactly what I talked about I wanted to see heading into it. And Omit, now, ever since being down 2-3, has rattled off 3 straight rounds in a row, and it could be a 4th to end this out. As Houston Spartans now with the cruise missile being invested, Camps finds it onto Sandy Cheeks. Nasty is able to find one onto Kells to trade things out, but bomb's gonna get planted on that B site, and now everything on the Spartan shoulders.
Indeed, right now we're going to see the 1v1 between Bell, but it looks like Bell's backing off and retreating at the moment. And we're looking for an opportunity here for Nasty to approach the bomb site. Gonna try to go for the 1v1, wins it as well. So very good job there, as that's gonna even up on the lives as right now Omit 1 on the life, as well as Houston Spartans 2v1.
Yeah, but it's 14-3, but 14-4. Not gonna add any more to the total just yet. I was about to say, if there was ever a player that could do it, it would be Camps. But cruise missile gets invested. Houston Spartans does still walk away with the round, so you get that cruise missile out of the back pocket of Omit. You keep yourself alive, and now only 2 rounds needed here for the Houston Spartans to close this out.
Definitely trying to make the comeback happen. I do like that we had those clutch plays in the last round as well. Now the question is, can they keep securing it here? I feel like when we look at Omit on the defensive side, they're so strong, whereas Houston has only been able to achieve that one ace that happened earlier on.
Yeah, and it's kind of these individual plays that we're seeing from the Houston Spartans that are doing well, but it's really when they play together as a team where they're finding the most success. And it was kind of that team camaraderie that we saw from them in the first series that really kind of pushed them over the finish line in multiple different occasions. But now when you have a player like Camps, 14 and 4, gonna win on an absolute tear, you shut her down. Now 3v4 scenario, you get the bomb planted. Now with Bell though, evening things back out into a 3v3. 40 seconds left. Have to find a defuse here if you're on the side of Omit. You spotted one player going out towards Kitty Pool, and now if you're Milks, you're starting to kind of get onto where these players could be hiding. Big 1v1 coming up here. If Milks is able to win it, this could be the round. Able to win it, and that is the round. 3 dead in the feed. Omit able to walk away with it, and not only the round, that will be the man. 6-4, a great effort out of the side of the Spartans, but just not able to walk away with it in the end. The ice from Omit proves true, and that's a 2-0 series lead.
A really solid lead now that they have that 2-0 win in the series. Houston Spartans was definitely putting up a fight, but there's just something that's happening at these end of the map moments that really is costing them. And I truthfully think is that they kind of start spreading out and spreading too thin when you kind of look at how both Diosa and Nasty and Smika kind of went down. And you don't want to take those 3 players too far away, especially in modes like these, where technically, again, looking at how Omit was performing earlier on, the defensive side of things, not exactly their strongest, but with that, Omit taking both 6-star maps, which I feel like you could see that that was their comfortable maps for sure.
No, 100%. It definitely looked like Omit thriving on the 6-star there, but you head into an invasion control, which it doesn't allow you many opportunities to kind of shake up the game. It's hitting the A site first, trying to get it out of the way, going for B first, and we try to get that under our belt and play for that A site on a long game. But I mean, right now for the moment, it is all Omit all of the time. And I mean, there is nothing that you
Most definitely agree with that as well. Again, invasions going to be really crucial here for both players as well. And one thing to note here too, between both of these players is again Invasion trying to secure those sites A especially, and then sites B followed up. But looking at the bracket again to see some updates here as we have this stream here on Premier Circuit and the other one happening on E Zone as well, or COD Agent better said. We have Omid again right now facing against Houston Spartans and Unjustified GG, who is actually tied with Omid GG going into this champions with the 410 points, going up against Warhawks, who you could see there took out Outcast Scarlet with a 3-2 series. And it's just being a bloodbath at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, all of these women have come to play here at the Aurora COD Champs. And it's like you said, we've had teams being able to take some of these online majors, but this is Champs. This is the one that matters the most. This is the first LAN in 3 years. Any performance coming into today doesn't matter. It only matters what you do at Champs. And right now, Omit proving why they have been the top dog throughout the season. And now kind of heading into this one, I like what you talked about and you touched on a little bit in the bracket with Unjustified, kind of being the team that's been right there with Omit the whole time, just not quite able to get over the hump. But that's kind of the matchup that I think everybody's looking to see later in the bracket. If things go according to plan, but as we know in Call of Duty, nothing ever really goes according to plan here in this game, especially not in Modern Warfare 3. So heading into this third map could be another closeout, quick dine and dash here for the side of Omit, but the Houston Spartans still with a little bit of time to turn this series around. But Invasion Control, it's kind of what we talked about. It's a bread and butter map. Not a lot of things change very often. It's going to be up to the side of Houston Spartans to really throw something, throw the kitchen sink at these guys and really kind of change things up.
Yeah, when we last saw Houston Spartans on this map again, it was against Pulsive Gaming, and they were pretty dominant, even going as far as that information overload strategy that really helped them take the lead in certain instances as well. However, with how they've been playing against Omit and how Omit's been playing, I had to be very careful with that strategy and focus more on a group offensive effort rather than trying to, again, spread out. This is really important for these players that we were seeing them thrive in some of these situations that was more aggressive, but right now Omid has shown that they can both match aggression and match defense, and you got to be careful about that.
Absolutely, and make or break time now here for the Houston Spartans. It's do or die. You've got to win here on Invasion to extend this series at least one more map to sub base. And already gunfire ringing out early, and these players ready to go. 2 kills already coming through the side for the Houston Spartans on the 2-for-2 trade, though. Bell still here, and it's been just even Stevens here for both of these teams. No one really able to find any sort of opening just yet. Barely on here in this early Invasion game, as Milks now works round 1 onto Sandy Cheeks, and you've kind of got players spread all around this map, but finally kind of coursing themselves over towards the B side of the map. Omit GG looking for that first hit.
Indeed, right now we're just looking at that group up effort on site B as well for Omit, who's already on that second ticker, but now it's Houston Spartans who's going to try to gain some control here, but they are taking a lot of trades right now that is not in their favor as Kels takes out Sandy Cheeks.
Yeah, that's Omit with just big kills there in the feed, and already the read onto the spawn wrapper as well, so you're going to be able to lock in those first 2 ticks of presence there at the B site, and the third one surely on its way. But you still have Houston Spartans that are going to throw a couple of bodies at this hill. They don't want to let the B site just go untested here. Sandy Cheeks still there, but Camp's able to find 2, and now a big 1v1. Sandy versus Bell. Bell going to be able to win it there with the AR, and that should be the B site secured. Extra minute on the clock. 18 to 18 on those lives, though, so Omit still in a good position, but it is still anyone's game with this A site being this harder of the 2 zones.
Yep, and still those lives are remaining tied for the position right now. We're going to see here Bell taking out Sandy Cheeks, but goes down towards Diosa, and still, again, tying up on the lives as they slowly inch down. Once again, still enough time on the clock to try to go for 8 points, but it is going to be tough to go against Houston Spartans in these moments.
Oh, and Kells barely not getting the kill there, but you have your teammates just working all around this backside, finding kills, and now the Houston Spartans starting to feel the pressure here early. Diosa able to find 1, but no more than that as Nasty goes down as well. 3 dead in the feed. Shmika trying to find 1 from the backside. Camps is now on the multi-kill. Milk's gonna follow up there, and now all these players from Houston Spartans trying to track across the map, but you're just running into Kells with the iron. Shmika down as well. The progress starting to come through here on the A zone. If you're Houston Spartans, you have got to find a way to break this open. Sandy Cheeks, first one in, no respawns remaining, and only 4 lives left. There's just nothing you can do. 3-piece in, 1 life remaining, and I've seen some crazy things in Call of Duty history, but this might be the craziest. Sandy Cheeks throws her life on in, finds 1. Well, that's gotta be the round. Omit GG. Perfect on the offense to open things up here on Invasion, and if you're the Houston Spartans, that is exactly the opposite of what you were hoping to achieve here in round 1.
Yeah, what a difference between that last map mode that they started off so strong compared to this one. And mind you, they were tied up on lives as well for quite a minute. But once you see Omid gain capture of control, their strategy is group up, secure this point, make sure nothing happens, and we just saw Houston Spartan going down for the count each and every life. It is so difficult for them to actually be able to flank up and attack Omit, who once again, they're just on that group effort right now. But closing up here, it looks like they're going to be heading to Site A, and yes, they are already working on that ticker and defending.
Yeah, and just nowhere to go right now for the Houston Spartans. Already 2 dead in the feed. You do have Diosa as well as a teammate now going to try to make their way onto the A site, but it's going to be players down, and it's going to be a funnel tunnel there onto the A site. Immediately cleared off, and now with a minute left, you're going to see the rotation now here over towards the B site. Sandy Cheeks already going to open things up there for the Houston Spartans, making their way through the mid area, trying to play a couple of cutoffs. You read the spawn trap there from Camps, and now you should be able to lock down at least 1 or 2 ticks here on this B site. But Milks trying to find the Optic-like lineup, only able to be good for 1, but it's the 4-piece from Omit. The team coming through and wiping house there on the B site. Now clock starting to become a factor as this is just kills happening all around this B tank, but it's all in favor of Omit. 3 dead in the feed, and now Camps starting to work on that spawn trap. This is the worst position you can be in if you're the Spartans. Milks and Camps, whoever you like, take a chow, and you're getting sat down. Camps absolutely on a tear. Already 3 in the feed. Tries to find 1 more, but not gonna happen. And meanwhile, while you're chasing Camps around in your spawn, there is only 27 seconds left on the clock to be able to get onto one of these sites.
Yes, indeed. And right now, Houston Spartans only
Oh
having
my
that one
lord.
ticker on site B, but those lives are counting down. Only 8 lives. Have 7
Oh
right now
no.
as Smika goes down. Nasty. Sandy Cheeks 5 against the 20 that Omit have. No more respawns available for Houston Spartans as Omit heads to capture site A with, but not even, just running out the time at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they have to do. Life's not in your favor, time not in your favor, and the Houston Spartans now almost down and out on the brink of being sent to the losers bracket, and that's just the name of the game on Invasion. If you're not able to make your way up the map as a cohesive unit on the offensive side, you are not going to find any success whatsoever. You'll get put in the spawn trap, and that's exactly what happens there. Omit GG just playing everything to absolute perfection right now. As well, right now, the Houston Spartans have got to find a way back into this game, back into this series. 2-0 down in control, 2-0 down in the series. Could be one last round here to decide it.
Most definitely, and it's going to be looking dangerous, especially considering that Omit will change up the strategy very quickly, even if they see that the ticker is now on their side for side A at the moment, getting close onto the first bar and able to achieve it. As right now we have Diosa coming in, but Milk's taking out Smika in the events as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just trade battles kind of happening all around this point, but while you get that tick onto the A site, you look over to B, and it's already 3 players from the side of Omit starting to cap that site, so it's just that information overload. It's dragging Houston Spartans back and forth across the map and just really forcing them into gunfights that you would like to take. 2-for-2 trade now onto the hill, second tick of progress in onto that B site, and Camps already having a great game so far. 15-10 will get shut down there by Sandy Cheeks, and now for a second contested, 3 dead in the feed. That will stop the B site from coming through, but Kel's still here, still looking to do damage, able to find one, not the second though, and you still have players from Spartans now starting to push up into your spawn, but this A street is quite open for the taking, and Milk's now investing the cruise missile as well. 3 dead in the feed all of a sudden for Omit, and seemingly out of the fire. Houston Spartans, they just keep getting put down at every turn.
It is not looking good right now as B is going to be close to defending right now. Kel's taking out Smika in the earlier side, tries to contest, but goes down to Sandy Cheeks Milk's side.
And I mean, right now for the side of Houston Spartans, you have just got to play this defensive side over towards A. You cannot afford to take any gunfights that are going to leave you out in the open or in untradeable positions, and it's exactly what's happening right now. Just solo gunfights being taken all around the map, and they're all being lost right now from the side of the Spartans, finally working together to clear out the spawn camper, but still, pressure now onto the A site. 1 life advantage for the side of Omit. Great nade usage there at Diosa, but still pressure mounting around the hill. You deal with those 2 players, though, and you should be able to back this on up.
Yep, this is looking a little bit drastic here for Houston Spartans, who now is on the deficit of lives at the moment. That's still 1 ticker on side A as well, with 1 minute and 10 still on the clock remaining. Milk's taking out Diosa and Speaka 2-piece as well, and Camp's following up against Sandy Cheeks as we're closing in on the minute timer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all the play for still here for the Spartans. They have to get into this hill, but it's just nowhere going. You do get the kill there onto the hill, but it's like you talked about, a minute still being left on that timer is just so dire, but now coming down to almost S&D. You get 3 kills in the feed, 4v4. This is an S&D on Invasion for the game. Sandy Cheek's going to be able to take out Kells. You get yourself that man advantage. 47 seconds left now here in the round. Sandy Cheeks moving away around CDs. You're just trying to find one of these players lacking out in the open, get your team that man advantage back up, and it's exactly what Diosa is able to do. Now 2v4 for Omit. You've got to start thinking about getting to this site as well. Camps, big kill there. Bell with another bigger kill. Now into the 2v2. You can't throw this away if you're the Spartans. Now with the information, Bell finds one. You know that you know where the other one's going to be coming from. Shots a little shaky, and now Nasty able to take out Camps. It's the 1v2. Bell, chow out. Oh, and the timing just gets the better of her. Houston Spartans able to come away and keep this series alive just a second bit longer.
It is so disheartening for Bell there. Had the right read for a couple of seconds, but then remembered that there was that second player on the other side and had to double check that they weren't closing in on the advantage. But again, still caught in a 2v1 situation was going to be very dangerous and unfortunate. But remember, this is Omid. They're up right now 2-1, and it could be changing their strategy as we speak. The glory of being able to be offline is definitely letting your teammates know, hey, relax. It's all good. We're coming back.
Yeah, and I mean, right now as well, I mean, you get away with a defensive round, but those are the rounds that you should be winning if you're on the side of the Houston Spartans. Now it's all about if you can get that offensive round win that has evaded you up until this point. This is a great start, though. Kills all around the map for the side of the Spartans and able to lock this down, but Camps throws her body into the hill and cleans up 2 right off. And that's exactly where you kind of talk about where Omit is just able to beat so many teams and this single playmaking ability from each one of these players.
KD Cheeks though up on the board at the moment, and we're looking at some KDs at the moment, and Milks and Nasty here kind of tied on the same side for kills, 14 and 14 right now. So both of them playing really solid and being a lead in their team for kills. But we're gonna see Bell take out Nasty and Sandy Cheeks for this time around.
Yeah, and now it's still going to be Omit just kind of locking down these sites, and Houston Spartans kind of getting put into the same position that they did before, but they just can't make their way up this B Street side, and 33 seconds left. You've got to find a way to stop this clock, to extend this game just a little bit longer. They found a couple of kills, but Kells just trades 2 right back out. Milks finds the 3rd, and now there's only 1 player left alive here, doing everything she can, but Bell slides right in, fisticuffs out, get the kill, and now still for the Houston Spartans, you're able to throw a couple of bodies towards this hill, but the time just ticking away, 12 seconds to get onto this hill. They've stopped it, at least for now, at 11 seconds, 14 playing 12 on the life advantage. Every single player on the point right now for the Spartans. They have got the capture, but they are all 4 down.
Yeah, right now, Site A of time coming back here for the minute. Fully now on the minute at the moment, as it's up to Omid to try to at least secure Site A or eliminate all of these lives here, with Houston Spartans now on the 5th life. Only 1 life remaining for a spawn. No respawns remaining at the moment. 3 right now away to be able to go against Omid. It is going to be looking really dire here for Houston Spartans, who's losing out the momentum. 2 now lives remain.
Oh, and you just got Kells to end it off in your spawn. Utter domination, absolute perfection. Omit GG never looked in trouble at any point in the series, and it is another perfect 3-0 on the day for them, their 2nd on the day.
Beautiful stuff there as well. Looking super solid here from Omit, getting that 3-0 in the series that they were looking for. Whew, I've got to tell you, Matt, I was definitely blown away by them.
No, absolutely. I mean, Omit has looked dominant at every single turn. They have never looked out of place, and they just continuously, time and time again, just dominate these teams, right? I mean, Omit just seemingly unbeatable at times, and they've already had a quick series today. They put another 3-0 on the board against no slouches in the Houston Spartans. This was kind of a juggernaut game that I think everyone was wanting to tune in and watch, and Omit just absolutely handles all of the pressure, does everything right. And I mean, Saki, I don't know if at any point you saw anything, but I don't think there was anything Houston Spartans could have done. Omit just looked that dominant.
No, I agree there with you. I mean, Omit was like, we can't get the site, we'll get the kills at the very least. And that was 2 rounds like that, where it just came so close and so much so based on those lives eliminated. Houston had that 1 round, but it was more of like, could they be able to repeat that over and over to at least do a sweep? And it was just difficult to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And Omit moving on into that winner's finals. Houston Spartans drops down into the loser's bracket, and we'll have more action coming up for you. But we've actually got a quick little video here from the Premier Circuit, a little announcement, a little teaser for you here, what's later to come here coming into Black Ops 6. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Aurora Women's COD Championships here in Philadelphia. My name is the Map Man, and alongside me, get the bag, Mark. How are we feeling today? We've gotten a lot of people here for their kind of first COD kind of cast. How are you feeling stepping into the booth for a little COD action?
Dude, Matt, I'm so very hyped to be back to my roots. I was explaining to you that I kind of grew up watching COD, but I've been casting Counter-Strike, so this has been cool for me to kind of watch the women's scene here. I've seen a lot of COD throughout the day today, and man, I mean, I'm really excited to kind of step in on a very exciting point in the day, kind of pick it up here in the losers bracket. But Matt, I've been watching you cast. You've been sounding great, so I'm very excited to be joining you.
Yeah, man. I mean, this should be an absolute banger here. I mean, we're already taking a look at the maps and stuff, but I mean, hopping into this one, it's actually talked about our first women's COD LAN here since Cold War, so never a better time to be back. And hopping right out on a Rio hardpoint is no better map to get you firing off quick. And then a Karachi S&D followed by an Invasion Control. And if we get there, a Vista hardpoint and Invasion S&D. But we haven't made it quite to that map 5. We've seen a couple of 3-1s today here on the stream. But this should be an interesting one to see here coming into this losers bracket.
Absolutely should. I mean, you're talking about that map 5 here, kind of when you're fighting through and your life is on the line here. You were talking about it before, obviously, with there not being a LAN in the women's COD scene for a very long time, 3 years. Like, when you're down here in the lower bracket, I gotta say that you gotta pull out all the stops here. Man, I'm here for that map 5. I'm here for that round 11. I want to see it go all the way. It's been a very exciting Saturday already, but I know it can get a lot better.
Yeah, and we've got 6 Fs already taken on Pulsive in A. Both of these teams kind of came out with a little bit of hot starts, but now kind of dropped now into the losers bracket. We've seen Pulsive be really successful in that S&D mode, which I know you're very excited to get to. But starting out on this hard point and really trying to get out on the right foot is of utmost importance for both of these teams. But I think, if you had to put a pick 'em on it, I think you could see this one, as we talked about, going all the way to that map 5. Both of these teams pretty well even, and the winner going to have to take on the Philadelphia hometown Warhawks here in that losers round if they are able to advance. So, I mean, Mark, heading into this one, I think another kind of toss-up and where we're going to start figuring out which teams are really poised to go the distance here in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're kind of just, hinting at the beginning of the series here. We obviously pick up on that hard point, and some of the respawns that I've seen today, kind of other than the omit game, were just so close, neck and neck. And so, like, kind of picking up here in the losers bracket, like I was talking about, like, I gotta say that it's got to be quite a start here, picking off specifically where we kind of get in the vetoes here with the maps. We got a great pool here, Matt. So kind of changing it up from what we saw earlier. I know we saw a couple invasions kind of picking that up here towards the backside of the series with control, and then an invasion S&D with some of the COD that I have seen in those kind of map 5s. Heck, even the regular second map that you have for S&D. Invasion is always one of my favorites to see, but specifically coming up here at the end of the series is like the cherry on top.
Absolutely. And I think with Invasion Control as well, it's kind of the mainstay throughout at least the series that we've had on the stream today. But that Rio Hardpoint and Karachi S&D kind of shaking up things from the normal 6-star Vista point. A lot of teams that we've seen coming into this kind of just electing to headbutt. Rio, not really any different on that headbutt map, but I'm excited to see the Karachi S&D kind of come into play. And I think between both of these teams, it's like you said, we've seen a lot of respawns be very close, tightly contested outside of the juggernauts in omit. So coming into this one, I think those S&D game modes are really going to be those make or break scenarios for you that if you're able to steal those away, you could find yourself on the better end of a series. But now heading in, Rio Hardpoint map number 1, and it doesn't get any better than this. We're actually having a little bit of trouble down there at the venue getting these players ready to start. So we're just going to take a quick minute and talk about the rest of the series. But, talking about, look at the bracket here as well. If we go ahead and toss that back up, I think there's a lot of teams that could be poised to make a deep bracket run. Obviously, Omit, they're the top dogs. They're the juggernauts. They're who you have to pick. But, I mean, looking at this, who do you see from the losers bracket that could potentially make a run?
Well, obviously, I don't mean to look too farther forward in that losers bracket, but the Philadelphia Warhawks here, whoever is going to be mixing up against them, it is going to be the winner of the series that you are about to see in front of you. But the Outcast joining us here in the losers bracket, obviously in the first round, you're going to have to kind of take that through. But a 3-0 to kind of start off that run is always going to be hot to trot. And I got to say that you always kind of fear that one team that's getting on that blaze sort of path through the lower bracket. They're they're always going to be what's to fear if that, sentence is really going to reign true, if they really are going to live up to that run.
And I think the Houston Spartans could potentially be another one that you have to look at as well. I mean, just kind of getting the tough luck of the draw, having to face Omit in that round
Definitely.
2. A little bit of a tough game for them. That tough start in that map 1 started to pick things up in the S&D and just not really able to do anything too well to where in the respawn game modes. But I think you got to be looking to Houston Spartans as a team that could potentially go deep in this losers bracket. But I mean, really anybody here at this landmark, it could be an absolute toss-up between these teams.
It really can. And I mean, that's why COD is some of the best esports out there, right? It's going to be so unpredictable, kind of getting down here. I mean, that's what I was kind of going back today before. The respawns have just been absolutely ridiculous, so neck and neck. So kind of going out to that goes anybody's way. I mean, it really can literally just be about anybody's ball game. But here, when things are getting real, you're back on land, right? We were just kind of watching the Olympics, right? You train 4 years, you go to this event, you can, maybe have one bad map that kind of leads to a snowball, and maybe you're out through that series. So you kind of got to take this thing one step at a time right here at the beginning of this game. I know that these respawns get super hectic, but sometimes you got to kind of pedal the ball back to you and kind of just take it one stride at a time, one spawn at a time, and kind of get it back to you. But I'm really excited to see this on a Rio hardpoint. I really feel like I'm getting in good here. Very lucky to start it off with here, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a fast-paced, high-action map here for our first one. And heading into a Karachi S&D, that as well kind of provides those subs to get a little bit lost on the map. And I think, especially here in these early 2 maps, that's what we're going to be looking to is the sub pressure from both these teams, which SMGs are going to be able to hit those right routes and really be able to cause some chaos for their team there on the maps. But heading into this one as well, we talked about it. This is loser's bracket. I mean, this is make or break. This is no more cushion. If you lose this game, you are out of the tournament. You win and you move on, the name of the game. And Mark, I mean, before we head into this one, any last second predictions that you want to throw to the wall and see what sticks?
Man, I just gotta wonder, who exactly in the LAN center is yelling? Who's talking that smack? Because when I think of COD lands, I mean, we joke, but it literally is that mental edge when you're coming out here to LAN, right? You're playing in your bedroom, wherever you are. You got to see who's coming on top. So when you come in here, you've already seen kind of Pulsive push down here through that lower bracket. They got one against the Houston Spartans. I want to see him come out hot here and take this Rio hardpoint.
I mean, I think whatever team is able to come out on this map 1, have the better performance, and really kind of start their losers bracket run early, going to be very poised to win this series. And especially, you talk about a Rio hardpoint that can mean so much for you, that you can either be in the game at one point, the next hill you're 60 seconds down. It at any point can get flipped on its head, and we'll have to see who's able to control these spawns more. Pulsive Gaming and 6F Serenity already getting it kicked off here, and an early start as Amethyst going to be able to pick up that first blood, as 6F Serenity looking good to open up these first engagements.
And I heard a lot about Andromeda. Unfortunately, she's kind of whopped off of here in this first spawn, but you're hopping straight onto this. Serenity going to be just trying to contest this. They've gotten up to just 20 for it, but this entrance back, Pulsive, they've got to stab back at this. So with these shots right down, that's going to be a huge pickup by K, but traded out.
Yeah, and now the pressure from Pulsive Gaming can start to amount on this hill. Diablo, the only one left, and will be dealt with. So now it's going to be the rotation game. You see everyone from Pulsive Gaming starting to hit onto their P2 rotations. It's just been a mixing back and forth contested P1. But now as we work over onto P2, that's where the gunfights and the rotations are going to start to ensue.
Oh, right in there, Grill. Oh. Just going to be those shots down, but as that ticks, you're going to have this new hill pop, and just going to be collecting this is K over on Pulsive. So you got to line in those rotations. You got to net those spawns back. And as Serenity fights through, that's going to be a great 2-piece picked up. So Serenity does have some frags after all.
Yeah, and you're going to be able to set up kind of an artificial pinch here. 1 from the back, 2 from the front, and that'll be able to garner you those backside spawns here for this P2 as well. Still 38 seconds left to work with. A lot of time to do damage. Sunday on to LT. Will try to open up this kills here as Hazy follows up with another. He will get traded out by Amethyst off the rotation, but it could still be pressure here for Pulsive Gaming to try to find a little bit of time still here on this P2. But you have Zinni starting to find her way now onto the hill as well. With 18 seconds left, Mark, it does look like it's going to be the cut and scrap rotation here for the side of Pulse Gaming.
sort of getting into that scrap time, just like you said, picking up that last little 15 to 20 seconds on the end of those hills will start to add up as this time does kind of tick through and those rotations do get down, excuse me. So Pulsive, they get in with another netted spawn. They get onto that hill first. So it's going to be Serenity to try and retake this first, but they try and kind of pedal it slow here first.
Yeah, and it's going to be kills, though, coming from each kill from the backside of Pulsive Gaming. Able to lock down into this P3, but you have to watch out for LT and other players around through the backside. LT starting to get mixy with that rival, but it's Andromeda and K, the two main slayers of this Pulsive side that we have seen time and time again, and doing a really good job at locking these back spawns down and making sure that they are on this hilltop.
Cage is doing a great job staying alive back here, but Hazy, look at this timing, and actually just springing into action is Serenity. They get on the end of this hill. Deja vu right to 30 seconds back, Matt. You don't have to look right back too far, but actually breaking that. You're getting a little bit hectic here at the end of that 10 seconds. I don't think anybody is going to really want to touch that here, kind of slaying around. You got to get those rotations in, but Diablo gets that last couple of seconds here. Serenity just barely holding on to the 10-second lead.
Yeah, and Serenity getting that back spawn, so they're able to have at least a little bit of a flank in, but Pulsive Gaming just shuts it down. The 3-for-1 trade fully in their favor, and Serenity now starting to find their way, trying to find their way around the backside. You gotta get through Hazy, though, first. That's the first one down. Hazy, a little bit of a rat spot, not able to find any more than that, as Amethyst and Zinni around through the back, only able to find two. Sunday still here, 1v1, not able to win it. You still have K kicking and screaming, trying to find a kill, but it will be Serenity that has found their way in, and only for the moment, will be able to garner some time.
Cage is trying to stay alive, but LT just going to clear out that position. The team kill does come through, but still Serenity going to be able to pick up the end of this hill yet again. Pulsive, the reason they've had the better rotations likely is because they've been forced off of these hills time and time again. So this is how this goes neck and neck, and Sunday just trying to take a big chokehold here at this point.
87 to 88, heading into this last P5 here on our first set of rotations. K trying to do the work through the mid area, locking down these hills, and going to be able to at least find a couple of kills here. Just playing her life to perfection right here. Trade does come through as well, but it will be Serenity on the hill for the moment. Hazy, though, right back in as a 2 dead for the side of Pulsive Gaming. Make it 3, make it 4, running through this Serenity squad as Pulsive Gaming cleans house. Now you've got 30 seconds left to work with as well, and Andromeda just running through your back line, finds 2, now just sliding around trying to play her life, but the damage has been done. Teammates collect up those scrap kills and that scrap time. This is huge for Pulsive Gaming as they take a strong lead now, heading back into P1.
Whoa, what is this entry up the ladder? But calm down. This is the first time sort of in the middle point of this hill timer that you've seen Pulsive kind of just slay every Serenity member off of the board. Look at that. Ooh. That's the Andromeda you know and love. Just continuing domination here, continuing with their 13th kill.
I mean, and just getting lost on the map, right? Just making it so hard to read. And meanwhile, the rest of Pulsive Gaming has just been garnering all of this hill time, really from P5 to P1. They have not missed a second. And you can see it in the lead right now as Diablo just has to throw her life on board. And it's another 3 dead in the feed. Amethyst, the last one up. You're just shooting at stair glitches right now. Now the placer starting to amount from all sides here as Pulsive Gaming has broken this hard point wide open.
This is at that point that you need to just take a deep breath, but it can't be a long one here. You got to interject in this hill while you still have the time. We talked about Serenity getting the end of these hills, and now they are just going to try and contest at the end point of this. But again, Pulsive, they just clear house, trying to maintain their domination here. But it's COD just right here in the face, taken down.
Now Sunday on the 5 spree as well, 1 off the cruise missile. You've got the P2 spawns locked in as well, and it has just been constantly chain hill after chain hill, really from P5 on mark. And I mean, it's utter domination, nothing that Serenity can do to really find their way into these positions.
LT, a little bit of a flank and be picking up K. That's usually one of their anchor players, and 3 players for Serenity kind of slayed off the board. Amethyst is going to have to stay alive and try and garner in, but Hazy, a great headshot.
And already, I mean, 33 seconds left on this hill still to work with. I mean, Pulsive Gaming could put themselves well over this 200-point threshold. You're just trying to find a way in. LT able to find one. The second, though, a little bit harder to find around this hot dog stand. Finally able to clear it out, but only 19 seconds left of hill time. And I mean, Mark, at one point, this was a 90-90 game, and all of a sudden you look up 193 to 106. And right now, Serenity fully on the back foot and needs something to get themselves back into this map.
You need Amethyst. You need LT. One of these players to just catch fire in the way Andromeda did. Even just having this initial pickup onto this hill is going to be a good start for it if you can't get the slang around. Amethyst just picking up Hazy, so they are going to be digging in quite easy here at the start of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's much needed hill time for the side of Serenity right now, down by a big margin, but a lot of time here garnered so far off this P3, and a lot more to go if they're able to win the gunfights. LT, first one to come up, it's going to be Amethyst and Zitty, able to take out two, but Sunday able to trade one right back out. Still, a little bit of confusion on this kill feed, but Serenity is able to lock it down. 3-for-1 trade. Andromeda is still here, but I'm not sure if she's going to expect the quick chow out. Doesn't matter. Body shots to follow. Andromeda letting them know here at the LAN.
Just insane with the movement there, and absolutely right. A Lanimal right now is Andromeda at 19 frags. She has been absolutely dominating here on Rio Hardpoint, but just trying to break into the end, clearing out a couple of frags. Here's going to try to be this big money hill for Pulsive to try and put this game away.
Yeah, and Diablo still here around the backside, looking to cause a little bit of damage here. Nade is in, but stuck between a rock and multiple Pulsive Gaming players. Now 1-for-1 trades on the hill, but for the moment, Serenity able to throw a couple of bodies in and start garnering some time. And remember, this lead is just kind of dwellished and dwellished little by little. And now for Serenity, trying to find their way onto the hill, will be 3 dead. Diablo finds one trade, but still the only one left alive and the last one to fall, as Hazy now on the 5 street looking for the cruise missile. Nades and stuns on over, but this time has just been so important for Pulsive Gaming, as now Hazy, cruise missile in the back pocket secured. Andromeda already working on your next rotations. Has been perfect P4 from Pulsive Gaming.
Oh, and Andromeda, another flashy one, continuing on, and K was not letting anybody pass, still collecting the scrap at the end of that hill. Now within a 15-second start to the end of this game. Luckily, Serenity, they're going to be netting the beginning of this hill. Got to get much needed time at the beginning of this, but you need the frags to come alongside it. And as Andromeda carries on, they do get a double, though, with LT and Diablo.
Yeah, and that's going to be the double that they really needed to try to lock down this hill, but now with Pulsive Gaming throwing themselves right back into it, you've got to deal with the pressure. Sunday, now Nades and Stuns being thrown her way. Good utility usage there from the side of Serenity, able to butt back right into this hill, but with only 9 seconds left needed for the side of Pulsive Gaming, it is 1-4 down away from this game being over. Trophy systems down on hill. Here comes the push. In for 1, in for 2. LT, the last one up, last one to fall. Now Hazy on this point. You only need 8 seconds left. Here comes Serenity, one last push, but you're being cut down by Sunday. 3 seconds left. I don't think anyone's going to be able to touch the hill, and Pulsive Gaming edges out a close map 1 victory after a dominant start and takes a 1-0 lead to the series.
That was red hot on the site. LT did everything they could there when Alone picks up a 2-piece, but I mean, with that last sort of retake into the hill, you needed like 8 seconds, and it was just too little too late for Serenity. And I gotta say that it was their Slayers that just kind of stepped up. There was a switch that was flipped at some point in that game, Matt, where you see it kind of reflect with the hill time. They take like a 45-second lead when the frags just come out. Man, I'm really happy I just got to see that initial performance from Andromeda, because I would be afraid going forward if I was Serenity.
I mean, absolutely. Andromeda's been one of those players that we've been kind of touching on all day long as one of the premier slayers for this Pulsive squad, and showing it to you there again. I mean, so many kills that she walks away with that you're just looking at how she got the kill. And I mean, it's a lot of those positionings where, you know, as a player on the other side, I mean, you're just getting kind of put down in the ground like that. It can be demoralizing to the mental. And we talk about how strong your mental has to be for a game like Call of Duty, how fast paced, how quickly things can change. And we talked about it going into that Rio. Rio's one of those games where you can look up and it's a tied game, and then you can look back up at the scoreboard a minute later and you're up or down by over 100 points. And it's exactly what happened with Pulsive right there. Talked about it. It was close in the beginning of that, but once the slaying starts to come through, just no match to be had. And now heading into a Karachi S&D where you like to see the subs get active, and I think we're all going to be wondering how Andromeda is going to perform here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, expectations are going to be high. At the beginning of that game, Matt, we pointed out so many times how the rotations were the big part for Pulsive that they were kind of coming in through. They always had those spawns kind of lined up with K being a very good anchor there on the rifle. There were so many rotations that they were even losing at the beginning of those hills, but it eventually kind of caught up to them. And once the, fragging sort of did, it was kind of lights out from there. That was a great map one for them and definitely a message sent in that land center for sure.
No, 100%. I think it's exactly what you talked about. That extra gear is like once they hit it, I mean, they just cannot be stopped. And we saw success from Pulsive Gaming earlier in their series against the Houston Spartans. It wasn't like they just got wiped off the map. The respawns just kind of got away from them towards the end when it got a little more chaotic. But that one right there, living and thriving in that chaos, letting your subs get a little lost on the map and starting to become kind of those thorns in the side is really what you like to see from this team. And heading into S&D, which we've already seen is kind of their best game mode heading into
Yeah.
this. For me, I mean, this is their S&D to lose.
Yeah, and when you kind of present it like that, if there's any point in practice that you kind of came up with on the other side for Serenity when you're running these S&D scrims, if it's a little bit of a soft point for you, you got to just pull out whatever it is that works for you here. I've heard a lot about this Karachi S&D, Matt, and I know that it can be an exciting one, but going up against such a good S&D team, there's not really very many cards that you're really going to be able to pull out here besides the complete upset one. You got to just pull this carpet out from under them straight up here at the beginning of this game. A hot start can go a long way, kind of as we saw there at the beginning of Rio Hardpoint. So it really comes down to the second map. If it is a 2-0 lead, it's going to be an interesting invasion control that I'm worried might slip to a 3-0, but we got a lot of COD to watch before we get to that point, Matt.
No, absolutely. And I mean, with the Karachi S&D on this horizon as well as an invasion control guaranteed, you look at one of these two maps where it's really Serenity can kind of make that play. And for me, it's invasion control. I think invasion and heading into that Vista to kind of turn things around, build off of that hot start that you had in the hard point. But this S&D, I mean, the way that Pulsa was able to just shut down the Houston Spartans 4 rounds in a row after the 2-2 split to start, I mean, it just shows me kind of the prowess and the mental regain that this team has, especially in the S&D game mode. It's going to be hard for me to really pick against them here in this one, especially because if you take a look on the Pulsa side and we talk about what Andromeda has been able to do, I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. And I mean, we talked about her a lot in the respawn, but even in the S&D, I mean, just her ability to get lost on the map to where the other team just cannot place her, cannot get a good call out on where she is. And especially on a map like Karachi where information is so important. I mean, this could be a game where Pulsive just is able to run around on the map.
It really is going to be one where kind of depending on kind of as you said, the maybe things that are kind of lost in the communications, maybe you slip through, nothing gets found at all, and then all of a sudden you're down by a man. It's those little plays that can kind of get worked up. That was maybe what I was referring to earlier. When you got to just pull out something that's going to kind of just stun this great S&D squad and kind of just change the pace up on them. When let's face it, I mean, they probably are going to be going into this game considering the confidence they've had in previous results, how they just kind of dealt you out at the end of map one. They're going to be feeling good going into this S&D. So if there's something you can kind of work back there to kind of throw that uppercut back here at the beginning of this game, if it's just one opening play, Matt, it can get the ball rolling straight up from there. It can just get one round here, a little bit of a nice start out from under him, and these S&Ds can kind of flip-flop any sort of direction that you would like to see. But it looks like we're going to be heading into Karachi here any moment.
Yeah, and I mean, nice map fly through here to get a little bit of the taste of what we're about to see here on Karachi. But I mean, final thoughts heading into this one. It's like you said, gonna have to throw everything plus the kitchen sink here at this Pulsive squad. Who, I mean, we talked about it before. It was just the respawns that they needed to clean up because the S&D was looking phenomenal. The respawn looked good for them there on that first Rio, and they're looking to just keep the snowball chain action, the momentum flowing, heading right here into S&D. Serenity, Pulsive Gaming, map number 2. Here we go, S&D. It's got to be everybody's favorite game mode, right?
definitely is one of mine. Oh, right here at the beginning of the round, straight up getting into it. No time wasted map. Sunday is going to be pushed back up, trying to reposition here. You got to just sneak around. Can she catch them in the back? That's a kill onto LT.
Oh, and it's a perfect play, now allowing your teammates to come through the reinforcements, gunning everyone down, and Pulsive in a perfectly responding to the early B hit. It was great pressure, you loved the play, but it's Andromeda sneaking around the backside, just being a menace inside that red area that just allows her teammates to come in, play those reinforcement kills, and you get a nice defensive win on the board, and you just keep that ball rolling early, Mark.
Certainly so. I respect the attempt by Serenity, though. They hit him with it straight up. They had a rush kind of teed up there right through the end of the hall. But honestly, I mean, Pulsive kind of being as active as Slayers that they were sort of towards the end of that hard point is boding well for them here, as not much time has passed here. Shots down. LT puts a little bit of pressure onto Hazy, but straight up in their faces. There's going to be Andromeda. That's a big name removed and still putting down shots through this middle lane.
For LT7, able to find that one on to Sunday. Now gives them the 2-man advantage here in this round, one that Serenity absolutely cannot throw away. 4v2, K still playing in this top bed area. You get the information, but as well give your position away. Quick chow out, K now damaged, gonna have to back up. And now if you're Pulsive Gaming, your players are just kind of stuck back in this back junk area. Everyone trying to converge on this position from Serenity here, holding their lines, holding their angles. And for the moment, Mark, I mean, this is just looking like a tough position for the side of Pulsive.
This is what Serenity needs so bad. A little bit of an advantage and a way to carry themselves out, but shots down, and that's not going to be a way to finish the kill. However, LT is not finished dominating in this round, picks up a third for their own efforts, and so there it is, tied up at 1-1 here.
And I mean, through a lot of these S&Ds, I will say the thing we've seen so far is very close throughout the first half, right? We're seeing a lot of 2-2s, a lot of 3-3 scenarios starting to happen throughout the half of the S&D. But once it gets to the second half, we've seen teams start to kind of turn on that extra gear I know you love to mention. And so I think that's going to be kind of the start. It's the same thing that I said with the Houston Spartans in the last match. I know that the start is going to be well for them, but how are they going to play in the later half of these S&Ds when it starts to get a little tougher, when the score lines are 3-3, 3-4, you need a round. That's where we're going to really see what Serenity's made out of.
Serenity back on that offense. A lot of this has been dealt through the start at this round, but there's Andromeda, unfortunately, similarly to how we started off this map entirely. The first blood kind of removed there. An unfortunate look here, but K followed up. What is this? At least a kill back, and LT7 goes down in that mix by Hazy.
And 2 kills from Pulsive. Like you said, evens things up right back into a 2v2. You talk about the early parts of this round, just back and forth action between these teams. And this is here in this top third area. Shots into Sunday, but not able to find the kill, and still leaves you into that 2v2. Not a lot of information onto either of these players. Both kind of split up, watching each site right now. It's going to be on to Serenity to just make that decisive decision to hit one site, try to find the kill, play your numbers game. But 27 seconds left on the clock, Mark. Things starting to get away from you, and Diablo gets shut down in the mid area, and that almost surely secures the round for Pulsive.
20 seconds left. Time for Amethyst to step up in the 1v2. Player to their left side, but a little bit of an audio cue here. Information collected, just giving them the space that rightfully they deserve. Amethyst giving it a go. 5 seconds left, and now within distance. Amethyst just got to run this down. Sunday around the corner, not within reach. Just going to be told to take a seat at the end, but they're both alive. Stared down range. Regardless, it's going to be Pulsive getting that second on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you know she has to plant there in that scenario. I mean, honestly, after she gets the first kill there in the mid area, I mean, I wouldn't have even chowed. There's only 8 seconds left. You know she's not going to be able to recollect that bomb and get it to a site. A little bit of a gutsy play from the side of Pulsive, but like you said, it ends in them both being alive, ends in the round for Pulsive, and that's a 2-1 lead here in this S&D. Trying to build upon that Rio hardpoint, already a 1-0 series lead, and when you go down 2-0, that is not what you want to see against a team like Pulsive.
Ooh, a little bit of pressure onto Diablo, but standing up. They had that little bit of info onto her position, but straight up a Pulsive play over here. A little bit of shots around the car. They actually end up going down for that. Diablo, unluckily, out of the mix. A lot of pressure onto Andromeda, as per usual.
Yeah, and now, it's like you said, LT7, that's a big kill for Serenity to at least even the numbers game back up into a 3v3. 50 seconds left here to go in the round. LT7 just trying to peek that bomb, but K, a huge kill now to even things up, give Pulsive that man advantage. Andromeda now around, just trying to be a rat, just trying to be a menace. And you look at this, it's just so hard right now. You don't know where Andromeda has gone, and you know if you're on the side of Serenity that there's somebody running along your back line. Sunday now has the bomb in hand. Zinni gets dropped, and who else but Andromeda to make the hero play and give her team what should be a round, and you might as well pick up another kill while you're at it.
All right. I don't know that a hot start justifies this right now, Matt. Andromeda continuing on, and clearly what my favorite part of her game is how quick the movement actually gets down. Andromeda, you can never exactly place her because she is rotated, because she is in your back line. Here, just absolutely a thorn in the side. 4-2 to start off this 3-1 start for Pulsive. All right, we'll take that.
I mean, it was just what we talked about too, is those subs being able to get lost on the map, and that's exactly what she does there. She gets so much attention towards the back line after finding that first kill. She just happens to be able to pick up every other single kill because the gun skill is just that good, and already working on another first blood, the first blood machine. And look at this, you talk about how to keep track of her. I mean, she just got a kill top third, and now she's down below in Coop. You do get her finally out of your back line, but already time has been wasted. Now you have the information onto both these players, and K, the anchor that is for Pulsive Gaming, laying in wait and absolutely zaps LT in the back. Zinni, last one up, may be the last one to fall. Tags are in, damage is done, and so is the round. Pulsive Gaming, S&D prowess on display, and Andromeda just running around Karachi.
And I gotta know. I gotta know that they are definitely letting them know in the LAN center. They're the block in Philly. I gotta say that this is a repulsive start. This is absolutely disgusting. 4-1 is kind of irrecoverable. You go into a control after this, and if you can't even get the fragging going, I'm very afraid for this in the lower bracket. It could be a quick 3-0.
No, it could absolutely be a smoke show of a 3-0, and they have to get back on this high horse right now if they want to have any chance coming into the rest of this map or potentially even the series, as Pulsive Gaming has just looked dominant at every single turn. But now, quick B plant potentially out here, rather A plant for the side of Pulsive Gaming. That'll put the pressure immediately on Serenity. They do get a kill to give them the numbers advantage, but that pressure surely on the side of 6F right now.
Sunday could take a big fight here. They just back off. A big 4v3 here, and they have to track down this post plant. Zendi cutting this range down. They have a big pile right here at the end of the site, but it's Sunday that's going to have to make the difference here, holding the bomb. You're not going to be able to scrape him off, but just trying to re-enter at the end of the round. I say good luck, and Serenity gets 2.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful play from Serenity there to kind of hold off the push, find the defuse, and a perfect retake. The first player going down there in that first blood after they get the bomb planted. Now it's a 4v3 retake situation you should be able to win most of the time. And now, a little bit of life shown here, Mark, but still a 4-2 deficit. One round turns us into map point. Pulsive still fully in control, but 6F, they're looming around at the moment.
They really are. They're just scraping in back. If this can be a little bit of a turn here, they get onto the offense, and that's obviously going to be a little bit more troubling, just kind of what we've seen so far. But it doesn't mean that they can't get through. It's this opening engagement. They kind of just lean back towards this A side that you see kind of the subs dominate, and Andromeda kind of swims around like a shark, kind of waiting her chance kind of up top at Sunday with the opening kill.
Andromeda looming, top fire, just always expecting to see a kill when we're on this POV. And as you said already, things happen though around the map, as LT, who's been a huge part for 6F Serenity, is able to find that trade. this with the bomb picked up as well. Sound Q may have getting given away from Andromeda, but she's able to sneak through, finds the first one there, and really shuts almost everything down. Now you're into a 2v3 scenario. Bomb still has not found a way down. The information has been getting on both of these players, and Mark, this is not the position you want to be in, but Amethyst turns things around. A huge 2-piece. Now things for Serenity in the pocket. You find the last kill, and the 2v3 happens for Serenity, and now gets them just one round away from a tied ball game here in S&D.
Wow. I mean, just straight up right back, blink and you miss it stuff. Amethyst with a great pickup there, just getting straight up in your face, kind of through an avenue that you don't kind of call on usually. Just having to get up close quarters as an AR can't be something that's on the menu too often there. Getting dirty is going to be no problem here within 1 now or 6F.
3-4. Pulse of Gaming needs to close this out. They've just let Serenity kind of claw their way back into this S&D. You see Pulse of Gaming now starting to hit these top areas quite quickly. Andromeda looking to get active early. She hasn't spotted a player here, though. Finally able to take her out, but immediately traded out herself as well. And that's been what Serenity's been doing. They know that Andromeda is going to want to push up and get that first blood, play off the trade, turn things into a 3v3, and give yourself a chance here in these rounds.
Big position up top, but kind of just evening it up here to a 3v3 is going to be big here, considering one of the fish that have been kind of taken out of the pond is Andromeda. But K going along with Andromeda is not going to mean well for this, but Hazy put together a couple of great ones there during that first map. A little bit slow to kind of start off here at the beginning of this, but I mean, slow to start is no excuse. Shots up top, and plenty of times I feel like Hazy has taken these fights. A lot of information back, really even a couple of shots away from getting the kill, Matt. But right here with 25 seconds left, not a whole lot of clay to work with.
No, I mean, 2v3 scenario 2, you're down a person, you gotta get the bomb planted. Huge kill, but not gonna come through. Sunday gets ripped, immediately traded by Hazy, but the immediate retrade to come through, and it is 3 straight rounds for the side of 6F Serenity. And what once looked like a game that was fully out of reach is now knotted up at 4 apiece.
We've gotten to this point. We have gotten to this point, Matt. Before, when we were speaking about it, it was a storyline that I thought was kind of shoved out, right? If Serenity was going to be able to kind of reach here into this S&D, I figured it was going to be through kind of the beginning of the game here. Fighting back against Pulsive is going to be that much more impressive here on land when the nerve is really kind of shoved as far as it can go. Here in the loser's bracket, standing toe at a tie game is going to be impressive, but can you finish about as well as you brought it back?
Yeah, it's 3 straight rounds in a row. Just looking to keep the snowball effect going. LT already out towards this A site, but Sunday just tucked herself away in a nice little position, but gets absolutely beamed. Another kill possibly on the chopping block here for Zinni. Double chow comes through, but the bomb is planted. You have a man advantage of Serenity looking in the good position as for now.
A lot of work to be done back by Hazy. Zane getting plucked out of this thing at the beginning is going to be a big name, but they're right back and forth. LT7 gotta have one back for Serenity as K has removed Diablo, and Zenny on the site gonna have a good one here. K in a 1 versus 2. Not a lot of time to work with, and a lead now gonna be in the hands of Serenity.
Serenity bringing this all the way back, down 4-1, really on the back of LT7, 13-6. Here in this map number 2, and absolutely trying to drag her team to a map 2 victory. Absolutely impressive right now out of the side of Serenity, battling back now with the lead fully in their hands, 1 round away from getting us to a 1-1 series.
13-6 is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Zenny putting on a clinic here in these last couple of rounds, was the lowest fragging player. I think they literally kind of finished that hard point with 13, or a little bit kind of in that ballpark, right? Here, just picking that up in S&D on a 3 streak right now. Got to get Andromeda back into this conversation to sort of even that out. So very close, but shots up top, and that's LT7, the player we were just highlighting, manhandled at the start of this.
And that's going to be a big kill for the side of Pulse of Gaming to try to get this back to around 11. But Andromeda going down is just as big for Serenity. Both big players now out of contention. This is a 3v3 for the map. Serenity Only needs a couple of kills to get that map 2 victory. Pulsive Gaming just trying to drag themselves back into this after a 4-1 hot start. Now finding themselves on the back end of this scoreline.
And they have this bomb. They're very, very close to trying to kind of secure this towards B. Hazy now going to put in those digits, so they do set up for this, but shots up top for K, and just ducking away is kind of the right move here. Gotta duck it in here. Bomb is planted now, Matt, and so you're pushing Serenity right to around 11 if they can't retake this.
3v3. 30 seconds left on the clock, and that's going to be the first blood that they needed. Amethyst, though, onto K, and now they start to collapse onto this site. Sunday, huge kill, able to blind it, and now 21 seconds left. It's all on to Hazy. All you got to do is stop this defuse. Can you find it? Oh, a player goes right under her. She's not going to be able to extract it. They're not going to be able to find the kill, and Serenity 4 straight rounds locks this in 6-4 after being down 4-1, and you find a map 2 victory that I do not think anyone thought they were going to be able to find here in this one.
They dug deep, Matt. I don't know where this came from. You wonder yourself. I can't figure it out. Absolutely insane. What a timing there that is kind of presented and maybe catches the dropping player off guard for how wide open it is. Regardless, Amethyst was there to just put it in the bag. 1-1 is a place where we stand, headed into control, makes this series very, very interesting, Matt. But goodness me, I mean, you go and you kind of think of Pulsive's results on S&Ds. Man, this is going to be a good one kind of in their standing.
And I mean, when we talk about the losers bracket and we talk about this is where you have to show up and show out, absolutely doing so. I mean, 4-1 down, already down 1-0 in the series. I mean, Mark, Pulse had the chance to put the foot on the neck, the nail in the coffin in some aspects. Instead, we see one of the greatest comebacks we've seen here today at the Aurora Women's COD LAN. We have got a 1-1 series on our hand heading into an invasion control. Mark, I can't be more excited. We are getting a banger of a series on our hands.
We totally are. I mean, headed into an invasion control, into specific, when I was seeing the veto come out at the start of the series, that's where my eye went. That's where my eye went. I feel like I've been watching a lot of that the last couple of months when I have tuned in to see these little sprinklings in of an invasion control, something you also see come up in the S&D vetoes. So to see that, if it's pushed to a map 5 here, Matt, I don't know. You can't write it better than that, but if pushed to that point, boy, would we be in for a treat. But you got to miss the hard point before you get there. You got this invasion control that you're headed into next. And I don't know, you got to go and take a deep breath of that Philadelphia air, you know, leave the block for a couple of seconds. I know it's a nice land center, but you got to go and reset. You got to go and have that time where your mental can be changed. I know it can be so cutthroat in this COD community, but here you just got to really take this breath because it's been a long time to get here.
Yeah, and now heading into an invasion control, which is such a crucial swing map now, giving you that 2-1 lead, heading right back into a Vista hardpoint. Is this going to be the case of where we see Pulsive just a little bit stronger on the respawns, or is this going to be a situation where we can see Serenity fight back into the series?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. If we're going for the storyline here, if they want to go and swing for this second map and put them on ice, that would be a way to kind of send us up in here. Because, like, I want this map 5. I want this invasion. Excuse me. I want this invasion S&D to come here up at the end. That would be absolutely amazing. But I don't know. I mean, you've just been so consistent in the respawns for Pulsive. I mean, kind of getting back into the mix here. Like I said, man, take a deep breath, get out of the block, do whatever you need to do. They're in Philly at the LAN. This is one day. This is one day, right? That you have to play out the entire champs. And so you got to take it one step at a time, truly. And so obviously, you know, there were a lot of players here in this tournament, maybe with more experience than others that have maybe had these LAN opportunities in the past. There have been players that have come into the scene that haven't seen this female LAN in a long time, and now having this opportunity to step in, maybe you're fighting through those losers bracket and that pressure is on. I got a question here, how much pressure is actually on the line here going in for it? But with how much I highlight that, man, you just got to go up there and play COD. This is what you do. You love it. So, I mean, you go up in here. I mean, it's a control like any of them have, right? Except this one has a little bit more pressure. But, I mean, with that pressure on the line, go out there and have fun, and you should see those results.
Yeah, a little bit higher stakes here at the LAN scene, and especially in the women's COD scene. When we talked about, these women haven't gotten an opportunity to really play in a LAN setting, except for outside of a few Kells to name for one being in the challenger scene. But these women haven't really got to play that LAN setting, not since Cold War. So you have to imagine that the jitters are running a little bit high. That pressure is just a little bit stronger on your shoulders because this means so much, and especially in the losers bracket. I mean, you got to think you lose here and you're done. Serenity is obviously feeling that pressure, obviously able to kind of combat that pressure there, but coming down to this invasion control, it is anyone's game.
Would it be in any other place? Would it rather be here with anyone else, Matt? Invasion control is up next. And if you aren't excited as we are here on the desk, I would hype up. Because right here, tied up at 1-1, a big swing map. You said it yourself, into the mix. A lot lies here on the third map of this series. Headed into control, a lot on the line.
No, it's essentially almost everything to play for. And Andromeda, the first blood machine, doing it again, and already trades happening all around the map, 2 for 2. But now with Amethyst and Zinni able to combine for 2 more, you should be able to wipe off this pressure. And now back over towards the B site we go. And it's just kind of the name of the game here on Invasion Control. You hit one site, you can't get it, time to rotate on to the other, and you just go back and forth until you find something that sticks.
Okay, with a nice shot there, taking a lot of space up the lane, and Zenny has had, equally as hot of a start. Finally, that wick is going to be kind of stepped on, put out fully. Andromeda trying to get into the back lines there. B is going to have a little bit of progress at it. Kind of tied up here, neck and neck. This respawn has been about as close as we expected.
Yeah, and already back and forth game, and for the moment, though, Pulsive Gaming, they're looming around this hill, but just not able to find any of these gunfights. Finally, a couple going their way, but it's just 2v2 trades as Diabla able to find 2, and Andromeda right back onto her, right back onto the point, but traded again, and it is just pinstripe after pinstripe in the kill feed right now, and so far, Pulsive Gaming hasn't found their way quite onto this B site. You gotta find a way to get yourself an extra minute on the clock.
Amethyst up top was a big point of conversation there in that search. Picks up a good one to kind of get here in, and what a clear out like that. Diablo with a double herself, and Amethyst has got to carry this on. Kind of the line of scrimmage here past. She turns that corner. They can put those shots down, but Zenny as well, holding down some great spawns.
And you got a big 1v1 going on over towards the A site here. It will be won by the side of Serenity, so they will clear off that A site. Now the clock continues to tick. You've got to start to go if you're on the side of Pulsive Gaming. There is not a lot of time left. You cannot even find your way, like you said, past that middle line of scrimmage. Now a funnel tunnel towards the B site. Serenity still has numbers here, but you have got to get onto this point. 4 seconds remaining. A dive onto the hill. Very last second. Kill starting to come through either which way. Amethyst, body thrown, not gonna happen. One more up is LT, possibly able to do the damage, but only able to find 2. Zinni in for the last, and you're not quite able to get onto that site. Only 2 ticks of progress at that B site, 3 in total, but Serenity clutching up higher stages of that lap.
Wow. And even just so neck and neck there with those final attempts there, is that he gets a very, very kind of high in the sky one, getting with their jump shot to just net those last 3.5 seconds off the clock here. But Matt, you know what I'm doing? That note I had from map 1 for Pulsive was just taking those slaying advantages here. And we talked about it headed into that S&D. If you weren't convinced after the S&D, you better be after, as Serenity has sort of matched them to this point. That was a very, very nice start to this one. We're going to get right back into this game in a moment, but the control already starting off to a very close and hot start.
Yeah, and I think just having a little technical difficulties. I think it's actually coming from the lobby itself, but we're back into it. A little bit of mixy stuff. Hey, it's Call of Duty LAN, and it wouldn't be a Call of Duty LAN if there wasn't a little bit of issues with the game. Come on, guys. Sunday already. First one on LT7 with the trade onto Andromeda, but this is already early. A pressure here from Serenity. You got 2 players on this hill stacked up. Now big 1v1 to win. Not gonna happen. K walks away with it. You only give away 1 tick, and that first push dealt with. Now Pulse Gaming can try to work their way up the map.
They heard me running my mouth in the caster booth. That was quite the start, kind of wipe him off there. 3 dead for Serenity, but kind of just take that flashback. Andromeda, those kind of spawn outs aren't going to last forever, so still getting that inch back into the B side. There's a little bit of progress being made for this. Andromeda doing their job best, which is trying to just kind of slay out, but still having problems at the actual hill.
Yeah, just not able to quite get onto the site. And for the side of Serenity, you lock down the B side and shut Pulsive Gaming down at every single corner. Now for Pulsive Gaming, I mean, you were thinking, okay, we're back on the defensive side. Should be an easier round win for us here. But all of a sudden, Serenity has just run through you. They've already gotten 4 ticks, doubling your match from the first round. And now with only 2 ticks remaining, they are right back onto that A side.
Andromeda, a lot of these kills have come through these lanes where Sunday and now the rest of the Repulsive squad kind of just groups up. Repulsive got to get back into the mix. When Serenity have spawned out, they've already got that first capture, but now just trying to whip back. That's K taking out of a power position. Hazy back into the mix herself.
A 2-piece there for the side of Serenity, but you've got to find a way to just make sure you clear out these players trying to rush into the hill. Amethyst will be good for 1. Andromeda, though, big trade there. Diablo, it's trades all around here, but it's the second tick of progress that will come through for Serenity. K throwing her life onto the hill, not going to be able to find the kill, so it's still that solo cap pressure finally dealt with there, but with the amounting players around from Serenity, this should be hard to deal with. K now just trying to find the spawn trapper, not going to be able to do so. Diablo just gets out with her life being such a nuisance back there. Finally dealt with, but still a minute on the clock, 1 life separating these 2 teams.
Andromeda connects a beam onto Amethyst on the other side. Still a whole minute to work with in this, and Andromeda is getting right into the grill. There's LT7 going to be removed, and Andromeda is still trying to continue this on. K, of course, where else would she be except in the site, holding it down, but hold on, wait a second, and at least even spraying down on the body is Zenny. Hey, Hazy, excuse me, gets that trade back. Absolutely crazy here with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, and it's just the rush right towards the harder of the 2 sites. Hazy, oh, gonna play it perfect. Trigger discipline on display. Able to find that, but LT7 finds one across the other side of the map, and Hazy really isolated towards that back. Gonna have to make her way now back towards this A side. Gunshots coming through either which way will be dealt with. We still have players here for Pulsive Gaming. No respawns remaining. 1 last push now for the side of Serenity. They try to hit in. First kill is good. LT7, Diablo finds one as well, but Hazy around to the backside, able to deal with that. The pressure now heading towards the hill. 1v1 is won, and Sunday locks it in. It was bend, don't break. 1-1 here after 2 rounds.
Oh, good God. Matt, again, there to literally those final couple of seconds, wiped off of the board. It goes the other way, however. Again, neck and neck, we go so far in this control. And we can do this all day. We'll just keep going back and forth, switching sides now again. Let's see him give it a shot on the offense.
Both teams finding success on that defensive side. Serenity's, though, a little bit more cut and clear, right? You only give up 3 ticks total. You basically shut them down at every point. For the side of Pulsive Gaming, though, it was a little bit more difficult, starting to bend, not break, and well, that was a little weird. I was about to say, is the match going to start? I mean, they're just they're holding us up here, Mark. They don't want to see us succeed.
Right back into the action.
There we go.
Finally in. Matt, we've got our COD. Where would we be without it?
I told you, it wouldn't be a COD land without a little bit of problems, man. You know what I mean? The game just has a mind of its own at some points, but seemingly so do the just aim of some of these players. Is Sunday and Andromeda already going to be able to find 2? You have 1 player kind of lurking through your backside here. This could be the start that you needed. Diablo will be able to find that kill, but it's pressure now for the side of Pulsive Gaming here onto the A side.
A great one there for Diablo to continue this on, but Sunday in a very nice position, kind of holding that down. Oh, check your flank. That one's going to be very much a big pickup. Diablo is just a speed demon on a 3 streak right now, continuing this on. Long range shots there and a double for LT7. Serenity just fragging all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't stop them when they get into these power positions like this. And now with LT7 on the tractor, it makes this B site nigh untouchable if she's able to win these gunfights. First one up, first one down. You have LT now starting to just push these players over towards the A site. And if you're Serenity here, this could not have been a more perfect start. There has not been a single tick of progress garnered on either of the two sites. Finally now, 23 seconds of potentially able to make your way up this A street, but it has to be a collective hit, and it has to be decisive right now. There's only 16 seconds left. You have got to go. You have got to push the issue. Stuns and nades over the A side, just absolutely shutting everything down. LT7 has not left the tractor spot, and now this round is over as quickly as it started. 6F Serenity slam the door on round number 3. Now find themselves with a 2-1 lead, and most surely gonna have defense for that last round.
They better be careful, otherwise they're going to rip that thing off its hinges, Matt. That was quite a statement there. As quickly as it happens, right? Barely any interjections onto those points. We rolled into this control thinking that the fragging was going to be a point to conversate about back and forth, sort of how they are in the server. In these last 2 rounds, Serenity has made it a one-sided affair entirely.
Absolutely, and Serenity, it's just that defensive side winning championships for them right now. Pulse of Gaming just can't find any success on their offenses. Defense has gone okay. You allowed 5 ticks the last time out, but 6F Serenity, you talk about ripping the door off its hinges. They're looking to slam it back shut right now to close the door here on this map. Mark, it is do or die time for the side of Pulse of Gaming.
Putting a lot of that util up. Andromeda, look at that. A very early fight getting right up in their face. Amethyst is going to give you a little bit of your own medicine. And their long range, K has been putting down a lot of these angles here, but really keeping the team's chances alive in a very great clear that she gets now, just holding down the A side.
And back over, though, onto the B side. It's LT7 already applying that pressure there. 2 kills in the feed for the side of the 6F Serenity. Now you find a third, and all of a sudden, things are starting to fall apart here on the B side. Second tick being worked at, and you see where these players are spawning out. Absolutely nowhere near. This third tick should be able to come through quite uncontested. And now you have Zinni as well, going to be able to kind of rotate around, just find some of these players, be able to pick them off. And the B site, though, been quite collected. There you go. Get on the point. Get that in the back pocket. Extra minute collected now, Mark. You got the life advantage as well, at least by 1. And the perfect start here for Serenity on the offense.
There is a lot to be done here. LT7 going to be trying to prop themselves up here. Diablo right back to Andromeda, ducking right back between this car. Got to get this kill. It's a big one here at the end of this lane. Oh, Andromeda, we know them for their movement, but eventually that's going to be lasted out here. Something went wrong there, but Hazy picks up the 2-piece.
Yeah, able to pick up the 2-piece, 137 remaining. We'll have to see if this one still plays out. It does look like we still got all the players, so we are rocking and rolling here. Amethyst just trying to find the shots over the desk, but not able to land. 1:28 left on the clock. Pulse of Gaming doing a good job at least holding this A site down for now. 3 dead in the feed. LT, the only one left up along this A side. Couple of tags go in, still tagging almost every single player before she gets dropped, and that is absolutely perfect team play from the side of Pulsive.
It's pretty impressive how poetically this game can just be kind of served right back. Impulsive, they're going to be on the attack. They're picking up a 2-piece with Andromeda on the pistol. There turns it in back to the AR. Andromeda, in this 4th round, has flipped the switch. And I don't mean to keep saying that, but Andromeda is just absolutely ridiculous here. But Impulsive got to hang on.
Gotta hang on just for a couple more seconds. Gotta keep finding those kills. 17-10 on the life advantage, and you have these players spawning deep out towards the B side of the map. Daddy popped, ready to rock for Andromeda, but for Pulse of Gaming, they just have to hold these irons and not move a muscle. Just wait for these players to run into you, and Andromeda forcing the issue on the 5 spree, looking for the cruise missile. Now we're gonna be able to find it. 17 seconds left, continuing to run amok on this map. 13 and counting. Andromeda still counting up kills. 7 streak for her. 1 last ditch effort from LT around the backside to potentially stop the timer, but won't get there in time. And 6F Serenity, they may have secured that defensive round for the last round, but Pulsive NA keeps themselves alive.
This is absolutely unreal. With the LAN tournament you have waited 3 years for, Wit is delivering in terms of entertainment. But right here, I'm sad, Matt. One of these teams is going to be going home after the series is done. And it's just insane. It's going to be that little of a difference in this series to see who moves on. Here's switching sides again. We're still so neck and neck, but it's that little hair of a difference to see who's going to come out with this control.
2-2 in such a big swing map, such a big moment. It's been all defense so far, but can Pulsive Gaming turn this around, find an offensive round win, and secure this map number 3 to give them a 2-1 lead in the series? Or is the momentum garnered from the S&D and from the first couple of rounds of this control going to do Serenity justice? We get into it, one round to decide who's going to have a 2-1 lead here in this series.
Again, I look to Amethyst. You look to Andromeda on the other side. Who is going to have their way? Diablo up close. Oh, they're just getting timing just around right here, getting that little bit of space. LT7 is going to work back, but eventually punished, and Diablo is going to even it up.
Yeah, the 3 dead in the feed and make it the 4th to follow, and it's exactly the start that Serenity has found every single round here on defense. Just immediately implementing that spawn trap, getting these players to start just holding back in their spawn, not really able to find any way out. And you can see you have a couple players trying to work up this mid side. Oh, he's got 2. Diablo! 2 lined up, but not able to find the 3rd. And Mark, I was about to say, if she gets all of them lined up right there, that could have been GG's on the round.
I agree. I mean, when you get a lineup like that, you put a smile on my face. It's not every day that you get that opportunity. Here, a lot of contention onto B. Diablo has been a name we've said a lot, but look at how much they've stored themselves in here onto this right side. She's going to get that great frag, but as that nade goes off behind her, 25 seconds ticks off the clock. It only gets worse.
And Pulsive just trying to throw bodies, just trying to find kills, but it's not working. Everyone falling at every single turn. 3 dead in the feed, 4 dead in the feed. You gotta go. You gotta start to force the issue. Checking the A side quickly is Diablo, but now towards this mid and dark area. Slide Chow's out. Zinni not able to find the first. 2 dead. Now the 3 stack towards the B side should be able to work, and Pulsive Gaming with 4.8 seconds left has now found their way onto this B site and starting to garner some time.
Getting a lot of progress on this. Up to a 1/3 that's going to be left. And such a tight angle. Gonna get taken down. What is this flank? LT7 can define this. And even whipping out the pistol.
2 seconds, 2 seconds.
2 seconds. And Matt stopped on point 2. This still continues on. Broke right back in. And Serenity are going to win it at the tail end.
Serenity clutch up in the final seconds, able to lock down all 3 defensive rounds, now putting it together. I mean, Mark, 4-1, you take it back to just maybe 20 minutes ago. They are down 4-1 in map 2 after already losing map 1. They bring it all the way back for a 6-4 win, and now you find that 3rd map win as well, taking a 2-1 lead in this series. And if I'm on the side of Pulsive, that mental has got to be absolutely in the bin.
Yeah, I gotta say for you that I think the stunning that had to be done there on that 3rd map has, like, came across your face like a huge slap. I mean, you were uppercut then when the map 2 finished the way it did. You said it yourself, right? There's another universe in this where the series may be over for Pulsive, right? They were up 4-1. They could have came into this control and really just put down the law. But unfortunately, ruling on the other end is 6F, and they're going to bring it to this Vista hardpoint with that momentum.
Absolutely. All the momentum with 6F heading into what could be our final map of the series. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to toss it to a quick break. And when we come back, we will have Vista Hardpoint ready and rock and rolling for you here on the Premier Circuit stream.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Aurora Women's COD Championships here. We are back in the lower bracket, and I no longer have Matt joining me. I have the wonderful Saki back on stream, and we're both back here new to the COD, and we're back here about to have a great time. Saki, were you enjoying this intense series? Because I know Matt and I were. We were having quite a time. It was good that we finally got a break.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first and foremost, love to see that Pulse of NA is still in this bracket,
Oh,
trying
yeah.
to duke it out. And again, they were doing such a phenomenal job from when I was commentating earlier, and now getting to see them again against 6F Serenity in such a back and forth game, with 6F Serenity taking it up 2-1 right now in the series. I gotta say, like, give me a little bit of a recap on what I missed.
You know, it was a very fun one when you kind of come down here to the lower bracket. We're seeing how mid has been dominating up top. I believe they actually are in a very close one with Unjustified right now. So maybe I shouldn't say that, but headed into that initial hard point, right? Pulsive known for a lot of their slaying power, and they really fragged out. But it was very, very neck and neck. It was one of those that at the end of the day, Pulsive, they were getting in with the rotations early. It eventually caught up. They won out the game like that with about a 50-point advantage, if my memory does serve me correctly. But we went on to a Karachi S&D that was one that, you know, myself, Saki, I've heard a lot about this in a Search and Destroy, and I know that we were very lucky to get it here in our second map, but it was 4-1. Pulsive, known as a team that's been dominant through their Search and Destroys, but at that 4-1 state, it was 6F that then turned that thing all the way around, and they have been taking the series with both hands to that point. One out on Karachi, headed out onto Invasion, which was equally as neck and neck through that point. It was that 3-2 win that they got there, but you head onto this Vista hardpoint, and I gotta wonder if the Pulsive mental is starting to run out because 6F are starting to slay out of their minds. That's how that Invasion game started to kind of teeter over. And so now that when you're headed into this hard point, I gotta say that, you know, I really like Pulsive in the way that they were originally running this Rio hardpoint. They were doing a great job having to get through those rotations. But Saki, the reason why they were having to get on those rotations is because they were being completely shoved out of the hill.
Yes, that is something that is an interesting approach because compared to when I first saw Pulse of NA against Spartans, right? They were really close in the hardpoint maps, but it was always this aggressive approach that Spartans was coming through when going up against Pulsive. So now, kind of hearing that shows that they've kind of learned a little bit from their previous adventures and trying to go ahead and implement some of that strategy here. And I love to see that we're not only getting that cohesive team comp happening from Pulsive, but we're also seeing a little bit more aggression on that side. And with maps like Vista, you know, you do want to be a bit aggressive. One thing to note here is Pulsive super good on rotating points. And, you know, here's an update from our bracket as well currently right now. This is the lower side of the bracket, I believe, with Pulsive going ahead and facing off against 6F Serenity, which is this series right now. And previously, right before, we had the Outcast Scarlet going and moving on forward 3-0 and currently waiting to play against Night Hairs as well.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one. But whoever moves up out of that one, I gotta say that it's gonna be good luck. You know, if you're playing the Houston Spartans, I know that they were probably a little bit disappointed to be pushed down to that lower bracket. Maybe a little bit unfortunate. You had to be matched up against Amit there in the upper bracket. Whoever kind of goes up against them, sure, it's gonna be a lot of fun. As we kind of inferred before, and Justified and them are having a close one on the other stream before we do get into the end of this series, because you kind of start loading it up here, and the winner of this series is going to go up, against similarly a tough opponent moving on into the next part of that lower bracket into round 3. You got the War Eagles from Philly in their home state, in their home city, I gotta say, holding it down. And so I don't know, when they've had a little bit of time to rest between these, because Saki, it's only like 3:30 over there in Philly, you know, 2:30 for me over here. Like, we've seen a lot of series of COD already be played out here. We got one day to play out this whole event. It's going to be a hell of a grind. And so this is where a lot of experience and a lot of poise in these COD tournaments that are so cutthroat is going to show through.
Yeah, speaking of cutthroat, again, the back and forth series leads, like we talked about earlier, with Warhawks earlier, they had gone down to Outcast Scarlet in a 3-2 series situation, or rather, they went up against them, won them, but then went against Unjustified 3-0. Similar to kind of the situation with Houston Spartans, Houston Spartans losing to Omit 3-0 in such a quick fashion, and literally in the blink of an eye, that series went. And Us Justified also as well being that 3-0, to be expected, right? These are your two top seeds, but I love that we're seeing Houston Spartans and Philadelphia Warhawks showing up and definitely trying to figure out what they can do better. They proved that they can definitely contest against some of these other teams as well. The question is, do they want it just enough that they're going to make that lower side run and reach to that point? And I mean, that's the cool thing about women's COD, right? Is the competitive spirit that's within these leagues and how just fantastic and talented these players are.
Oh, most definitely. And obviously, we were talking a lot about the fact that unfortunately, this women's scene here in COD has been definitely very underserved when it comes to these LAN opportunities. So, getting the chance to come out there to Philly is one of my favorite places to go out to LAN. I was speaking with Matt earlier about how I got the opportunity to go out to Philly and see the Block LAN Center, right? This local host out there in Philadelphia during a Counter-Strike LAN that I was covering. And the place is just amazing. I mean, it's pretty much, I mean, when I think of a LAN of this size, a LAN of this importance, rather, this is where you're going to have some of the best games kind of played out. Because, hey, Sock, you know how loud these COD LANs can get. I was hearing it earlier. We were having some of that crowd noise come in on the other stream. They're really having a great time out here. Obviously, when the tensions are really, really high, it's going to be something that in the moment you're really going to put a lot of pressure on. But I got to say that, when you've waited this long to come to LAN, it's going to be a great experience. Everybody's loving the time that they're having out here. And, when the pressure is the highest, word of advice that I got when I used to play in Counter-Strike and kind of how you deal with those moments, which I don't know. I love going and playing on LAN. It's so much fun, but you kind of have to indoctor that mindset when it comes to these big moments, because you played all that COD for what, right? It's the same COD you've been playing at home. You can't really overthink it like that because you're headed in to a map 4 with your tournament life on the line, but this is what you played for. You've earned to get to this point, and this is where you got to show out.
Most definitely. I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier with Matt when I was casting with him. As a fighting game commentator, coming into the COD scene is quite a different vibe, just completely right off the bat. But one thing's for sure is that when you go offline, there's still that little bit of a difference, right? With fighting games, you're doing the 1v1 style. You're using the crowd energy to push you forward. You have everybody support in chat, in person, and it's all on you, whether you're just going through and being able to play in these tournaments. And again, all that pressure is just stacked on you. But when you're with a team such as these, right, you are going to be able to rely on your teammates, the energy that's within each other, the communication that's also available, much closer body language, aura, just everything about it is definitely a prime example of why sometimes a lot of these offlines and LAN centers, they are probably the best you're going to experience your games, including COD.
Absolutely. And so it's going to be an absolutely great experience. We got a lot of COD still on the mantle here. We got winners finals going on here. I believe the semi is happening right now, whatever you want to kind of classify that as. Here in the lowers, we got tournament lives on the line, but we are to find out that fate here after a little bit of a break.
You don't wanna see me with no limits. Rise to another level, dream to the finish with a team independent, yeah. We moving like a steamroller, really, we extreme with it, feel me kinda mean with it, better duck. Like we hit you with a cyber truck. But through the dirt, it's seen a lot of muck. We on the rise, man, your time is up. We put in work, you on a pile of luck. We on another level, better move and know your time is ticking. We bout to cast it out and reel it in just like we fishing. I told you it would happen, maybe next time you will listen. Just because it glisten doesn't mean it's gold, so pay attention. We always stay consistent, keep on top of the mission. Squad, keep it authentic, get the haters some distance. We bout to change the channel, me, we bout to change your vision. If you moving with us, better keep it tuned and handle business. Handle business. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Ready for the rise? Yeah. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised.
Chains on my soul, you just fear what you can't control. I know you wanna keep me caged, but baby I'm a renegade. You know I'm a renegade. Ooh, baby I'm a renegade.
Breaking all the rules. After mine now, this ain't win or lose. This is what you wanted from me, lit the fuse. Be a pawn all my life, I refuse. You were scheming all my life, now you need me. Not seeing it as a big deal, it's something I can't repeat. In the lab like Dexter, you sabotage like Dee. Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now, I'm knee deep.
Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now.
I can't be minimized. On the throne, you've been advised. Running me down, but I switched it up. I'm top tier, better listen up. Overhype can't trip me up. Over the way, had to lift me up. What a shot, look how it rolls. Even if nobody knows ya. On my own wave, I am gold, yeah. You was trying to block me on the low, yeah. Took the high road, let me demonstrate. Cause the old me gone like I've been erased. I'm the boss now, I'm the boss now. Wiped away my tears, got the sauce now. My back was on the wall, now I'm up. When you were claiming I was soft, I had a rough. Outcast left in the cold, outcast left in the cold. The in crowd would block me out. I had to kicking doors, forcing to a plan. Been evicted from my land. If you wanna see me now, I'm not giving you the chance, yeah.
Pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up. Add attention, shake it off. Tell us swift, forget the trail. Track the mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm Kane when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, hospital that. Everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna turn my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed. Frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way. Someone needs banish shit. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it. 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 Still got a little fight. 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 I'ma finish it.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game. Born for the throne.
And try and take advantage of here. If they can take a 3-0 in control, they are right back neck and neck in the series, in my opinion, at least from a momentum standpoint. as now they try to make their way across here back on the offense. It's going to be Milks and Kels and Bell and everyone finding their kills. Bell finds a two-piece headed on over towards A, and you can already see Bell has hopped on that site. Milks putting damage on the cross, does get taken down by Amelia Rose, but Bell trying to come in with the melee, does get taken down, and unjustified, they bounce right back.
Exactly what they needed. That's the clearance onto the hill, and now take a look at that setup. They're starting to work their way through mid-map. Omit. They do have the...
Alrighty, everybody, welcome in. Map 4, we have waited long enough. A bit of a mental reset that had to happen between this time, but Saki, it's this pressure that's going to be pushed to the heights right here at the beginning of this game. It's players like Hazy, it's players like Sunday that are going to have to make the difference around fraggers like Andromeda.
Absolutely, and already the first point's going to be touched by Pulsive Gaming, but again, contested with 6F Serenity as well, and this is where we're going to start seeing Pulsive Gaming start to group up with each other to try to defend and contest this point right now. Woo! Okay, we got two pieces from Andromeda, two-piece from Hazy, followed up right afterwards. You love to see it, as right now Pulsive Gaming taking the lead in points at the moment.
And right now, you just come into this like it's a new series. You're starting out hot here at the beginning of this hard point, but Serenity actually break right back in. So Zenny going to be slaying around the hill. They're just going to be picking up this scrap time here, barely holding on to a lead. You've got to get into those rotations, and that brings us back to our first hard point we saw in the series. It was Pulsive doing better, trying to get in with those rotations simply because they were being forced off of those hills, but it was working out for them in the long run. Here, you see them hop on the hill to start, and now they just got to turn up those notches in terms of the fragging power, and they certainly have. All spawned out or Serenity.
And right now we have someone keeping point on point 2 at the moment, taking out Zenicode as well, and just trying to keep this hill conquered as much as possible right now, as spawns from Serenity coming through at the moment. Two people trying to go for the 2v1 situation, while 20 seconds still stuck on P2 at the moment.
Still holding it down. They're picking up a lot here if they can get this whole little 15-second maneuver. Right here at the beginning of this game, it's about setting the tempo, but it's also about those little bits of hill time that you can get up here. With Sunday just almost getting that turned-on kill. Here you bring it within this 10-second lead. You're spawned out in a new hard point that you have, almost Amethyst with that double here. So close you're getting on the Serenity side to picking up big pieces of kills, but consistently it's been Pulsive shoving them out.
Yep, right now we got Serenity once again back on P3, all just trying to cover up. That's 40 seconds on the clock that they're now going to be able to take the lead in points right now. But Hazy takes out LT7 as well. It's a bit of a trade at the moment, but still, Amethyst coming up from the corner will be able to take out Sunday while it's still in that corner as well.
Staying alive. K gonna be traded on the site, gonna spawn out, but this is where Andromeda does her best work, when she has to just go deep, and right there, unfortunately gonna be swept off her feet. It's LT7, not normally the player C get all of that hill time, but here, doing what's necessary for 6F success, excuse me, just here putting a lot of pressure, but look at how far they've gotten away with this. Saki here, almost doubling the score of Pulsive.
And that's exactly what they needed. You mentioned it before. Setting the momentum, the pace of this mode is so crucial, especially when we're starting to go to rotate now into 0.4 at the minute as they go down. And right now we're just seeing both Serenity just try to capitalize, make sure that the area is clear at the moment. Amethyst looking forward, defending at the current weight rate, with Hazy following up, still trying to contest as well. But we got Diabla taking out Sunday, Hazy, and Zenny on Andromeda as well.
This is insane, and I guess this extended break that we had in between maps 3 and 4 did not matter. 6F, look at how they've taken off in this last minute. You blink and you miss it. You walked away and you came back. Well, the game has been flipped on its head, and here they're even just going to try and get in at these details, right? This little bit of scrap time. They are going to be spawned out of this next hill, sure, but definitely a pillow they're going to have their heads to be rested on here if they're going to have to retake into a Pulsive hold.
Yeah, and you can already see that Pulsive had Sunday on the bottom, got eliminated there, but the rest of the team grouping up on the next rotation right now. But it's Diablo and LT7 who's going to follow up and take out K and Andromeda, two of Pulsive's strongest players, and again, knocking them out. But right now, it is Hazy who's trying to keep the point clear and keep as many points as possible. It's so crucial when you're just halfway in the deficit.
Hazy still just getting a lot of time here. You've got to just net this full mark. And right here, pushed off of the point again, Saki. I mean, they're just going to be laying it down here. If you continue on to this mark, LT7 again doing the dirty work into the site. Excuse me. Amethyst turns and burns a close one onto Hazy. They're losing fights left, right, and center, Pulsive.
Up in the mid-center of the point, starting to become unlocked after 3 seconds. And you already can see Serenity grouping up. You got Zenny and Amethyst both together right now to appreciate any 2v, whatever number comes through a situation. And at the moment, able to eliminate Sunday Diablo. But Diablo also getting a shot at K at the moment, and now spawns have unleashed right here for Pulsive Gaming, who's trying to group up. They're able to eliminate Sunday here, though. LT7 takes out Andromeda, and Hazy takes out Amethyst.
And LT7 about to live up to the name there on his 6th streak, just continuing on. But Zenny in the site, picking up a 2-piece, immediately traded out. And there is the 7th for LT7. And right now, even outside of the site, just fragging out entirely, finally going to be put down after an insane streak that they were continuing on. They're going to get close to this 200 mark, and that is going to be a very daunting sight to stare down when you were only at 67 seconds collected on the hill. What a shot out of Zenny.
Ooh, beautiful shot there from Zenny. And a reminder, too, that this is definitely what Serenity needs in this map at the moment to be able to take this series with a 3-1 victory. If they can achieve it, already closing in on the 200 marker with still 45 seconds left on the point to be before the next rotation. And right now, LT7 is just on a dominant streak right now, being eliminated by Sunday in response.
And Zenny, just like on her belly, they're in the site there, getting all of those close frags back from Sunday. 2 back-to-back just like that, and all of a sudden, Pulsive is going to be taking a stranglehold at this point right now, trying to get what is considered this scrap time here, kind of getting towards the end of the hill. You get one more solid rotation in right here. Diablo picks up a very good kill, but if Serenity can get in one more solid rotation, Saki, they can really put in the details which are necessary to lock down a money hill for one last send-off here to make it a 3-1 score.
Yeah, if you're in the side of Pulsive, you want to make sure you secure this next point and do not let any Serenity members on it, not even to try to contest. You need to be able to eliminate and fully secure. And at the moment, that looks like that's exactly what's happening as Sunday takes out Zenny Cold. And we're back with the entire group just trying to make sure that they can be playing around this hill. And Andromeda taking out Diablo, very nicely done. And Sunday taking out Zenny as well after the slide.
And they are really keeping themselves calmly in this game. Transition onto the next hill, and they're doing a good job here. Amethyst is going to get flanked. Who else but Hazy to put them in the tank? And Zenny has had so many big kills in this series. Unfortunately, just going to be dug out here. Do we see another comeback here on a hard point? This time, it would come from Pulsive. They got to take it out again. Diablo going to be back up into the mix, and right here, it's going to be a shift over in this rotation in Saki. We saw that the map 3 in this series was an entire swing round. Right here, it's the swing in the game. This next rotation is big.
Yes, a little slower on the side of rotating back down to the point on below. But hopefully with some of these eliminations, with Diablo taking out Sunday and LT7 taking out Andromeda, it looks like Serenity's going to be able to secure this point, and not good for Pulsive. Again, the 224 points at the moment, and it's just climbing up right now. But finally, Pulsive Gaming takes that hill, and we should be seeing a bit of a shift with the hope that within these next 27 seconds, it's possible.
But here, Serenity, they still have that little bit of an edge. They still have the aggressiveness in the tank. But Kay, prone in the site, doing what needs to be done. 3 kills that she has in her current resume as LT7 looks to go above. clearing out house right here. They're trying to get in for this little scrap bit at the end. LT7 yet again doing the dirty work, but right now they want to get ahead on these spawns. They want to get ahead of this rotation.
Yeah, that's the best thing he can do, especially with so little time on the clock left for that point. And then now we still have Pulsive Gaming, who's already ahead on this side of the hill, going to be able to secure it with Andromeda, trying to look out and defend at the moment. Not noticing that there's going to be one player coming across the bridge very close in a few seconds. 2v1 situation on the hill, and it is Diablo and Zenny who take out K and Andromeda as well in that situation. The point fully available, and Pulsive back on that point again to try to get some points.
Just keep it down. It's that little bit of a line that you can't think about too much, that you got to get through the other side here. You're going to get to 190. You capture this thing the rest of the way through, and it's players like Andromeda who have been a little bit quiet here in map number 4. You got to wake up and make a play right now because it's your tournament life on the line. The land that you've been looking forward to for 3 years could fall through your hands, and after such an impressive series that you have had, you do not want to lose it here at the end of the hard point. But as I say that, you get to 246, you get to 247, and I'm afraid, Saki, that this could be it.
Yes, this could be it. Contesting both of these players, or both of these teams rather. Pulsive Gaming finally able to secure it. Again, 2 points away from that win. They have to make sure none of Serenity touches any point whatsoever, especially within these 37 seconds. But again, K taking out LT7, but Zenny taking out Andromeda. And there it is, Serenity able to secure the kills and the point, and to be able to move on into this lower side of the bracket, sending Pulsive NA home.
Man, you came here to Philly to play off the block. You jumped right off of that. Unfortunately, here into the lower bracket, you run into the wall of 6F. Upset after upset. Serenity, they're going to be moving on here in Philly. Their tournament life on the line, still carrying on through this lower bracket. They are going to be moving on to play the Philadelphia Warhawks next here in the losers round 3.
Oh, and let's take a look at just a recap of these maps that were in control. We started so strong for Pulsive NA on the real hard point, but as we got into Karachi SND and Invasion in control, it was just not looking good for Pulsive NA, as they were just getting overwhelmed over and over by 6F Serenity. And truthfully, this was sort of like a reverse sweep when it comes to the series, as again, with that win on Invasion, I always like to think of Control and Invasion being that very much trendsetter, right? It's the one map that you're going to want to make sure you can secure in your series, because you can either have a little bit of wiggle room or you can just take it on home like we just saw in Vista Hardpoint. And again, Mark, I just want to say it was quite crazy at how we just saw a huge deficit from the beginning on the side of 6F Serenity, and Impulsive NA was just trying so hard to catch up, was getting there on the momentum, but those rotations were just not quick enough for it.
Yeah, just not simply quick enough. And I agree with your testament to kind of say how this series sort of feels like a reverse sweep. It was really in the hands of that previous Search and Destroy that we saw come up second in that series. It was a 4-1 comeback that 6F made to sort of make us feel in that way. But you finish it off there. I mean, you said it yourself, that Control was even a larger moniker at that. And honestly, like, that somehow even felt closer. So here in the lower bracket, absolutely playing your heart out here. It's unfortunately going to be the end of one of these sides. Unfortunately, Pulsive is going to be going home here. We are talking about how long you're looking forward to this LAN. Honestly, great put out that you have, but you're going to be looking forward to the next one. But such a fine line. Even if it does say 3-1 in the score, you go back and you look at the footnotes in this series and you see how neck and neck it was. It was just insane.
Yes, it absolutely was insane. And honestly, I just want to give a round of applause to the teams that, especially Pulsive NA, being able to make it 3 years. This has been in the making at this point since the last all women's LAN that has happened for Call of Duty. And we got to actually see it happen today. And you should still be proud of the fact that you were able to qualify and continue at a pretty significant rate. You know, it is no sweat, or rather, it's no easy sweat, better said, 4 teams to make it here, plus working with a team as well. You all should be very proud of yourselves. I know I'm proud. I'm pretty impressed. And I'm coming from fighting games. I'm like, yo, these girls are killing it out here. And it's definitely hype to see once more. And congratulations to Serenity to be moving on to face the Warhawks as well. And that's kind of like the opposing team coming into the home turf at the moment as well.
Totally is. I mean, that storyline, when I saw the team list kind of coming into this tournament, I got very, very excited for. But even still, they're having to fight their way through the lower bracket as well. So to see that continuing on here, I mean, I got to say it too. I mean, there's a world where we're moving on and it's Pulsive here moving on against the War Eagles, right? I mean, there were so many little flips here. Going back through these demos is going to be such an experience. If you're a caster, if you're a fan, if you're a player, whatever it was going through that, it's like, I don't know how much closer the series can get here, but the competition level here at Women's COD Champs presented by Aurora is so, so high. So Saki, we got a new series kind of headed up here into the way. Obviously, you're seeing Amit an unjustified fight out on the other stream. We've had quite a tall day, but I know that our expectations are just going to be put even higher because we haven't even got to the sweetest of it yet.
Absolutely. But before we get to that sweet, sweet spot of more COD competition, let's go ahead and take a real quick break.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Look, I come from a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique. They ain't play their part, so my part is play for keeps. Wide-eyed kid, but I never saw the ease. Oh, yeah, got me keys. Oh, yeah, on the table, age 10, look at me. Oh, yeah, I seen things that'll make it hard to speak. Oh, yeah, I've been fighting all my battles from my knees. Oh, yeah, looking up way to the sky and it's big and it's high, you know where it is going. They won't believe in a miracle, I do not tell them, I'd rather just show them. Ain't no little engine that could, I know that he will, I gotta keep going. Even in a dark room, we can get it glowing like, you ain't ready, you ain't ready, you ain't ready.
He does eventually fall over towards that AC. Camps finds a nice kill inside of the hill as well. Amelia Rose is going to take a swing at it, but she misses, and it's going to be all Omit.
Yeah, that was a good crossfire setup by Bell, allowing Kels to just roll around and get an easy kill. Good team shots there, a much needed money hill out of the side of Omit. You can kind of claw yourself back into this one. If you're able to hold the scrap, you have the lead, but I'm not even going to talk about scrap anymore because every time I do, the other team just runs right in and gets it. So let's just not even focus on that. Let's focus on that P4 rotation and decidedly not a money hill.
Yeah, decidedly definitely not a money hill. This one is really back and forth, and by the way both these teams have been playing, or at least played that first hard point, it could be mostly uncontested for all we know. But headed on over towards this next one, it is going to be in that annoying outside area. So Kelsey's going to go for some height advantage over towards the balcony. Got to check your AC. Never know who is there in that power position. And now she's going to make her move. She jumps out the window. She's able to pick up Amelia Rose right in her back. And then looking for another one, and she finds it. Straight headshots out of Kels, trying to lock down at least a little bit of time on this hill for her team.
And they got the back half of the map. You're going to want to work on that positioning a little bit. You do see Bell trying to work towards that P5 side. Excellent time to do it. Less than 30 seconds left on the P4. And we talked about not really wanting to focus too much on that P4. And it's been a great job out of Omit to make sure that they can get towards that side. They have the numbers there as well. If they can win that opening gunfight onto Anarchy, and there it goes through. Teammate right on the heels, though. That's going to be Gab trying to clutch it up, and she gets cleared out. Omit, they have it locked down for the moment, but they don't have the time.
Yeah, and there's only 3 of them over there as well, and you can see all the unjustified attackers are starting to group up. But the first 2 kills go in favor of Omit. Anarchy does get a nice little car explosion to take one out, but Camps cleans up Anarchy, and that's going to be a hold, at least for now, for the side of Omit. Unjustified Amelia trying to wait for her teammates to respond to try and attack this again. Lily sniffs out a flank out of Omit, and now they have numbers advantage attacking that hill, and now it's all down to Bell to defend it. Gabs finds herself on the site, but Bell finds two, with Lily able to trade it out, and Lily going for the long range Renetti. Not gonna happen, as now this hill is uncontested, at least for the moment, but Unjustified looks to be slightly favored in this encounter, but it's still just absolute chaos.
Ever so slightly, and you know, Omit did a great job to get that opening chunk of time and really battle throughout the entire thing. And now you take a look at them, they're completely set up for P1. They got top red control, they're on the hill, and now they're trying to work towards street. And that gets cut down, unfortunately, but it is still a good opening break here for Omit, just trying to lock things down and make sure they can try to get back in the game.
Amelia Rose setting up a campfire in that mid-ruins area, but does eventually get taken down. Some more time here going towards Omit, and this is just like that map number 1, man. It is back and forth. These two teams keeping it as close as possible. Milks goes on a spree. I believe Milks finds a streak there. Yes, Milks finds 6 in a row. So she's going to have a streak in the back pocket here as Omit now take the lead off of this P1 that they're actually doing a very, very good job on. They found at least 30 seconds off of it, which is absolutely great on any sort of P1, and now on this P2 rotation. Unjustified with control for now, but Omit is lurking, and Kels is making a beeline for that hill with that Renetti. Is there both one shot, but she gets taken down from behind as Bell makes her way through the front, gets taken down as well, and it's going to be Unjustified with control.
Yeah, I mean, Anarchy and COD just kind of fled right in through the back alley and got in the positions they wanted. Kels almost had some fireworks there behind the diner counter, but couldn't exactly put it away. The teamwork from Unjustified cleaned her up in the back door, trying to lay down in the supply room. Omit now trying to make that break yet again. Milks on the outside, finds one, finds the second. Kels actually did get the team shots there to take down that first player, but a good chunk of time here. If you're Omit, you're going to be able to extend this lead just a little bit. Unjustified clearly wants to at least try to get Omit off the point, so they're not going to run away with the scoreline here, but their focus is already on P3.
Absolutely, but Omit finds the last 20 or so seconds of that hill. They are going to pick up that scrap, and it's going to be 20-point lead here for Omit, getting to the second half of this hard point match. Just 20 points, like I said, separating these two teams, both past that halfway mark. And now it's going to be back to this money hill. Omit held it so well last time. Let's see if Unjustified can do the same. Anarchy picking up one, Lily picking up another. The trade's coming in out of Bell. Amelia Rose just sitting inside that hill, watching her teammates do the dirty work, and that is going to be control and lead flip for Unjustified.
Yeah, and this is just such tough hill to break this P3. I mean, every single route you have to take is such a narrow, short angle, and it's easy to pick up crossfires as well if you're Unjustified. Excellent job locking down this early time, extending the lead up to about 20 seconds now. But, I mean, look at Omit. They're already trying to get set up for this P4 because it's not really a money hill, but you find yourselves later in the game, you're going to need to start emphasizing getting points, even if you have to scrap for it.
Yeah, and especially on this P4, I mean, 10 to 20 seconds on P4, because it's really hard to get any time off of it. And by the way these two teams are separated, or I should say how close it is, 10 to 20 seconds could be the entire map. So they are setting up for some P4 time here, and it's working out so far. They've controlled it for this first 15 seconds. I don't think Unjustified was prepared to fight for this P4, and now they're being taken down, but Anarchy and Lily able to answer back just as Kels comes through as well, and now they're all battling back for this P4 outside. Uncontested for a bit, Camps hops inside of that hill, and I love Omit really trying to push for this time, and it's working out for them real well.
Yeah, you need to. Every second counts, and you can't give anything to a team that's approaching the 200-point mark. This scrap looking like it may go towards Unjustified. Nobody for Omit anywhere near this thing. Just going to make your way towards P5, but the rotation was read perfectly. Out of Unjustified, they cut them down trying to rotate through that bus area, and now it is all red all over junk. Omit is going to need a massive break in order to get in this one.
I mean, Unjustified, just amazing reads, and the turn and burn out of Lily, able to find one, almost finds a second, but Milks gets the drop shot. Still 45 seconds left on this hill. Unjustified can technically win it off of this with about 10 seconds to spare, but Milks calls in that streak. Bell finds a kill as well, and now Omit, they're going to be able to get in that hill. They're going to rack up some time. Anarchy coming through top hallway, though. She's able to pick up one. Lily picks up two. The site has flipped. It's Unjustified.
Unjustified, undoubtedly good in the hard points. I can't tell you how many times we've looked to them to make such clutch plays, and it's just these reads on these rotations. Anarchy does it yet again. It wasn't her on that initial set to hit the P5, but I'll tell you what, Unjustified read the book. They know what is coming. It's not cheating if you study. And I'll tell you what, they have studied this map. Less than 3 seconds needed to clutch this one up. A couple of kills will come through. Out of the side of Omit, they're going to enter the hill. One last fight.
They do have control right now, still 50 seconds on this hill. Lily comes in, she gets the kill, she's going for the second, she's able to get the assist, and Unjustified, they book their ticket as your first grand finalist through the winner's bracket.
Tough loss for Omit. Unjustified did what they came to do. They came storming the gates, and they look great the entire time doing it. They do end up dropping the control, but every other map was so dominant. The map number 1 was indeed crazy, but after that, it was pretty much all Unjustified.
Anybody can get it, but you don't wanna do that, bruh. This is world domination. Pull up to your location. Crowd pleaser clap until I get a standing ovation. Woke up and chose violence. Victory sound like sirens. I'ma be high forever. I guess you ain't checked the climate. I'm just getting started. Time to turn it up. Going off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom, yeah, I make it boom. Boom, yeah, I make it boom. Boom, yeah, I make it boom. I'm coming with it, you feel it, I make it boom, boom. I know you feel it, 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 boom, boom.
Well, we weren't just done there. We still got a long losers bracket to go here in the quarterfinals. Jeez, my name is Get the Bag Mark. I am back here with the wonderful Saki. And Saki, I don't know if our COD can get any more exciting than that, but it seemingly will. We are on here to the next game where we are going to be seeing the Houston Spartans take on the Night Hares.
Yes, indeed. It'll be nice to see the Houston Spartans again and be at least my first time seeing the Night Hares. But here's our maps and modes. First map's going to be Sub-Base Hard Point. Karachi Search and Destroy is going to be map 2. Our map 3 is going to be Karachi Control. And then if we're going to be able to make it to those later games for map 4 and 5, it's going to be 6-star Hard Point, which I would definitely say is Spartan's favorite place, and Rio Search and Destroy. So we got quite a bit of a difference for these maps. You know, we were taking especially map 3 being the place to do control in evasions, but this time around we're going to use Karachi twice in a row for map 2 and 3 in these parts.
Yes, we will. And it really kind of seems to me like the 6-star hardpoint is a very sort of veto-centric pick that kind of really bodes well, like you said, maybe for the Spartans coming up late there in the series, because earlier you're seeing it on your screen, sort of how we had the bracket play out, right? We had the Night Hares going into that lower bracket where they had a 4-map affair versus Outcast Scarlet, where they ended up taking that series. So now that you have this loaded up, it's going to be one that obviously headed through. We just had a very, very large upset in some circles, right? I mean, we had the 1 seed get taken down by the 2 seed. It was Unjustified who took down Amit. So now the big bad bear is going to be in the lower bracket, Saki, and that's going to be a, kind of flip to really get forward to. But we got a lot of COD to watch at that point. They're going to have a very long reset sort of between that time. And so when they get back into it, it's going to be a scary feat, but we got to find out who's going to be there between the Spartans here. I mean, it's going to be a very exciting one, but going up into the sub-base hardpoint is one that I haven't personally cast yet, but it's been very one that's been exciting to watch, specifically in this tournament. In some of the other results that I've seen in other leagues, it's one of my favorite games to watch here. But to specifically Saki see it kicked off here in our quarterfinals here in the losers bracket is going to be so exciting.
Yeah, and I feel like this is just an ample battlefield for the team of Houston Spartans. Again, if you kind of look at how we saw that fly-in map just a little bit, there's a lot of really close corners, and there's a little bit of that underground that Houston Spartans really does super well, right? Like, you want to keep an eye out for some of their main rosters, like, for example, Samika, Diosa, Sandy Cheeks as well. I would rather say 3 players that have been highlighted so very often throughout the match. And then, of course, Night Hair Gaming, you can't take them out just yet. Once you have Megatron, you have Alexis, Razor, Short Stuff. They're also going to be coming in with this same amount of pressure, but also momentum, right? Because they just won their last series 3-1 earlier. So we'll definitely see how they can contest against Spartans. But once again, these are your maps for this next series, and definitely a bit of a switch up, but I think it's going to be really good, especially for these two. And most importantly, Spartans want to be able to get back to that other side of the bracket and go through their losers run, especially now that Omit is back on, or rather is on that lower side at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you kind of went through it yourself. I even got to tune in earlier and to see Samika absolutely going crazy. So I'm really looking forward to seeing her. And as you've kind of played it out, right? We have quite a different veto that we have here. Obviously, Karachi coming up twice. We saw that as the second map in our S&D in the previous series, but Subbase is an interesting one to kind of toss it up. We saw very much a, kind of, I don't mean to dumb it down to this point, but a very much AR kind of centric veto kind of into the last one here. You're certainly going to see some of these subs literally come up on the base.
Yes, and I really just want to highlight these players once again. The rosters are amazing for both of these sides of the team, but I definitely been seeing that the crowd favorite has to be Samika, who
Oh yeah.
is just getting those cheers, that energy. I'm sure in the offline side of things, it has been just cheers and screams happening around side of things on that offline section, but it's also been happening online, and you love to see it. I'm really curious though how again Diosa being this player that was also highlighted very much for Houston Spartans, how she's going to perform because she's also been keeping up. I would say just as the same ranking with Samika when it comes towards how they clutch up on plays. You know, especially when it's like a 2v1, even 3v1 situations where they just it's like a switch that gets turned on. They're ready to
Right.
go and they're ready to unleash. So definitely going to be something to keep an eye out for these matches and the players themselves.
I that's a great point. I would like to point out that, right now between sort of the rounds that we are, right, one team pushed their way all the way to the grand final. You got to wonder what the vibe is like there. In Philly, I bet it's dead quiet because before you get into this last map, once that first map starts, it's about to go crazy. I mean, when these two teams getting in it, we just saw Diablo's co, secure top 6 in this last series, finishing that out. I saw some videos on Twitter of 6F getting so hyped during that series. I wish I was there in Philly with them. This is such an exciting land that we are seeing. Here, sub base is going to be an absolute banger to start it off. Saki, let's get into it.
Absolutely. And we're going to be getting into it very, very shortly as the countdown starts off. And it's all about trying to locate the point and getting there quickly. You want to make sure you want to get that lead, especially with Houston Spartans, who's going to be on the more aggressive approach and already spread out a little bit. I believe we have Samika already on the point, followed up by currently a 2v1 situation, but unfortunately Megatron and that girl going to be able to take out Sandy Cheeks.
Ooh, Dosia up top. It's a very, very clean one onto the girl, but Megatron right there is going to be on to this point. Already starting it off, there is so many engagements coming out of the ARs on these early hills where you lock it down. This is what really makes your difference there. 3 frags off of the board. Night Hairs, they are going very, very hot in this start, and this is the message that you want to send forward to the Houston Spartans. They know what doubts are placed upon them, but they just want to exceed them. This is LAN. Anything is possible.
Most definitely already rotating through. And we're going to see Megatron go down to Samika. Samika already solidifying that next point, rightfully so. And again, Houston Spartans on a bit of a lead at the moment, hitting the 30 marker at the moment. And we got Sandy Cheeks to take out that girl, as well as going for Samika on Megatron.
Samika spawned back in, has had quite an impactful life so far, has had a pretty decent amount of hill time as well. Finally finishes off that kill, not having to really turn it around. It's Nasty down below that picks up a 2-piece of her own, carrying this one. Samika has been one of the key assets. This just getting a great shot onto Megatron there, and even ducks out into cover. Look at this engagement. There's no way Samika does that to the girl. That is disgusting. Continuing on, it's a violation here in the server.
Indeed it was, and Megatron shuts down Samika. At the moment, Megatron trying to just hold this point for it right now. But on the side of Night Hairs, a trade has happened. Megatron takes out Diosa and also Sandy Cheeks too.
Nasty up top. Very good timing to get back in, duck out, and there's a double kill into the site. It could have been the triple, but Megatron just holds on here. And with 44 seconds still ticking off of this hill, it's such an open site. And right here, they're going to get right back in. So you carry this on. What a choke point it is, Saki, as Samika get back in. And check it out, already 10 frags that she has to show for it.
Indeed, and we do have the side of Houston Spartans on the next rotation point at the moment. Both Night Hairs cleaning up a little bit on the side of the teams to then make their way to this next point, which only has 15 seconds left on the clock. It must be better to go for the next point for them, as especially considering that Houston Spartans just leaving their team there. It is now uncapped at the moment as they're going ahead and go to the next rotation, get a little bit of points left on those last few seconds, while the next point gets opened up and Night Hairs already on it, and we already have the group up situation at the moment. One on point, one behind in the back line, one down already as Diosa takes out the girl. And it's now both Houston Spartans to make their way 3-on-3.
Ooh, and just clearing out that backside. It starts with a dismantle, and there even the streak does come through. DeGirl going to be spawned out right now, and as the Houston Spartans just try to get back into this point, they just hop on, add it to 111, and they're just going to be holding this one down, Saki, trying to make up for lost time, clearly. They've come in with a vengeance here against the Night Hares, and they're going to have to do a very nice class of catching up, but Sandy Cheeks just right back to back. They are slaying out on the hills right here. The Spartans can't be stopped.
The tricky part about Hardpoint being those spawn-in points, and it's been not in the favor of Night Hares, but in the favor of Houston Spartans. But the girl takes out Sandy Cheeks, which is a potential here, as well as they've also been able to spawn closer to the next rotation. And now we're going to see that 2v1 situation as Razor takes out Samika, but Nasty takes out Megatron. Razor takes out Nasty this time around, and the girl, super low on health, back on the ground. We're going to be able to see Razor now try to contest point, get stunned by the grenade, and it's going to get shot at a little bit. 33 health points at the moment to try to call out Sandy Cheeks in the backline, but we got Samika to take care of Razor.
Rotated back in. The girl putting a lot of utility up top and takes out a big head. That's Samika that's going to be removed out. But right here, look at this angle, but only good for one on it. So that's a big pickup for Msaki. But you relocate, and it's Sandy putting up shots from up top.
Yep. 13 seconds left on that hill, but it's not contested, or not rather capped by anybody at the moment, as Night Hares is going to be able to hop on there for the last few seconds to get a couple of points here, as both Houston Spartans and Night Hares try to group up on the next point, but Samika takes out the girl to go ahead and conquer this next point, very rightfully so, as we're about to hit the 150 mark.
Just carrying this forward. Night Hares, they've had so many good entryways, but they really have not been able to get down the time. They have not been able to hold down this hill, which has made the difference here. And we know what we're to expect by the Houston Spartans when it comes to these respawn game types here on, here on Hardpoint. When you have a point to prove, what a turn to burn, almost a triple for the girl. She finally gets taken out. They're going to be really aggressive trying to get back into the site and just hold down the time, quickly get out of map 1, and make a statement while doing so.
Yes, indeed. And we did pass that 150 point marker at the moment, as there's 10 seconds left on this point, and they're going to be able to capitalize on as much points as possible. And already a fight below is going to be happening for the next one, as we're going to see the Nasty go down to the girl who gets eliminated. But Samika comes in once again, twice on the 2-kill streak at the moment with Sandy Cheeks' backup. And this is going to be the crucial point where they're going to be able to capture and already start off on a strong point lead, as Night Hares at 77 right now.
They just continue it on. And really right here, this is a hill with a lot of potential, but Razor gets off of it, and that's a little bit of time given up. They get back in, Megatron to pick it right back. This is a 30-second timer that you have got to turn into your money hill and earn all 30 seconds of this, almost a turn and burn onto the girl. But Nasty coming flying in. That's a way to clear out the site. And right here, it's Razor to get back. Just back and forth we go.
Yeah, Razor being a key player to try to get back these points as much as possible and then conquer these hills. But we are about 9 seconds away from the next rotation point, and it's already appearing on the map. And we got Houston Spartans 2 ready to go. A 1v2 situation happening between the girl, and it's going to be looking like at the moment that the girl is going to go down. But we see Sandy Cheeks able to take out Megatron as well.
Holding it down, Razor with a good double, and Diosa is going to try and just lay this down. Brought it up to triple digits, the Night Hares, but that doesn't mean that they have gotten away, just beaming down that lane. The ARs are going to be connecting. Megatron with a nice even up, but you try and turn that corner, and there were just one too many targets to Girl. Drops in the sight, gets a good kill, close range, ain't going to do it, but right here, you're going to hit 200.
200 points. You don't want to be able to be on such a deficit, about 100-point deficit right now for Nine Hairs to be exact. And it's just Houston Spartans who's been able to just clean up on these hills. They're looking so solid. They're able to group up, and again, the spawn being the advantage right now. They know where they're trying to go to for these next rotations. At the moment, Night Hairs is looking like they're going to be able to cap on the next point, and they do so very smoothly. They're just waiting for the full group of Houston Spartans who are going to be coming down in a line, but Diosa already taking out Megatron for the first kill of this next team fight.
Razor, unfortunately, may have just got caught timing there. Looks onto the other lane, gets a nice shot, almost connects up above, but that's 40 seconds left, and that's Megatron trying to collect this. But now DeGirl is going to try and just shake this thing up. A great double from the back of this, and that's 3 kills up for the Night Hairs to try and clear this site. Long range, Saki. They want to try and retake this, but Night Hairs, they're keeping this awfully close for how much further the Spartans would have to go, which is not far at all.
Yeah, right now, the girl on an 8-kill streak at the moment, sitting pretty in some double digits too, looking really strong on the side for Night Hairs, which they need these kills. They need to be able to control. 2 seconds left, and then the next point appears. Right now, we have Houston Spartans 2 closer to the point, 1 going through a 1v1, and it's Samika who wins the 1v1 against Megatron. Very nicely done. Gets Razor as well on the roof, and we're seeing Samika clean house right now for her team to go ahead and get that point.
Oh, just fragging out. 15 seconds left that they would need to find. 17 as nobody is actually left onto the hill. Night Hairs, they need to get every single second they can. A streak comes down onto the site as Nasty is a little bit hesitant to try and get back in. A flash right behind the tank is now Nasty's going to get through, basically dunks onto the girl, and right now just holding it down. It's going to be right back and forth, Saki. They are not giving up.
Yup, and again, 13 kill streak, but it's finally shut down by Diosa. And Samika gets taken down by Megatron, but Sandy Cheeks coming from Bikini Bottom and able to take a 2-piece. But Razor responds with a 2-piece of her own. And the next point about to go ahead and unlock here, as we still have Houston Spartans closer to that point as well. And right now, the girl trying to make their way to that next point here to contest, and it's looking like Samika shuts it down. 45-46. It is looking so good. Samika taking out Megatron on the entrance, and just 1 point away, contested at the moment as Night Hairs tries to make something work here, and it's looking like it's working to avoid that 1 point to stop the bleeding.
And right here, you just got to contest this for as long as you can, but it's such a fine line, and there's it cut. Good night. You're right out of hardpoint with an advantage. Houston Spartans, they call upon their stars to plunge that blade through. Think Samika picking it up there late, but without efforts that would come through time and time again. Samika, am I looking at that right? Finishing with 32 kills, Saki. What a performance, but goodness me. I mean, if not time and time again from DeGirl coming through over there. Obviously, I think we have a bit of a name glitch there. We have in with 2 DeGirls on our screens, but I mean, they're putting in plenty of work. There it is, though. A 1-map advantage for the Spartans.
We were talking about it earlier. This map is where you want to start off pretty strong. A lot of corners and a lot of pressure. What I love, truthfully, again, for many of these players, Samika including, like, let's talk about that final kill and just the straightness to those players, right? Being able to just keep the aim going and just clearing up shop. Very crucial in a lot of those defensive moments when it comes to trying to get that next point. And it was just perfect after perfect. It was very much a struggle for Night Hairs to actually be able to get spawn, have an advantage, but hold on to point just enough, just a little bit. But even then, we see Houston Spartans coming through. They actually going for a group effort, knowing how strong they are together as a team. And again, when you have hard hitters like Samika, like Diosa, they are definitely ready to go.
Yeah, I gotta say, kind of similar to the first series that I was hopping on for, which was just this previous one. You're heading into this Karachi S&D after a pretty, I wouldn't say devastating loss. It was more of one where you're coming out of it feeling very confident you're the team that's putting up that W. But we saw how it was a 4-1 comeback that was sort of presented on that S&D on Karachi. And now specifically with this new circumstance we have of Karachi coming up 2 times in a row, I really got to feel like momentum's going to be a little bit more of a factor than normally would. I got to say that it was pretty noticeable that the frags were coming in very, very heavily there for the Spartans there at the end. They kind of get that ball rolling through the S&D. They make it short. It would definitely be a sweet control at that point, rolling into another Hirachi in a row. I mean, they're really, really devastating out when they are just slaying on the hill. I gotta say, though, that I think you are coming in with this expectation that they are supposed to try and come into the respawns and do just that. But I gotta say, kind of edging in there late, like it was a very, very interesting game that you had. But there were kind of times momentarily where I felt like the Hares were sort of getting out of the hills, just like momentarily, kind of losing their footing. More of earlier, their scores sort of later on, as the game box would suggest, the score box rather, it was quite close. Sort of there at the end, but like, I mean, they built up that like 60, 70-second kind of gap there kind of late, and they still had quite a hill to climb.
Yeah, this next part is, or rather, this next mode for this map is going to be really crucial to see how the Night Hares handle. You want to try to be able to obviously slow down your approach when you're on the offensive. You don't just want to rush, especially in some of these way the map layout is. But the biggest thing about Search and Destroy is the fact that this can be where you either are able to secure that offensive, it's harder to do that, versus defensive, where a lot of these teams get their wins from their interactions back and forth. So I think the question here is, how good is Night Hares able to implement their strategy to get to that target site? And we already see that the girl and Megatron take out the Yosa and Sandy Cheeks, which is a really good start right now, as it's now only a 4v2, and we have Nasty, who takes out Megatron to even up 3v2 at the moment.
And that bomb planet as well. Very, very spread out around this. Nasty is going to try and get in. And right here, a lot of it is trying to get through that smoke and actually peer down the range. Tamika's not going to have a lot to do here. Now just shut down long range. Night Hares with a very, very good start.
Yeah, very good. That definitely shows what we were talking about a little bit earlier. You want to be able to accomplish your offensive, secure those round wins, and then defensive, keep it up too. Houston Spartans, although is known to be just as strong on the offensive side of things, so we'll see how they regroup, especially again, you have Diosa, you have Samika. They're going to be trying to go around while you have Nasty and Sandy Cheeks kind of confront the front lines of things. And already they're going to try to head for Site A, it looks like, as right now Site B is also being head out to get some information overload. 2 sites going to be covered right now.
I think they were trying to get a little bit of a higher setup here, but oh my goodness, flying through the air. Diosa, what kind of opening kill is that? Rather, it's going to be Sandy Cheeks just going to be putting that down. Unfortunately, Samika with an 0-2 start going to be removed out of this second round. Diosa still on the move there. Saki, what opening frags that the SMG player has gotten, and just like that, we're into a tied game here, 1-1 in the S&D.
Very nice. Already tying it up. You want to see these back and forths often. So let's see how Night Hares goes ahead and presents themselves. But I am liking that we were able to call out some of those setups, stop that higher up setup as well before it became too much of a problem. And again, it's all about trying to get to those target sites, not just quickly, but being able to securely get there between these two teams. And I'm seeing Houston Spartans is really trying to get through on that side of things.
Here they go. Into that third round. I gotta say that usually the way I've always understood it in COD, sort of coming into rather a team that's very, very dominant, sort of in the slaying game types, you come in those respawns, you expect the Spartans to stand strong in those. They're just as good as an S&D team from what I can tell. And so here the Night Hares are going to be kind of double upon this, trying to get this win back up against the Spartans here. Going to be this evening kill that comes back from Samika into a 3v3 as she actually gets taken down. Right back and forth, you're into a 1v2. Sandy Cheeks up to clutch.
This is going to be very tough because you only have 43 seconds on the clock. Still a bit of time to go ahead and hunt down who they need to hunt down at the moment. 2v1 situation though. The bomb has been planted. So now you have to eliminate this team, Night Hairs. And then you have to be able to defuse the bomb. We're looking at right now Sandy Cheeks trying to contest Megatron. But it is not going to work out as Megatron able to get the long sight distance.
There it is. I mean, if we go back and forth just like that, it can be, hey, man, if you want to take us to around 11, I don't think either Saki or I are going to complain. So we've already had a lot of very even matchups to this point. Here, taking a nice second round back. Could snowball this into a third. If I'm Night Hairs, I'm trying to get this done, obviously, as cleanly as I can, but also just trying to keep that up kind of momentum-wise in the series. I got to say that kind of a big hold that you would get over a team like the Spartans is an S&D right back, especially with the circumstances we've seen play out in this veto.
Oh, most definitely. And right now it's looking like we're having the bomb trying to come closer to site B by the looks of it. Approaching very slowly right now, trying to ease around these corners. And it's looking like right now is Night Hairs not realizing that they are a little bit farther away than they intended. But we have the girl on the first blood already under a minute, and that's when first blood happened. But still no closer to site B with that bomb. Going ahead and going back on the back lines as we see Nasty trying to find any where at the moment.
With 40 seconds left as well, they finally are going to get on this vertical position. Going to be catching the girl off guard. That's going to be a very, very nice frag to kind of hold on to as the Night Hairs. They give up a little bit of an advantage back. But Houston Spartans, they still have to plant this bomb. But now it's all down on the girl here in a 1 versus 3. Their shots on the first player, more so her position exposed right now. So having to get creative, having to dive right down, taking 1v1 fights is not going to work out at the end of the day. The Spartans, they latch up for their second themselves.
And the back and forth, indeed. You know, it was looking a little bit odd there for a bit of when the side 4 of Night Hairs, they weren't really able to kind of call out where exactly Houston Spartans were trying to place that bomb. And I think that was definitely on purpose. As you can see, they kind of went back and forth, really trying to keep them distracted and slowly make their way to the sites. And that's what you're going to start seeing here from these two, especially as we get closer and closer to these round 11s, right? Especially if these back and forths happen. It's crucial that you want to slow the game down as much as possible and then be able to call out and eliminate who you need to eliminate, even if you don't get that bomb set up just right away. But it looks like we're going to probably see here Megatron taking out Samika this time around.
Yeah, and it really is just the SMG difference there. That is such a close gunfight that comes out, but Nasty into their headshot onto Megatron, making their way into the site. Sandy is just going to take that first player, but was just tricked out by that timing. Unfortunately went down to the girl, as right now the site is going to be up to the 1v1. Nasty on their side just has the timing. It just has the round. Spartans, they've got their crown, and that's going to be a third for them.
A higher vantage point in favor of Houston Spartans. Look at this kill once again real quick. You could see right here that the girl was climbing up these stairs, obviously still trying to call out where Nasty was hidden, but thankfully Nasty was on the other side, able to watch as the girl climbed up those steps. And again, all about the map awareness. That's what makes this map so scary in terms of you gotta be careful on that open area side because you never know where your player is going to come from.
Back onto the offense is the Hairs. And really, especially on this Karachi S&D, I know that there is a lot of pressure sort of put upon this offense to even try and get into this A side here, been one of the more difficult ones. Razor takes a more lenient approach. Look at this. They've cleanly gotten in the sight. Razor actually goes down. That must have been a stunning shot by Cheeks, as right here, new 40-second timer, Saki, and right here the Spartans have a very premium post plant. Hairs, rather.
Absolutely. And it looks like right now we're seeing a bit of a 1v1, but Megatron takes out Nasty. We're going to see Diosa try to call out the girl on the ground and does successfully do so, but the girl also follows up Diosa. And right now Santy Cheeks takes out the girl and is currently a 1v2 situation. Megatron, the last one alive at the moment. And it is not looking good right now. as Houston Spartans goes ahead and takes the first lead without a back and forth this time around, 4-2.
All right. If you were sweating it at home, I bet you are now, but sort of on the other side, if you're a Hares fan, this is where you maybe start to get worried. This is a big swing round here. Would be hard to kind of net 3 in a row to push that round 11. Spartans with a big chance to net a 2-0 lead in the series where you've got to do your bread and butter work on this S&D. That's what the Hares are known for, and then get this one back. But like we said, right, it's no weak point on the Spartans. They are a very, very tough opponent here in the S&D as well as the respawns. They can get it done any way you want it.
Indeed, indeed. And we're going to see Night Hares right now. Going to be close to Site B at the moment, right? Houston Spartans very much far away. We're only seeing Sandy Cheeks closer to the Night Hares and closer to, with a line of sight to Site B at the moment. And it's looking like right now Nasty's also got sights on the girl. Both the girls actually kind of aware that they're both on the ground at the moment. And right now, Diosa trying to get some form of line of sight here on some players, getting the higher up advantage at the moment. Able to call out Razor, who has the bomb as well. So bomb is dropped at the moment. Backs away just a little bit, throws out the nades. And going to be able to see if we at least have positioning and knowledge of the next player close to the bomb.
Nasty. Got to get up right in the grill. What a turn and burn, but oh! The difference on that gunfight is just so minimal. And right here, you've got to group up in the 2v2, headed right towards A. Got to get that bomb planted. You've got to set up against the Hares. The girl and Megatron, they rotate in. Excuse me, they get that bomb down. And right here, this is where they stand up. Right here, it's the shots down range. Oh, and even trying to get on the bomb. Sandy has got to clean this one up now. Last alive in a 1 versus 2 Saki with the bomb planted, the pressure on.
30 seconds on the clock right now. Again, 1v2 scenario. They're going to have to take out Megatron, who they have seen, but runs out of the room. Gonna get away, but unfortunately goes down. I believe it was Megatron who was able to get the kill there in that last sequence. And so unfortunate. Or rather, no, it was the girl who was on the ground waiting for Sandy Cheeks to run out. And a very, very well hidden response.
Just not enough time to clear out every single nook and cranny in there. The time ticking down, you got to get back onto that bomb eventually. And, you know, considering finding that second player, that's where they were hidden. Now 1 to separate. And that's what we were talking about, right? It's a big difference fighting from 3-4, then just coming back, fighting from that 5th round. The Spartans, they don't hold on to right here, bring it back to a tie game if you know what's good for you on the Hares.
Houston Spartans all grouped up with Samika at the moment, allowing Samika to stay back. We have the girl who's going to face against Sandy Cheeks. Sandy Cheeks goes down and is waiting for the next opponent to come up. And again, Samika trying to get closer to Site B at the moment, peeking out just a little bit, but gets shot from behind as the girl was still around in the area from the earlier engagement with Sandy Cheeks. And right now it's Nasty who's going to try to pick up the bomb at the moment. Doesn't have knowledge of where the girl is. Now has the knowledge right now. Called it out. Going to back off just a little bit. Avoids the nade just slightly. And right now it's just a 1v2 happening at the moment. Peeking out. Trying to find where the girl is. Gonna be able to call out the girl. Dioso also taking out the other the girl in this situation.
1v2 for Razor now. Now 1v1. Diosa gets back in, bomb still ticking, and aware of the position, knowing that they're near, but still having to collect the bomb, which is in an awkward spot, all things considered. Now getting onto the plate, but only so many spots to where the Razor could be fighting from. It's going to be a sharp fight here, but now just 3.5 seconds here, cutting the bomb timer to the teeth. Actually, the round ends. Didn't have enough time. Right here, that's going to be it. That's going to be a tie game on such a close call.
I think the first time out that we were able to see for this mode, and it was just too close, cutting it way too close as the startup animation for the bomb input was still in the middle of it. And that is going to cost Houston Spartans that lead that they had, which again, you're 4-4 right now. It's literally 2 rounds or just continuing this back and forth That's going to be really, really important to stop that bleeding from happening. But right now we have Samika, who's going to go ahead and face against a 2v2 just past number 3 at the moment, which is Megatron. And now trying to call out the bomb. We have Nasty, who goes down against Razor. And Samika going to take out the girl and back away, back into the corners.
Samika just running this up the lane. And you gotta take this fight. Samika on these SMGs, even when they get to a close call, you can immediately call for the trade. Razor gun too. Samika just on the 3 streak right now, having an absolutely devastating round. And this is how she will pull the Hares into the lead, rather the Spartans herself, as the bomb is still near. Samika just waits dearly.
Yep, she knows that the Night Hares are going to try to pick up that bomb. So at the moment, it's Megatron who goes to try to pick it up, but gets knocked out by Samika. And what a beautiful play there. Just waited patiently. That's how you know that you have that knowledge, utilizing that bomb to basically bait out the next person. It's in the perfect position, mind you. It's on the staircase, just along the staircase enough where you could see someone coming down or you can see coming from the hallway. And it was a perfect vantage point for Samika, who played it patiently and perfectly.
Now it's that 5th round. You finally let them reach it, and I mean, I don't think you're really going to be kicking yourself for this. You really just fought back in such a close round. But now the game's still not over. Wait for that time. Oh, that's a lot of nade damage onto Sandy Cheeks early. Rather, it's a lot of information on her position. Opening kill again for the SMG player, just getting right up in their face.
Yosa already taking on one of the girls at the moment. We're going to see the girl here trying to find a long-range vantage point. Does see that Sandy Cheeks passed by. Diosa also looking down the scope to see if there's anyone coming by close to target B at the moment. And Samika once again with the bomb to try to set up at site A. Diosa goes down to Razor, but the bomb is getting planted at the very least on site A as Nasty takes out Razor, and it's a 2v3 situation. Good opportunity here for Houston Spartans to spread out just a little bit and call out whether or not Megatron or the girl will try to make their advantage forward. Right now they're moving together against Nasty, who's going to try to call it out. We already see have sights on Megatron, but goes down due to the wall. And right now, it is a 2v2 situation. Samika and Sandy Cheeks still up.
Oh, just running right in. Unfortunately, finds the flank. Samika, 1v2 for the map win. Collects the first kill. And right now, 7 seconds left. It's going to be the bomb defuse coming through. And she catches it. The Spartans, unbelievable here at the end. I can barely believe it myself. They collect a 6 just like that.
What a clutch play from Samika. Oh my goodness, this is right here. This final kill, able to replay it for us. About 5 seconds, I want to say, on the clock, and was able to call out the bomb diffuser. And what a gorgeous play from Samika. If you're definitely a fan, you're going to want to clip that for her, because the clutch plays after clutch plays, and you love to see it. Up right now, 2-0 on the series. Despite a very back and forth S&D on this map, I just gotta say, Mark, this was amazing for Houston Spartans to be able to clean up shop.
I mean, that was a very stylish 1v2, and the clutch even made me choke up there at the end was just so great. But man, I mean, putting the cap on what was another exciting S&D, didn't let that go to the round 11 out here for the Spartans. So that's the way he put the cap on it at the end. Houston Spartans are going to be up 2-0 against the Night Hares, which I got to say, this was a big ticketed item, especially being the S&D sort of is a big contention in the series, going up against the team like the Spartans, so good in those respawns. But like we were referring to a lot in this map, I mean, the fact that you have Karachi coming up next, I just got to say that the kills are flowing for the side of the Spartans here. That's going to be a very good one to kind of hold on to going into this third. I think this has 3-0 written all over it.
I am in agreement with you. Karachi control. You know, we saw how well many of Houston Spartans were playing this. Now, the question is actually how good are they going to be able to manage some of these spawns and these trades? When I was watching earlier Houston Spartans and casting their games against Pulsive NA, one of the things I was noting so much about them is that their aggression, especially again against Omit as well too, is that they were so willing to take a lot of trades, but then when they finally got a chance to take control of the point, it's kind of where it all crumbled for them. So I think one of the biggest things that I really want to see from Houston Spartans is, you know, being a little bit more mindful about the trades that they're going to achieve in these situations, and just focus on making sure that they're clean kills and clean controls of these of the actual points.
Yeah, no, I really agree with you. I mean, as it is kind of going handedly in their direction at the end of these maps, kind of similarly to the series that we just finished, Saki. I mean, the 2-0 doesn't do it justice. It's a lot closer than that. And so when you can move on with a win in your belt and still, even when you are mid-series, kind of realize what's going on, maybe try to fix it as it's going. You'll see S&D likely, as you hope, in the next series. You want to finish this out in 3-0 fashion. It'll be something which, going into it, maybe it's a comms issue, whatever it is, you guys can kind of flatten out in this time that you have to breathe between maps here. It's going to be a very contentious control coming down to it, but I don't know, Saki. We've had an amazing series with a lot of fragging power come to this point, but we're headed into this map again. It's a familiar sight. We're not gone for very much longer, but we got new rules. We got a map 3. Saki, let's tell them about it.
Oh, we do. Actually, how about you take that one for me?
I didn't know that we were going this quick into Karachi. We got a long schedule here coming into the, I guess, latter portion. It's 5 o'clock in Philadelphia. Man, this day has flown by. A lot of COD that we have watched. But here on this control, Saki, they're going to be bringing it to him here. I got to look to a lot of those SMGs. It's going to be that's going to be this wide open point right here. And Razor is going to be putting down shots like that. But so much progress they have gotten here, almost to this third latch at the beginning portion of this. This is wild.
Yes, indeed. The girl taking out Diosa and Samika, and already ticker 2 for site A, and is closing on that third ticker as well. Looking so strong on this control point, but we have a little bit of fight back from Houston Spartans, who's going to try to also take out that third ticker and the progress that was on the third ticker as well.
And just right back below it. Oh, and just in that corner, these are the frags that you catch when you're on those SMGs. Razor finds a timing and is going to try and just get that progress back, but they're about halfway there. Sandy tried to frag around this, and this is where you see the difference. Oh, Samika, if she can get rolling on a rhythm, then you can just see the destruction that she brings. Sandy just going to be trying to bring back all the damage that the Hares have brought to the site here, just alleviating some of the pain.
Yes, indeed, and you called it out too, Samika on that row. Sandy Cheeks also on the row as well. Houston Spartans also on a big lead of lives remaining as well. So despite those 2 tickers on site A, definitely eating up on the lives as the spawns come in, trade after trade at the moment, with the last one being Samika over Megatron. And right now we're going to see Sandy Cheeks try to get the upper hand, specifically on this vantage point right now, to close in. Getting closer to the point. Now site A fully secured, so we're going to have to see our teams go back to site B, but still trying to clean up shop on lives. And this is where you start seeing Houston Spartans' more aggressive approach. Take out some of these players, lower their lives count, lower that resource, so that way you are able to be taken on those sites.
Ooh, that's 3 frags back exactly when they needed them. It's such an advantage. Press forward. Oh, a double that's just going to spill so much trouble. Sandy Cheeks spilling them right on the beach. This is unbelievable. Sandy Cheeks with the third, and that's only going to be 3 lives left for the Hares.
Okay, 6 lives left, 5 at the moment. And right now, the girl taking out Sandy Cheeks, Now the Hares, no respawns available. 10v3 at the moment. 2 lives left. It is only anything to stop this bleeding at the moment, but it's looking very rough as Samika is going to try to take out Razor, but Razor takes out Samika. Megatron goes down to Nasty, and we still have a cleanup there from Houston Spartans.
Oh, and that's a very nice first round that they capture, but I gotta say that this one is kind of drawn up. COD 101, you frag right out, you're not even worried about the objective. I mean, I gotta say that it was about as poetic as it probably could have been after that triple kill that you find forward. It was Sandy Cheeks that literally matched it with a triple kill of her own. A great highlight for her. She's got double digits headed into the second round, and the Hares got to hop back right on this train.
Oh, for sure. And when you're definitely in the lead when it comes to kills, especially in this type of game mode, it's definitely showing how helpful it is. Because despite the Hares getting that site A, they were just losing their lives one after the other. It's the way to kind of counter how stoic and defensive this mode can get. But right now, Megatron taking out Diosa. And we do see Houston Spartans on site B at the moment. Sandy Cheeks trying to take out, but gets taken out by the girl instead. And Samika trying to watch the ladder at this vantage point. Still capturing Zone A at the moment with Diosa.
Big point in here. Sandy going to continue it out. That's a good frag that she picks up, but putting this progress up at A. Megatron with a very key kill that now Diosa, they were watching that ladder the whole time to find kills like that, and they're just going to sneak it here at the end. Razor just get deleted.
Site A fully controlled at the moment. Now we're on to Site B, but it's looking like there's going to be a team fight setting up, but it's Sandy Cheeks and Samika taking out Razor and the girl. And Sandy Cheeks following up with Megatron as well. Samika trying to get some shots in. Does succeed. Finishes out the girl as well. And we have Nasty on the vantage point. Able to take out a two-piece from afar. Razor and the girl going down. Getting stunned by the grenades. But it is the Houston Spartans who wins the point with the capture.
Wow. You blink and you miss it. 2 just captured like that. I mean, take a bow. I mean, you are 1 round away from putting this series out 3-0, and it would be quite the statement here. I'm sure Philly is hearing about this one, as at home, we are feeling the dominance here in our seats at the desk. One more that they would have to put up, and the last time they were on this defensive front, it came through the slaying around the court. Sandy Cheeks was just letting them know. 15 she is currently on, Saki, but is it even going to be that far?
I think it might be. If they're gonna, on this defensive side, if they're gonna go for it, they're gonna definitely want to try to eliminate Hares lives first by the looks of it. It seems like that's where they're strongest when it comes there. There's Sandy Cheeks on the killing spree of 5 right now, and the progress at A has been completed on the first ticker. Sandy Cheeks gonna be able to secure another piece, 6 in a row at the moment, looking so solid afar, but then gets blown up by the girl's grenades.
Still here, right up in their grill. The girl carries another life over. A little bit of contention here onto A. Nasty's just going to duck right in. Right now, it's about keeping the lives sort of afloat right now for the Hares. And now Samika ducks right back in. The SMG can just be so brutal. You try and just get into that, and I say good luck.
Both Diosa trying to hunt down their next target at the moment, getting the higher advantage point. And searching Samika. Also, we got 1v1 here from Sandy Cheeks, but unfortunately was on the ground, and the girl takes out Sandy Cheeks. But Samika catches the girl as well. Goes back onto the point, tries to shoot from afar, able to secure Megatron and Diosa on the girl as well. Beautiful stuff here from Samika, who also catches Razor in the window. And we keep it going with Sandy Cheeks, but Megatron takes out Samika and Nasty to follow up.
A much-needed double, but right now, Sandy Cheeks in trouble, and Razor has got a good one. Megatron with an instant trade, and now the progress can be remade. Nasty with the frag that comes from far range. Samika with an absolute beam onto the girl, but it's going to take more than that. Even from long range, you're going to cut off a couple of these branches. Sandy Cheeks just reaches back far. 30 seconds now ticking off of the timer. Diosa gets back in and changes things up. She is just contesting the hill.
Yeah, right now we're seeing the Night Hares very much stretched out between the 2 points. One trying to contest Site B and finally getting some progress with 25 seconds on the clock. Site A also reaching that second ticker, but not getting much progress right after. 7 lives left on the Night Hares account. The timer resetting to 1 minute and 20 seconds. And this is good for the Houston Spartans because now they can just hunt down the rest of the Hares and be able to secure their win via their lives. If they can afford it as well. Keeping in track, Samika able to solidify it. Gets Razor, 6 lives now left. But Megatron, the girl taking out Nasty. Samika does take out Megatron at the very least. And we see Samika again, 1v1, wins it against the girl. Tries to bring out their pistol, but not going to be able to secure it.
We go longer. It's Nasty that we pick up with, and just trying to manage the range. A couple of these buildings are quite a challenge for an AR, so keeping that distance is going to be a challenge, but not when you're just hitting shots like that, trying to get up in your face. The girl is going to just put you out, and here this A side is going to be all the contention here with 30 seconds to go, but you see how close the kills get. It's 3-2 right now, a slight advantage, but doesn't even mark to that point. The girl just needs to get right up in their face. Just going to be that little bit of information given back. Razor here, got to be perfect, but beamed. The girl, 1v3 and down. There it is. Houston Spartans going to be the first team to push their ticket all the way to the loser semifinal here, picking up a 3-0 against the Night Hares here on Control.
So well done from Houston Spartans. Notice again that despite the progress on both sides, it was coming down to these timers. Again, such little time left as Houston Spartans and the Night Hares were losing out on lives very, very quickly. And you just got to see that Houston Spartans really clutched it up at the end and able to secure that 3-0 series. Fantastic stuff from that. Again, that's kind of what we were expecting from Houston Spartans for sure. Is that aggressive approach, especially when they're starting to see that, you know, let's leave that point progress behind. Let's just leave that go. The best thing we can do right now in this situation is secure that win, which is by those lives. That's the resource that is no longer going to be available once you get to that certain 4 lives advantage.
And unfortunately, we aren't going to be able to see that 6-star hardpoint, which is one of the funner ones to see. You know, I mean, unfortunately, just no time for that. But maybe in our next series, I do believe we are going to be getting to see those Philadelphia War Eagles run into 6F. They're going to be playing out for that second loser semifinal spot. Obviously, those two teams fighting to see who's going to play against Omit there in the losers finals. The yellow brick road has been set. We got a long path to go here through this day of COD, Saki. It's been such a blast, but we still don't even have our finals picked out yet. We still got one more finalist to choose.
That's very true. But before we can choose, we'll be going to a quick break, get our teams ready. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
wanna see me with no limits. Rise to another level, dream to the finish with a team, independent, yeah. We moving like a steamroller, really, we extreme with it, feel me kinda mean with it, better duck. Like we hit you with a cyber truck. Been through the dirty, seen a lot of muck. We on the rise, man, your time is up. We put in work, you on a pile of luck. We on another level, better move and know your time is ticking. We bout to cast it out and reel it in just like we fishing. I told you it would happen, maybe next time you will listen. Just because it glisten doesn't mean it's gold, so pay attention. We always stay consistent, keep on top of the mission. Squad, keep it authentic, get the haters some distance. We bout to change the channel, me, we bout to change your vision. If you moving with us, better keep it tuned and handle business. Handle business. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Ready for the rise? Yeah. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised.
Chains on my soul, you just fear what you can't control. I know you wanna keep me caged, but baby I'm a renegade. You know I'm a renegade. Ooh, baby I'm a renegade.
Breaking all the rules. After mine now, this ain't win or lose. This is what you wanted from me, lit the fuse. Be a pawn all my life, I refuse. You were scheming all my life, now you need me. Not seeing it as a big deal, it's something I can't repeat. In the lab like Dexter, you sabotage like Dee. Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now, I'm knee deep.
Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now.
I can't be minimized. On the throne, you've been advised. Wanted me down, but I switched it up. I'm top tier, better listen up. Overhype can't trip me up. Over the way, had to lift me up. What a shot, look how it rolls, even if nobody knows ya. On my own wave, I am gold, yeah. You was trying to block me on the low, yeah. Took the high road, let me demonstrate. Cause the old me gone like I've been erased. I'm the boss now, I'm the boss now. Wiped away my tears, got the sauce now. My back was on the wall, now I'm up. When you were claiming I was soft, I had a rough. Outcast left in the cold, outcast left in the cold. The in crowd would block me out. I had to kick and door, forced into a plan. Been evicted from my land. If you wanna see me now, I'm not giving you the chance, yeah.
Pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up. Add attention, shake it off. Tell us swift, forget the trick. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the res, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. hospital that. Everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna turn my head off, I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed. Frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves. Someone needs banish shit. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it. 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 Still got a little fight. I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight. I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight. I'ma finish it. Still got a little.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary.
Yeah. AK, let's go. Estoy cansado de los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque es solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy. retomado el control. El rey ha llegado, esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control. Tiempo perdido, tantos amigos, tantos que dijeron que yo soy el del control. Se dieron cuenta que yo soy algo de otro planeta. Ahora preocupados están porque no hay nadie como yo. Si tú no me crees te invito, súbete a esta tarima. Enséñame lo contrario, será tu acto final. Me ha llenado con rabia por todo el amor falso. Si es que te presto mi tiempo será un tiro fatal. Inspirado por mi gente, el guanaquillo ha llegado para cambiar el sonido y controlar todas las redes. El chelito guerrillero tal vez no sea el primero, pero la carga de mi familia es lo que me empuja hasta el final. Estoy cansado de lo falso, si les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque es solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control, el rey ha llegado, esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control. I got my family to think about, no I don't need no clout. Fuck the game that y'all talking about. I've been doing shit late night, just trying to look into something that'll get my kids paid. Killing every verse I put my voice on. The jokers come out here to play. AK came out here, I'm swinging. Fuck it, you know that I vibe. These bitches been testing my patience. All the respect, move aside. I'm looking to all of the millions. To all y'all, this ain't natural. A young cat with the ill flow that can spaz on a beat and just do it. Guarantee y'all slept on me for too long. I've been known to just rip shit. Optimist in my prime, oh Bron in Miami. I'm fired up, bringing the heat. It's time to show y'all the new vibe. Show y'all this new wave, this young cat, this my time. Estoy cansado de lo falso, si les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque es solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control, el rey ha llegado, esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control. He retomado el control. He retomado el control. He retomado. He retomado. He retomado el control.
Living a dream, I'm a walking movie edit, I'm living the scene. Got the crowd's hands up, I'm pulling the strings. I've been trying to run the game since the age of 17, but I'm here now. Eyes on the prize, my vision is clear now. Popped up on the scene, on the tier now. Hope you're not getting in my way. If so, make the right choice to clear out. Mama told me let my work speak. Then flex on your class like a school on the first week. This grind isn't dirt cheap. Had to pay my dues, now I'm first in the first seat. Yeah, the hunger, yeah, birthed me. Been overlooked for years, so happy it ain't hurt me. Not the type to be thirsty. I'ma get it on my own, I'm not showing any mercy. To the plan. I don't make a move on the man, like I made a rule with the fans. Sticking to the plan. I'ma make a move with my hands, going up and down, knowing I'ma land. Sticking to the plan. I don't make a move on the man, like I made a rule with the fans. Sticking to the plan. I'ma make a move with my hands, going up and down, knowing I'ma land. Sticking to the plan. Road again, you know it is up. I'm the answer to the madness of all of the fuss. Hero in my prime, not doing too much. Can't worry who was watching and throwing the subs. If you look at my rhythm, I'm intact. Ever since I came up, I cannot look back. Fiction is for reading, my life has been fact. So when you hear my name ringing, you know it's more than contact. Stuck to my dreams since day one. Everything I put forth, I become. Always held my own and didn't run. Got a little wiser to not jump the gun. I'm starting to see my legacy unfold. Speaking from the past, this ain't untold. People see the progress, everybody knows. A man gets respect when he never sticking to the plan. I don't make a move on the man, like I made a rule with the fans. Sticking to the plan. I'ma make a move with my hands, going up and down, knowing I'ma land. Sticking to the plan. I don't make a move on the man, like I made a rule with the fans. Sticking to the plan. I'ma make a move with my hands, going sticking to the plan. I express myself once again. I wanna be next up. Y'all looking for revenge. I used to be that same way back then. Got on my grind and let the pain in. What up? I'm letting my work make every statement. I'm letting my wins become replacements. To every word spoken that was tasteless. Feeling like a champ, I'm going places. I'm sticking to the code like my plan was sacred. The pain in my past now is vacant. Made a change like expressions on faces. On the street, baby, I'm covering bases. I don't make a move on the man, like I made a rule with the fans. Sticking to the plan, I'ma make a move with my hands. Going up and don't know when I'ma land. Sticking to the plan, I don't make a move on the man, like I made a rule with the fans. Sticking to the plan, I'ma make a move with my hands. Going up and don't know when I'ma land. Sticking to the plan.
Flames of power burn inside of me, heating past 1,000,000 degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you wanna start this with, cause when I do that would be nothing that can part in this. I set the flames to get bitter like an arsonist, and I have to work up until I might have no part in it. Hey, you can get down and lay down, leave them calling you evil, leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smoke, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground. No, this ain't no playground. This is fun. Oh, you said you wanted to win, well, this the right fight. Pray for when the darkness comes, turn on your nightlight. Oh, you should've brought you a gun, cause we don't like knives. Since the power went to my head, haven't been quite right. Flames are burning, things are churning, knees are bending, ankles burning. I'm the teacher, you should learn it. I'm the judge, and here's your verdict. This is hell, and you deserve it.
I'm feeling charged up, I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up, you cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up, I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up, I'm feeling charged up. Man, I cannot pretend the road is not tough. They tryna slow me down, they ain't with speed bumps. Constant on my mind, the ones I do love. They counting on me now, too late to give up. Lace my shoes up, I'm tired though, you should know. My race can be rushed, my rivals, they will fold. When they see me coming, I bet that they gon' start running. I'm a stone to a giant, I ain't afraid of nothing. Grit in my left hand, vengeance in my right. Go straight them both, I ain't wasting no time. Fight for what's mine, you know it's only right. Better have it bad by the end of the night. You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.
Yeah. I was born with the story. I was born for the glory. Through the heat and the rain, can't deny and ignore me. I'm bred for commitment, signed up for a mission. Yeah, it comes with the price. It's all in the description. My time has arrived, I can't hesitate. Nothing is in my way, knocking down barricades. On a different type of time, dreams are never late. From the jump, I'm the person you can never break.
Ain't got time for indecision. I got 'em all out. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm a rebel, spirit strong like metal. I will never fit the mold. No, I was born ready to be legend. I won't settle, reaching higher levels. Just you wait and see. I'ma be legendary. I'ma be legendary.
Yeah. I got the power, I've been working after hours. Seize the moment, I can't back up, call a coward. student of the game, like I ball at Howard. You can cut me down, I can be devoured. Heart on 10, coverage on 10, all I think is win. I can watch it in 2020 through the lens. When I fell off, I always had to try again. Got the code that connected like I'm signing in.
Ain't got time for indecision. I got 'em all out. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm a rebel, spirit strong like metal. I will never let them all know I was born ready to be legend. I won't settle, reaching higher levels. Just you wait and see. I'll be legendary. I'ma be legendary.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. I'ma say it loud and proud, I feel like I'm the GOAT. Put some numbers on the board when I didn't have hope. Whatever comes my way, I'm with all of the smoke. Mark my words, that's the realest thing that I wrote.
Spirit strong like metal. I will never let them all know I was born ready to be legend. I won't settle, reaching higher levels. Just you wait and see. I'll be legendary.
Way up. Way up. Way up. Going back and forth like it's east and west, but the whole team up, say that's north side. Am I lonely if I shoot the tech? And I'm 10 seasons in, still I'm courtside. Every day I'm going back to back to back to back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting on my eyes and crossing on my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S. Young, set apart, and I'm passionate. I've been in my lane, ain't no passing. I'm truly from the bottom, I've been fighting for the light. But when you in the dark, man, all you get is flashes. My whole team know that it's do or die. Mountain top, I see newer highs. I'ma make a move when I make a move. Ain't no thinking, I let you decide. On the gas with the vision, I've been out to get it, here to do it different. Ripping through the tension, rallied in the streets. Now we in the building and it's going way up. Way up. Way up. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it. Way up. When I'm under pressure, I don't watch the clock, I just go and shoot shots. See I'm on the wave, get them out the way, turn it up a whole notch. We was down bad, we was underdogs, now they clear the whole spot. He running up the numbers, now the digits going up a whole lot. Way up. Way up. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it. Way up.
Don't set apart and I'm passionate. I've been in my lane and I'm passing. I'm truly from the bottom. I've been fighting for the light. But when you in the dark, man, all you get is flashes.
Hey. Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh. Yeah, I've been wanting this shit forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Okay. Hey. Yeah. Ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra. Fuck with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it and next. Fuck this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember.
shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Beast in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, bitch, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Look, I come from a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique. They ain't play their part, so my part is play for keeps. Wide-eyed kid, but I never saw the ease. Ooh, yeah, got me keys. Yeah, on the table, age 10, look at me. Oh, yeah, I seen things that'll make it hard to speak. Oh, yeah, I've been fighting all my battles from my knees. Oh, yeah, looking up way to the sky and it's big and it's high, you know where it is going. They won't believe in a miracle, I do not tell them, I'd rather just show them. Ain't no little engine that could, I know that he will, I gotta keep going. Even in a dark room, we can get it glowing like you ain't ready, you ain't ready, you ain't ready. On the gas all season, no matter my location, I in my car reach. Had days I was down bad, but I'm over it like tall people. Got the view of a bird's eye, but I'll still leave like fall season. Look, I come from a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique. They ain't play their part, so my part is play for keeps. Wide-eyed kid, but I never saw the ease. Oh, yeah, got me keys. Oh, yeah, on the table, age 10, look at me. Oh, yeah, I seen things that'll make it hard to speak. Oh, yeah, I've been fighting all my battles from my knees. Oh, yeah,
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trip continues, every W's a psychedelic. Journey over accolades, divvy up the accolades and tell them boys to have a day. Give and take, and I love to give. Give and take, and I love to see the bros hitting milestones. Gon' get your shine on, brighter than an iPhone. Screen anybody tryna take a piece of pie home. Try a song, shape a stick or drop them like a pine cone. Conversations about the goals and the gold that I'm sitting on. All I hear is low ballin' digits if I listen to them. No need to counter if it's disrespect. Swam with sharks on how to bite my way out fishing nets. Yeah, I see the light at the end. All the juice got me swinging for the fans. Always look the light through a different lens. Sevens every time I put that lever. I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trip continues, every W's a psychedelic. Journey over accolades, divvy up the accolades and tell them boys to have a day. Give and take, and I love to give. Give and take, and I love to
making ends opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having the safest sex, I'll take the check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Da Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint event is spacious, we could take your friends. What happened next, you could take a guess. Beat the pussy up, then I beat the eyes too. Got a lot to prove, L Woods with the law school. I am not a wave, I'm a monsoon. Send her on the way after she blow me like some hot soup. She break a bank just to get the right picture and it looks great. Ooh, I love the shape, I swear to God, it's hard to look away. Prove to me you got it, girl, I gotta see how that pudding tastes. Got me in the comments saying shit I probably shouldn't say. I like girls who earn a bunch. Cook me up some lunch and cook my book, she work for Ernst & Young. And even if she is the perfect one, I couldn't find emotional connections on worth the time. I'm somewhere secluded where the surface up. Beaching and I'm tired, getting Turkish love. Server pulling up umbrella, drink, I had to purchase one.
I'm not at the beach, this is a bathtub.
Look, shit bang, going my way for a hot sec. They want me to cool off, nigga, not yet. I'm a 10 and change, I gotta set it straight. I had to drop a couple Williams on the tennis chain. Had to make the image levitate to keep them entertained. I might shoot my shot at LMA. Oh, y'all thought this was a joke. I did not follow directions, bitch, I made it on my own. I'm interested in making ends opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having the safest sex, I'll take the check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Da Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint event is spacious, we could take your friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
By any means necessary, everything I'm doing is legendary. Step in my office cause I'm a boss, not a secretary. Second to none, I am primary, not secondary. Give me the throne, I'm crown taking, I'm about to make the ground shake. Yeah, this is
Alrighty, we hop right in. Philadelphia Warhawks versus Serenity. Saki, as we would think it to be, It's actually Philadelphia in a disadvantage in this series, down by a map headed into the fourth in this series. We got this hard point headed up. Saki, we are getting it all here in the second round of the losers round 3. How are you doing looking into this third map?
Yes, it's definitely going to be quite spicy here as we're seeing 6F up to 1 in the series right now. So this map going to be crucial for them if they're going to want to be able to move on to the loser semis and be able to face, I believe, the Houston Spartans. And right now we got Serenity, LT7, probably one of the strongest players on the team at the moment with Amethyst, going ahead and taking out Joy, followed by Diabla, taking out Haley as well on the Warhawk side.
And when I got the pleasure, the absolute pleasure of getting to see Serenity earlier in this tournament, it was LT7, it was Amethyst. There were so many different moments in this, but Diabla, there was a video put of this LAN online, so much hype in the LAN center, and we saw some screams from the Serenity side here against the Philadelphia Warhawks. They want to press this advantage, but if there is any series to go to this 5th S&D, excuse me, it better be this one.
Yeah, we are currently with Hardpoint as the map mode for this map, and right now it is Serenity with the 43-point lead and the coverage on this current point. 47 seconds on the clock right now, and we're sitting pretty here, or rather Philadelphia Warhawks at the moment sitting pretty, with Joy and Haley on the point, followed by Hades also looking out, about to go ahead and contest Joy, able to take out LT7 as well off on the come up, and we're just gonna try to clean up crew as right now we got Diabla trying to contest the point. Gonna have to keep a lookout. It's a 2v1 situation, and right there, we're gonna see Lolly Girl take out Amethyst, but Diabla takes out Haley, but she brings out the pistol, but not gonna be able to secure any kills.
And just got to get this scrap point on the hard point is going to be one of the most difficult tasks. Oh, even if it's Serenity getting back in, this is going to be a very nice line for the 6F side to just try and kind of glide on. They're going to try and get right back on to this next site. That's just going to be in the hands of the Warhawks here at the beginning of the rotation. Very crucial kill picked up here on the rotation. But speaking of them, all 3 players going to be coming in, all back in the rotation, and they are securing the spawns once again.
We have Hades, who's about to try to get that second kill right now off of LT7, but goes down to Diabla, and LT7 also able to secure a kill as well. Joy gonna try to get into the room at the moment, grabs the opportunity to do so, and takes out ZennyQuad as well.
Ooh, and Joy just chops him down. And now just continuing. It's a second for her. Make it a 9th for her in the entire game on a 3 streak right now. She continues on from this back lane, and she's going to be getting a lot of attention. Hades up close. Had to be the headshot there, and Amethyst. And up top, make it 2 for Hades. Putting 2 in the ground. And this is how the Warhawks get on top. It's through the fragging.
Yeah, if you're Hades right now, you're definitely feeling yourself as that was a crucial play to finish off that last point. And we're now going through the rotation side of things as we have Philadelphia Warhawks going down 1 by 1 at the moment. LT7 taking out Joy. And we have Hades who takes out ZennyQuad and LT7. But Diabla says no more. Here's some revenge from my teammates. As we're now going to see Philadelphia Warhawks try to capture this next point. They are successful. And now on the defensive side, taking the lead on points too.
We are seeing Diabla and LT7 really step it up for this squad slang-wise. E-Girl in the site, and she's taking so much that time when Haley is not there. Already up to 100 points. Back on with Diabla, who's trying to just find out who's holding it down. Pop right back out, and Amethyst just showed her.
It looks like at the moment, it's 9 seconds left on the point as we're just going to go ahead and see Lolly Girl take that point and Joy trying to just contest and clean up shop on this next rotation. And finally, Joy leaves to catch up with her teammates as we still see ZennyQuad also closing in, trying to find a way in, but gets shot at the moment. And we're going to see Hades still close by the point. We now have Haley on the point as well. This time, ZennyQuad trying to find a way in. Goes ahead with the 1v1 against E-Girl. Does succeed, but falls to Zenny.
Great shot by Haley in the back line, and LT7 even took up top. This is so much time taken on these last 2 hills by the Warhawks as they are trying to push a 5th map in Philly. That S&D would be a big one up to snap here, but Amethyst, even with the team kill, goes down right after. This is going south right now for Serenity.
Yeah, Serenity does feel like they need to regroup, start on their next rotation. 13 seconds on this
Definitely.
point, but truthfully, again, it's about trying to get that spawn advantage, especially in the middle of the map where they have everyone somewhat grouped at the moment. And currently, we're looking at Joy here, who's going to come across the 3v3, able to take out Zenny as well. And then we have LT7 taking out Joy in that situation. Hades going ahead and bringing out the Renetti, going ahead and reloading as well.
It was Joy causing all that distraction to allow the team to get right back into the hill. There, Hades is just going to be chopping off the branches. Diablo trying to find the kills back in long range. It's hard to find, and even getting that spam back down, they do finally get this crack back in. So if you can hold it down for this 30-second mark, that's going to be a great moniker for you. But as soon as you think you have a little bit of an edge, Haley's going to smack you right back. She's got 2 minutes on the hill entirely, Saki. That is so much important work done.
So much important work done, and already crossing on that 200-point mark, 50 points away or less than 50 points away to secure it. And we're already still capping on this current point. The next rotation about to open up, but it's been a back and forth between both teams. Amethyst trying to find a way in. Definitely finding the knowledge and information needed to see who's there by the point at the moment, but didn't look towards their flank as they get shot at by Amethyst.
And right now, this is the Warhawks. This was their series to lose. Obviously, in the lower brackets at this point, both teams have fought hard online and on land to this point of the day to get here. But Warhawks come into this as the 3rd seed. They want to come out of this as the winners right here, trying to force this 3rd map. It comes down to the late game as Serenity actually have a very good edge into this hard point. Actually, as I say that, they just get broken down.
Right now, their point deficit is huge, and it's all about trying to capture that next point again. But we're looking at 15 seconds still left here. That might not be enough time. One more rotation will do it for the Warhawks, who's been sitting so pretty on their points ever so slightly. But now, Serenity has the advantage to get to the next rotation first. And we're seeing 3 of them grouped up while Zenny's trying to go ahead and peek at this corner at the moment. Can tell that there's a couple of people probably on their way as the rest of the Warhawks try to make it to the point. And it is Serenity first, but we do see Haley able to take out. Oh no, Hades goes ahead and takes out Diablo in this situation right now, and it's the point goes to the Warhawks as we're about 5 points away to tie it up in the series.
This is crazy. Just try and drop it down here at the end. You have to hold on with 3 seconds. Serenity, that is quite a tall task. 25 seconds here left on this next hill. And it goes back to what you said earlier. You know, Serenity maybe had to give up a couple of those early hills. Here, Philadelphia may just have to rip a page out of the playbook, completely give this one up. Serenity, they just bury him. 3 more kills, and now you're definitely going to have to just get in with the rotation there. Haley is already on to the next point.
Yeah, this is actually not looking too good for Serenity. Stopped the bleeding before, but now with Philadelphia Warhawks already on that point, that's an easy capture. That's just going to tie it up very quickly and not even give a chance for Serenity to come through. That's the problem with a little bit of those rotations, that you want to get as many points as possible. Your team is doing really well grouping up, but they're not moving to that next rotation and keeping in mind the timer of that hard point, and instead allowing Warhawks to go ahead and respawn with enough time to make it all the way to the bottom onto that next point. And as those transitions and those rotations happen, you start realizing that the team is getting picked off one by one on their way to that next point. So it was almost an impossible situation to come back for a checkmate per se.
No, certainly so. It's crazy that it goes all the way to a map 5. Momentarily, we'll find out exactly where we do go on to that final S&D. But Saki, I don't know about you. This is my first map 5 S&D that I'm getting to cast here in COD in general. So we're having an absolute blast here. That was a really convincing hardpoint, in my opinion. Obviously, we know about the seed difference coming into this game, but we acknowledge the road that these teams have taken to this point. And if those monikers still matter at this point of the tournament, then maybe I'm kind of paying attention to the stats a little bit too much. They go into this game, it's basically at a 0-0 slate. In about 6 rounds of Search and Destroy, you could be heading to the losers finals, excuse me.
Most definitely. And I really want to highlight here that when you're at this stage of the game, right, you're in this lower side. Listen, any team that loses here is going home. They came out all the way to the land, 3 years in the making, all women's happening right now, and you definitely worked your butt off to get to this moment. But when you're in this situation where it's pretty much a one match away from losers semis to losers finals, and then all of a sudden it can easily collapse if you lose out this game. Both teams, it's no wonder that they're going to this game 5 map, truth be told. And I really want to highlight here that with the fight that's happening, you could see that a lot of these teams are trying to play as much advantage as possible. It's really tough for them in this situation where we have that hard point. Again, you see the way that Warhawks is moving. They're super comfortable compared to Serenity, who was dominating in the previous map before, but now coming into this one was just not really prepared for the aggression that they were hoping to not see in this next game. But again, game 5, this is where it all ends here. And honestly, chat, I'm gonna need some W's for your teams. Get those cheers going on, because they're gonna need all that energy just like they have that energy offline.
No, most certainly so. And I gotta wonder what's going through the heads of the girls at this point. You know, you're probably breathing in that fresh Philadelphia air out there, outside of the block there in Philly. I mean, you know, tensions are high, right? This is why, like you said, they've fought so hard, you know, grinding online in their personal hours to the team scrims to, you know, those officials to get to this point, right? It's come down all to now. And, you know, honestly, I mean, coming up here with this S&D on the line, once we do find out, I mean, if it's a Karachi S&D, I mean, oh man, that would be a 5th map of all time to have all of that pressure on. I knew it would be an absolute classic. But once we do get that veto, it will kind of, you know, spell us exactly what we're going to find out in the series. No pressure to get that on, but it'll be such a fun one when we do get this one underway, Saki. But I think briefly, we are going to jump to a quick break before we finally see who's going to be headed on to the losers finals after one fateful search and destroy. I hope you all are ready for a Rio Map 5 Search and Destroy. Saki and I are very excited for this one. There is one team moving on to the losers final here in Philadelphia. We got a home team. Honestly, the Philadelphia team itself looking to defend the title. They have forced this Map 5 entirely, Saki. It's going to be a hell of a game, and we got two hungry teams looking to move on.
Absolutely. Two hungry teams where we're seeing both dominant on respective maps. Rio being this indoor map that can really come in play, especially in some of the shops areas. But right now, against Search and Destroy, we're seeing Haley, who did see a player come through, and Diablo also trying to watch out for any movement coming through the side as well. But we're looking at the Warhawks going down to the bottom towards Site A, as Zenny has located two of them. Haley from the far end and E-Girl in the back line of the things. Haley with the bomb target as well, who's now making the rotation to Site B this time around. And more than likely, we're seeing right now Amethyst and Diablo going ahead to try to meet that as well.
Just making that plunge for the site right there. Here, not too far. Hades going to get the headshot on Amethyst up close. Haley going to put LT7 in the ground, and that's going to be a very large advantage going here into a post plant 4 versus 2. Diablo and Zenny are going to have a tall task back, and there goes Diablo. It is a clean round for the Warhawks.
This is what you like to see here from Warhawks. Starting off this first round on the offensive already, really strong. And Serenity going to need to up their defense game in these next rounds right after that happens. But what I really love to see is the slow pacing. You know, we were about, I want to say 40 seconds left to be able to go ahead and place that bomb. And again, all about that slow pacing. That's what makes Search and Destroy so good. Plus the eliminations that you can. Once you eliminate that key player on the team, it's just going and following suit with the plan.
And here we are into this next round as it kind of drips along here. You know, only 11 rounds we could play in this. First to 6. And you've already got your first here on the Philly side. They hop on the defense. Bomb planted here for Serenity, and Haley already putting shots down off that. Diablo kind of just ducks off, but now they leverage his 40-second timer, and Serenity's squad even picks up an opening frag.
Diablo was able to go ahead, place bomb, and be able to catch up, getting some kills on the board as well. And right now it's a 2v3 situation for the Warhawks, whereas Serenity still has their 3 up at the moment. Right now there's a 1v1 between E-Girl and Diablo as well, and Diablo is able to succeed, but we have Serenity who takes that offensive win at the moment, tying up the rounds.
Just so quick into these first 2. And I don't even think you see a bomb plant there. It all just comes through, traded at the end by Amethyst up top. Dealing very nicely with the AR, and she picks up 2. So, you hop through again. I like how this is paced for sure. LT7 was a player we saw in the Search and Destroy before for Serenity really have a pop-off game, make the difference in the beginning of the series. Right now, got to show it against the Warhawks as we're into the 3rd round.
Most definitely. Right now having sights on target Site A right here for E-Girl, as we're going to see Haley try to close in on Site B and making the rotation down instead to meet up with her teammates, both E-Girl and Zenny right now trying to match up against each other. We're going to see Hades on the bottom, still sights on Site A at the moment, and Haley coming close nearby to go ahead and try to see if there's a bomb plantation at the moment.
Still moving it up so closely is Diablo upon this. And she holds a fine line, but there, a lot of damage dealt back to her, and the same thing for Zenny. So either side of this defense is not going to get a free look at this, even just getting a little bit more room back over, but they might be trying to just reach their hand. They've rotated sort of where this middle position kind of presents this B bomb, and there is a frag that LT7 likely should have got, but just put down in the end.
Incredible, that 40 seconds left on the clock, and we just got to see first blood. And right there, bomb is planted on Site B at the moment, with Serenity with 3 lives at the moment. Gonna be able to see Zenny take out Joy, but E-Girl takes revenge on Zenny. Diablo takes out Hades as well. 2v1 at the moment. Diablo able to defuse, but gets interrupted by E-Girl, who keeps the bomb going. It's a 1v1 situation at the moment, but doesn't realize that right now, Amethyst on the point closer to it. 12 seconds to defuse, but it's gonna not be enough time here for the 1v1 to come through as 6 seconds on the clock. Oh, Warhawk's able to secure it.
The jukes around the pillar are absolutely stunning. The Warhawks, that is how they earn their second round. A 1v2 for E-Girl. And the initial fight that she gets, I'm not sure that that last site player knew how close she was trying to attempt onto the fuse right there. That's going to be a big pickup for the Warhawks as we go back and forth on this search and destroy.
It's also a tough situation, right? Because here on the side of casters, we're able to see kind of where everyone's located. But for that diffuser, it's a chance to be defused, yes, but that's information giving, especially in a 1v1 situation with so little time on the clock as well. And if you risk going for the defuse, you have to complete it again. So honestly, Warhawks able to just keep it toe to toe against Serenity. This is exactly where you want to be right now, 2-1 in the lead of the rounds. But let's see how Haley does here, taking out Zenny. We're going to be able to see Diablo take out E-Girl as well. 2v2 situation at the moment. Bomb still not planted. Heading closer to side B at the moment right now is Diablo with the bomb.
Wow, what a pickup from Amethyst there. Really just saved Diablo, and that's how you pick up the round. Step for step, bar for bar, you are going to be following Warhawks up the path. Serenity, excuse me, tie us up at 2. They are really popping off here. I mean, it was a point of contention with a couple of their players pushing them farther in those search and destroys. We talked about how important LT7's performance was on that previous showing. Right now, Amethyst just had a huge round.
Yeah, Amethyst on the 2-kill streak at the moment and doing a fantastic job for her team at the moment. Diablo as well, and LT7 trying to make those runs happen. And we're going to see the Warhawks on the bottom side heading to side A at the moment. Definitely with Hades on the back line with the bomb at the moment. And we're going to see Zenny also try to contest right on side A at the moment and trying to fight against right here Hades. And it is Hades that goes down to Diablo.
Ooh, and Haley, thankfully she had that trophy system up. Would have got really dunked on by that nade. But here in the back lines, Joy picks up a huge one. 1v2 for Joy now. After picking up that first frag of the round, she can carries on 45 seconds left that she's going to have to work with this. Got to make her way around. Got to pick up the bomb. Better yet, got to find the kills.
I do like this play here that potentially could be successful for Joy. You don't want to pick up the bomb because that's giving information. Right now, Serenity is just chilling by side B, but we're seeing Joy go for the flanking opportunity, and it's becoming very close, but unfortunately, too much noise. Philadelphia Warhawks are eliminated in this round as Serenity goes ahead and calls out what Joy was trying to cook, and it just wasn't cooked to perfection there.
Great setup there that they have. They just back up. They maintain the angles that they can, even if it's multiple that they try to balance. It's a 2v1, Saki. Keep it simple. Right, you're on land. It's the pressure that's getting to you. It's the map 5 environment that you got to stand up in there. The 1v2 will not go your way. Serenity, they have a bit of a lead here, but we got to look to the first team who's going to be able to take 2 in a row here. Easier said than done, though, however.
Yeah, last time we saw Serenity on the offensive side of things, they kind of went back and forth with some of these rotations and weren't exactly comfortable in setting up the bomb, but we'll see how Diablo does here. Is actually in the process of setting up the bomb in this moment, while Philadelphia Warhawks noting that they're now going ahead and grouping up on site B, but trying to find any potential from Serenity at the moment. It is a 4v3 at the moment as well.
Gotta retake this. 2v4. Gonna be such a difficult task here. Back lines, Joy with a very nice equalizing frag onto Amethyst, but still a 1v3. Joy caught in the back, and there it is. 2 in a row for Serenity here as they take double the advantage here on Rio.
You called it too. You want to be able to get that second round for the point, right? It's one thing going back and forth, but if you're able to secure that next round, you are on a momentum at this point, and Serenity shows to be doing exactly that. See how Warhawks responds at with things that are happening with these maps, and it's all about trying to get that set up on the next one.
Into a very big round here. Fighting from that 3-4 is a lot different from 5. You're in a map 5. It's Saturday, the whole championship day that you want to experience. You want to experience going to those finals, first of all. But you got to pass this hurdle, and you've got to jump high. Right now, Joy's got to look for the opening kill.
Joy trying to take some of these very sneaky plays in these situations with how things are going down. And right now we're looking at Haley, who's trying to set her eyes on site B, but we do have some contesting happening right there. E-Girl takes out LT7, and successful at it. Gonna go ahead and circle around and try to flank at the moment. Hades also looking on the staircase just in case, going ahead and falling back as well. Calls out that Diablo is right there and successfully gets Diablo.
And just keeping in this position, no response. Serenity, gotta get this going. Pedal it forward just a little bit further. Gets onto the bomb site. And right now, seeing that player dancing around, creating space, are the Warhawks right now in chop down. Philly just got a big one.
And we're back with one round ahead for Serenity. And if you're on the side of there, that was a little bit tricky because you could see that the setup, the bomb was there, but it wasn't just enough for Serenity to be able to clean house. Again, 4v2 situation at that time, and it was going to be extremely tough to try to make the defusal happen for the side of Serenity. And here we go, going right back in. Diablo with the bomb, going ahead and getting escorted through. And we're going to see Warhawks already on the site B. We have Hades on site A as well, calling out that right now there's 3 players on the site. Diablo down, bomb down. LT7, though, takes out Hades in this situation. And it looks like right now we do just... Oh, okay.
Big shot delivered by LT7. You come back into the mix, and so you got to pick up a couple of big ones. Serenity, they have answered that call. They just got dealt to 3 by the Warhawks. It's time for them to get back in an advantage, and they do. They set up a post plant, and now it's up to the Warhawks to try and work back in. Joy has done spectacular stuff before, but there is E-Girl getting a great shot back in, and just going to be taken out. Zenny with a crucial frag, and right now a 1v2. 20 seconds left. That is possibly your third opponent in this. Trying to go high in the sky. You got to work this one back, but Zenny, what a position. What a way to shut out the round. Serenity are 1 round away from moving on to the losers finals here at Aurora's COD Champs.
I love that E-Girl was trying to get that flank earlier on, but once again, Serenity sticking to their guns. It's coming down to the fact that, again, it's a 2v1 situation. Don't go further than what you need to do. Keep it short, keep it simple. We got E-Girl trying to cook up something that's a little more extravagant and try to get these really, really clutch plays that, again, are possible, but Serenity just keeping it cool, calm, and collected.
Gotta come back and win 3 straight if you want to keep your chances alive. The 3rd seed in the series, still kicking through Hades, getting a very nice kill, picking that one up. It's going to be crucial here to the beginning of this round and not wasting any time planting this bomb onto the B site. Here's the 45-second timer to set off the end of this round.
Philadelphia Warhawks able to plant the bomb at site B at the moment. And you can see 2 are trying to go ahead and do a rotation towards the back line. Well, right now it's only 2 players on the side of Serenity still alive, Zenny and Diablo, who are both right now Diablo trying to go ahead and flank around, but gets knocked out here as Warhawks able to secure the win for the round. Once again, 1 point round differential, but still that 1 point can go to Serenity if they are able to clean out.
Right, and as we were headed into that round, I said that you got to win 3 in a row. You know, when you picture that in your head, Saki, it's such a large bargain, right? I mean, you've got to
Mhm.
just take it one step at a time, one kill at a time in these rounds, and then eventually you're going to be at a 5-5 slate. Here you got one more to bring us to that point. Diablo's going to pick up the bomb. Let's see how they pedal this one through.
Yeah, that's the thing about search and destroy. It's not about maintaining the same side. You're going for attacking and then switching up to defending, and you got to be able to be consistent at both. But we do see here that Diablo is able to go ahead and set up the bomb on site B at the moment. And right here, we see Warhawks going ahead and trying to flank around, still around site A, or what was previously site A, and circling. Well, right now, Joy trying to locate someone on site B at the moment, but I'm not really seeing anybody here for her.
Yeah, she's going to have to spend days looking for these players, and Haley and Hades just coming through. LT7 going to try and pry this one right back open, but it's going to have to be a 1v3 ace clutch. There it is. We are going to a round 11 here. We are not done fighting out of Rio yet. Philadelphia Warhawks, they are not out of the series. They forced this 5th map for a reason. We are going all the way.
So poetic, right, Mark? Going ahead and getting the final map and the final round between these two. It is literally anybody's game at this moment. And right now, we're going to see the Warhawks going to be on the defending side of things, while Serenity on attacking. And truthfully, it can go either way. Right now, Ego with the 10 kill and 3 kill streak as well, with Haley being probably the most on planting, able to succeed with 4 plants. And it's going to be kind of dangerous right now, as they're going to be seeing Haley here, finding a way, keeping an eye on site B, but site A right now, looking like they're going to be locking down site B. The bomb getting up and set up at the moment, but Diablo is looking like going ahead and leaving the bomb. It has been set up at this time. And it looks like site B is going to be cleared up just a little bit. Still not noticing the LT7's there. There it goes. LT7 getting taken out by Haley, but also taking out Hades in the process.
And there E-Girl opens the door. Zenny gets that kill down into a 1v1. I wouldn't have it any other way. A 1v3, excuse me. You get this through, and right here, it may just be set down and just marked. You're gonna be out of this thing, but Joy still has all the time to work this back, but all the players to find, and now it is just not possible. It is just done. Your Philadelphia Warhawks are unfortunately gonna be out on home turf. Serenity, they are on to the losers grand finals.
So heartbreaking there, especially for Joy, who was literally getting the kills one after the other, but time was just not on her side. There was only so much she could do, as she had to approach carefully. And again, the kills are there, but it's about defusing that bomb. Again, 10 seconds, counting down to 5 seconds. And a lot of those, it feels fast paced, but truthfully, those seconds could also feel longer. And that's why you kind of see where, again, Joy was killing it in the moment, but unfortunately was not enough time to get that defusal. And with that, Serenity knocking out the Philadelphia Warhawks. But truth be told, congratulations, honestly, to Warhawks for putting up such an amazing set. I'm actually so happy that we got to see that final round, just because it just goes to show you that the back and forth between these two teams was real for the series.
I gotta say, I agree with you. You called it poetic when we were going into that round 11, and I can't think of a better word to kind of describe how that search and destroy went. It was such a pleasure to watch. And, you know, I spoke about it a couple of times when we were coming into this whole tournament, right, with the original set seeding that we had. You can call this one an upset for real, but I can't really say that. Both of these teams have been fighting all day on land. They were neck and neck all day today. You head on to that loser grand final. You're going to have an opportunity to make it to the grand finals. But right now, unfortunately, Saki, oh man, you're going to be staring down the big bad wolf. You're going to be staring down Amit.
Well, technically, I believe this is
Right.
actually where we're going to see Serenity face off against the Houston
trolling?
Spartans for losers semis. And
Yes, I
then
am.
they'll be able to go
Yes.
ahead and
Yes.
face against down the barrel of Amit. And honestly, both teams I believe, if I'm not mistaken, want that revenge set against Amit as well. So I definitely want to say that's going to be quite exciting. But before we even get to that, I believe we're going to be heading to a quick break. Just don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Alrighty, we are here into our losers semis here into this hard point. We are getting it on already. Into this one, these shots up from Diablo are very hot to draw at the start. Saki, we just came from another exciting series. Do we go right into another?
Absolutely. And what I love about it is that these are two well-loved teams. You got Serenity and you got Houston Spartans, both with players that the crowd loves. And we're already going ahead and going on to the next point right now. 56 seconds on the clock. Houston Spartans looking like they're sitting pretty at the moment with Sandy Cheeks. Gonna be able to take out LT7, Smika as well on Diablo, but Amethyst takes out Diosa and Zenny takes out Smika.
And don't you guys worry, we're getting that score at the top change on the production side. We carry on here in this hard point, as right now, you're just kind of putting down the latches here. Nasty, oh, what a swing from up top is just going to be taken out, but a very respectful approach, I must say, taking that into it. Zenny on the back of the site here is gaining a lot of time with a shot by Zenny, turning around, but really, Saki, keeping alive is the main goal here.
Oh, most definitely. Right now, Serenity, apologies. Right now, looking at the things, we do see Zenny with the capitalization of the point, trying to look through these corners. Going to be able to take out Nasty Diablo. And we got a 1v1 situation there, but it was Zenny that was going to able to take out Smika in those last few seconds. Sandy Cheeks about to come through, able to catch Zenny right off guard as well. And now we're back onto the next rotation point, and it is looking like the side of Houston Spartans cooking right now, especially with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, this could be a money hill for them, just latching down on this entire thing. 30 seconds there, but right at the front of the site, you start to hit the panic button when LT7 picks up a double kill. Just like that, Smika's going to have a response.
Absolutely. And right now, it is looking like Smika going to be able to call out the bar, but unfortunately goes down to LT7. Wasn't able to secure the kill follow-up. And it looks like rotation's going to go down as well. Diablo taking out Sandy Cheeks. Again, the bar right here. Zenny still cooking against Nasty at the moment.
Just trying to get that flank, try and get a little bit of room back. This has been already quite a hectic hardpoint that we've seen play out at the start of this. Amethyst puts up shot to back, but Diablo potential to get it double, but gets away with nothing. Amethyst is going to have to trade back her squad. A good lane that she's going to try to cut off here. However, that pressure is back, but still, Trinity finds 100.
Indeed, and it's looking like it's gonna be in their favor at the with everything happening. And again, this point is gonna belong to the Serenity. And right now we have LT7 trying to find an advantage point. Houston Spartans looking to try to secure the point. They just respawned, but unfortunately, I don't think they're gonna make it to that next point. They're gonna try to regroup on the follow-up. And we do see Sandy Cheeks, Mika, as well closer to that point. And now the full rotation about to happen. And Sandy Cheeks on it, all ready to go ahead and start capping on those points.
Turning that corner. Oh, what a very nice trade that was instantly delivered. Nasty trying to get one of their own, just tracing this player down, and even going to be just escaping them to the back lines, finally getting that kill onto Zenny. Justice scraped her grabs for another, but here come the Spartans now just trying to lay down the barrier. They've just gotten up to 70. They've got to come back in this thing by 50.
It's going to be crucial here for the Spartans to be able to win this contest quickly, but unfortunately for the side of Serenity, it looks like they're going to lose that contest. And right now, it's Nasty that goes down against Empress. Sandy Cheeks taking out Empress in revenge. But LT7 also responding against Sandy Cheeks. And now it's Zenny who's going to be watching that door. And we're going to be able to see Sandy Cheeks go down to Amethyst. Once again, Nasty taking out LT7. Diosa going to be able to take out Diablo. We're looking really pretty at the moment defending this next point.
They have that rotation. They have the spawn. So try and lock it in right now. This hard point is never further than you expected. LT7, the trigger discipline, has the flank lined up and doesn't finish it on to the second foe. Thankfully, she's got her teammates within reaching distance. They just clean it up and they start adding more onto their lead.
Okay. Right now, we have the side of Serenity capping on point. Contest happening back and forth. Look at all these trades at the moment. Diablo goes down. Sandy Cheeks on the ground. Gonna try to call out. We're gonna be able to catch Amethyst in the hallway side. And again, on the ground, trying to peek on this window.
It's gotten taken down, right? I mean, that was a crazy maneuver, Saki, but they head into this. They have just crossed that triple-digit mark themselves. And right here, oh, what a maneuver! Two there out of the SMG, and Dusty at the same time cleans up house. Thankfully, LT7 can keep one kill alive, but that sight would not be capped for much longer.
Unfortunately, Empress coming and from the behind center on Diosa. Sandy Cheeks taking out Diablo. And we're going to see Zenny able to call out the corner side and be able to cap on the point. And this looks like a 1v1, but unfortunately going to be taken down by LT7. Or rather, Diosa taking out LT7 in this moment. Contest again. Nasty taking out Zenny off the point. And we're going to be back to the next rotation. Neither team, I feel like this is the first time we've seen them not actually buy those points and actually having to do the full rotation to be able to get there. And it is the side of Serenity that gets there first. Right now leading with 185 points.
Zenny carrying it on close range. Nice fight one on the AR. Backing up, and the Spartans have just brought this within reaching distance. This is a good couple of kills caught in succession for the side that is coming back. The Spartans trying to get this crack long range. What a couple of shots right in. You got to try and break this setup. And now Diosa going to be taken down by LT7, and Serenity, they could be back into the mix.
We're going to see Amethyst take out Sandy Cheeks, but does go down. As Samika trying to make these comebacks for her team. Samika being a player that has been the highlight of the Houston Spartans with Diosa. And we're already going to be able to cap on that point. Trying to catch up in points deficit. Neither team has made it to the 200 marker just yet. We're going to be rotating back very shortly as well. Right now with Serenity going to be on that point at this time. And it's looking like LT7 going down to Nasty. And Sandy Cheeks takes out LT7. But Zenny's right behind her as takes out Sandy Cheeks.
Instant trades, they can be so quick in succession. A rotation over onto the next side. And still Serenity with very good initial positioning, but they've been pushed off of the point. Right now, it's going to be the Spartans back in, contesting for a minute, now flipped back over. They can cross 200. They're just within a whiff of it, and they cross it. Here, Dosia with a crazy fight up top, and actually goes down in the end. Sandy Cheeks, they all go down with it. This has been quite a cleanup out here from the Spartans, but they never let go. Amethyst has just been holding it down for so long.
This is a bloodbath at the moment, as right now we see Amethyst still on that point, been trying to keep it clean, and it's working out for her team and herself as well. And we have LT7 on the support side of things. Right now we have Amethyst, who's trying to look out for any Spartans before the next rotation pick happens. And now they're on their way to the top side of the map. Spartans kind of had the advantage of being on that point first, but instead went to try to go for kills to get some cleanup crew. Finally putting someone on the point. You gotta be careful with this. 242, you're very, very close. 8 points away from being able to take this first map from Serenity side. You cannot let those points go. But it's looking like Zenny was able to clean up, and now 46, 4 points away. It's gonna look dire here for Spartans.
Barrett's down. There, they can put it to an end. They can just get that win up on the board just like that. A huge pickup here at the beginning of this series. What a way to just go back and forth, but you put the cap on it just like that. And here in the loser semis, it just gets that much more exciting. What a way to start it off.
Almost definitely. Well, I would like to say this is probably the first hardpoint map that I've not seen a huge deficit within the middle of the map. Like, we were looking at previous teams and we were seeing that there was teams that were like already 150 and like 80 points, 170 and like 70 points on the other side. This is the first time that I've actually was able to see two teams just kind of come close and literally go back and forth. And what I really feel here is that in that crucial moment where Houston Spartans could have just gone ahead and get their point, they had the point advantage, they had the spawn advantage, and instead they tried to go for clean kills to try to clear out and then go for point, which you don't want to risk those moments, right? You're close neck and neck when it comes to points. You haven't reached that 200 mark just yet. You have the side of Serenity that was already climbing up on that peak 4 points and being able to cap on the hard points itself. It's going to be tough that you're going to want to make those decisions. But again, that's why you have the other maps, right?
Absolutely is. You can check out these two rosters out here. We've been seeding these two teams fight all day, most notably as they've moved down to the losers bracket, unfortunately. But if it has not been these two sides moving on, they really grinded to get to this point. But I gotta say that Samika, Sandy Cheeks are really the Houston Spartans to watch for me, even though, like, I'm pretty sure I've yelled the name of all four of these girls in a highlight, right? Like, they all come out. I think in the other Houston Spartans side, we're coming out of that respawn with really no difference from that fragging power that comes across the board. So it's a very consistent squad. That's where they're going to take those pretty consistently. And so you move on here into a search, Saki, that, you know, with that firepower into question, right? I mean, you know, I pointed out two players. Sure, you can have your swing at a couple if you want. But I mean, I got to say that, you know, through my experience here in the COD that we have gotten to cast today, Saki, I have learned that I haven't been able to predict what's about to happen. So I can't wait to see how map 2 is going to play out anyway. What do you think?
To be fair, these teams are playing out of their minds. Again, you are in your loser semis. You want to face against Omit Gaming, who, again, they're that #1 seed. They went down to Unjustifiable earlier on, but they were tied with that seed from the beginning going into this championship. And you are Serenity, you are Spartans. You want to be able to go ahead and meet them again in some form of a capacity and be able to succeed properly against them. And with the so late into this bracket, right? You're fired up, you're powered up, you're already got your chemistry with your team working out. You're already having communication set forth. Your strategy's probably a lot more cleaned up because you had all of these games that you pretty much fought back and forth for as well. Now I want to highlight here Serenity really coming out on top as well from the search and destroy off of their previous series. You know, we were talking about how they went back and forth. You want to try to get that 3-game lead. And in this situation, we saw them going to the final round for the final game. It's so important for them to maintain that consistency as well in this situation.
Yeah, I gotta say, as like the day gets super long here at LAN, like how LAN, play is kind of versus online, it comes down to I don't know, online sometimes kind of barring, how, the feeling can be on LAN, kind of you're facing the other team in person. It really can be some, advanced stuff online when you have no pressure and you can play to the top of it. But it's been a very long day. You're in this environment. It's going to start coming down to those tricky plays that probably normally wouldn't decide a game of COD. But here, as you get to the end of the night, it just gets closer. And really, we look on to Rio here, which is going to be the stage set for our Search and Destroy here on map 2. And Saki, this one in particular gets me really, really exciting considering the map 11 that we just watched on Rio, the potential, that we know that we can see on this map. It's always a very exciting time. So I'm seriously excited to watch these ARs get active again. As we kind of highlighted going into this previously, how the SMGs were going to work those sides. I really feel like the ARs made the difference in the last time we saw this outing.
1000%. That long distance range is going to come in very clutch here as well. And so the search and destroy has begun with the Houston Spartans on the side of attacking and Serenity on the side of defending. One thing's for sure, Houston Spartans likes to go for a more aggressive push, and we can see that right now with Houston Spartans now already 2 lives against the 3v2 at the moment for them both. And the bomb is dropped with right now the Sandy Cheeks trying to fall back and Diosa grouping up with Sandy Cheeks as well. Diosa trying to peek through, going to be calling out the corner, but unfortunately goes down to Zenny.
Wow. What a start that we have. And now just a 1v1. Diablo, position is going to be very much confirmed here, right around the corner. They're just going to wait for one another as Sandy Cheeks kind of just hops to the outside part of that. Now just trying to get out, get a little bit of space. Sees that she has a little bit of space to work with here because the pressure is actually on Diablo having to plant this bomb.
I love the rotation here from Sandy Cheeks as well. Trying to call out, but unfortunate, did not look to the left of things. And it was going to be Serenity who was able to come out on top and call out the play that Sandy Cheeks was doing. I love that Diablo was waiting patiently on that corner. And again, that bomb, when it's dropped, provides information that's crucial. It tells you whether or not this team is either going to go and move forward and pick it up, or try to circle around and plant a different strategy. And that's exactly what we got to see here.
Here into the second round we go. If this is how our search is starting off, then my expectations, they have been raised. All right. Back under Rio, back already into the actions, and we're back on the B side here. Seemingly going to be the favored part of this map. I would say the majority of the engagements we've seen here have taken place towards here. Bomb planted at the beginning of this one. Pretty easy to kind of get the space here for the offense to kind of net this bomb plant because you don't see those kills. It's easy to see all these teams kind of wait for this post plant scenario, but as you're now cutting down the herd, it's going to be a little bit harder to get back here in this post plant.
Good call out here from LT7, able to take out Sandy Cheeks, was waiting patiently, but said, you know what, let's go ahead and hunt it down. And right now, bomb is planted on side B, like you said before, and it's looking like we're seeing Nasty trying to make some plays and find a way to defuse it. We're going to go up and call out and find LT7, kills LT7 here. Nasty trying to make it to the point, but it's not going to have enough time. 2 seconds on the clock, not even going to be able to win a 1v1 situation. Very far from both site and this player, too.
Wow. I mean, that was so close. Already back into the mix. And right here, they have just got their second and even closer than the first one was. Down to the timer that time, you weren't able to really attempt that bomb plan. I believe it's 5 seconds plant, 5 seconds to fuse, if I do remember correctly. And you're back onto that offensive side, which, I mean, I guess that's going to be best for you. You really rolling the dice again. So here, walking it up is going to be this bomb plan, at least guaranteed. I feel like we see that every single time. But they don't end up going for it too quick.
All right, Nasty. Trying to circle around, but not really going to be near anybody at this point. Bomb is going to be planted. And that's going to be Smika, who is able to achieve it, but goes down. LT7, Nasty. Zenny trying to also take down Samika and succeeds. Nasty on COD as well. And Amethyst trying to locate Sandy Cheeks, succeeds. Calls out that it was against the corner. And that site, 25 seconds left, but Houston Spartans cleans it up. Gets the first round for them on the attacking side.
And it doesn't even come down to that 7.5 second defuse time. You just loosen them up with the kills straight up. A great win that Nasty is going to be putting up on the board there. We switch sides, so we handle this thing again.
Yes, indeed. And like we talked about before, again, that 7.5 second defense as well for defuse, rather, and 5 second plant too. It's going to come down to those really long seconds. They feel long, and they are kind of long when you're actually going against these clutch moments. But Diablo right now with the bomb in escort as well, heading to site A. Right now we have Diosa, who's able to call it out. Beautifully done. Kills Diablo, but goes down to Zenny. Nasty also taking out LT7.
You're in a very nice position. It's a 2v2. Make it a 1v2. And Zenny has a lot to work with here, that the position is exposed and now just ran down. Unfortunately, those SMGs are not going to be waiting for their turn. We're up to a tied game as soon as you see that.
And if you're the side of Houston Spartans, you want to get that 3-round streak. You have the 2 at the moment, but you want to be able to secure that 3rd round for sure. If you want to be able to go ahead against Serenity. And whereas Serenity, you want to start your 3-round streak at this time.
Get a little bit of that momentum going. And just try and move that one across. You're here at a tied space. Even leaning a little bit towards A. Zenny just picking up that angle. As now the real fight's inside. LT7 with a very big piece of information. Seeing the bomb cross. And a lot going to be placed here onto B. Unfortunately, just too many targets there. Going to be an opening kill now for the offensive side.
Right. Bomb is planted on site B for the Houston Spartans. They can kind of sit a little pretty at them for being able to defend the site, which they are. We have 3 on the point. Right now we have Amethyst, who's trying to go ahead and clear out point, but unfortunately goes down to Smika. And Sandy Cheeks taking out Zenny. And
Turns.
it's looking...
Oh, what a shot. Saki just running it down. Unreal. Houston Spartans one away to bring it back. And it's that 3 in a row you were talking about, that 3 streak. There it is.
Well, you were talking about it earlier, that 3 streak being so crucial for this type of map and mode. And you want to be able to achieve it very early on, because now this is just the momentum you can ride. Serenity is going to need to really rethink some of their strategy here, especially when it comes down to spreading out so thin and going for these flank situations. And watching out for those peaks for sure is going to be crucial, as we're going to see Diablo with the bomb escort heading towards site B, allowing the team to go ahead a little bit first. Zenny throwing out some nades. LT7 trying to look for any member of the Houston Spartans. And unfortunately, Smika sneaks up up to her. As Zenny takes out Smika. And it is a back and forth as Sandy takes out Zenny in revenge. A trade for both. But still, 3v2 at the moment for Serenity. Sandy Cheeks on a 5-kill streak at the moment for Diablo. Last alive is just a hunt for Diablo, who has the bomb. She tries to slide in. But Diala able to take out Nasty. He's gonna wait in this corner. Still with the bomb. 40 seconds on the clock. It's a 2v1 situation with the right amount of sneak and surprise. She might be able to clutch it, but unfortunately goes down.
I gotta say that was probably the best chance that you've seen at the Serenity clutch that time. Just tries to take this fight. A nice head glitch that you get here. That's going to be a tough one to win in any sort of context. But right here, it's going to be a stunning pickup here late. 4 in a row. You kind of flip-flop back on the other side after 3. And now we are really into the next. I think we're going to have a restart of the server here. I think something is going on. But we're hanging out just for the moment. Probably a server restart or something going on. LAN has, plenty of hiccups along the way, but that's why we get through them together.
It's always interesting, right? You got your offline problems, even still, versus your online online problems as well. But talking a little bit about what we've seen so far, Houston Spartans, I believe it was going to be on that 4th round, or rather 5th round, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, looking super solid. They're on that streak. They're cruising through 4 rounds win streak, better said, actually. Apologies. And they're cruising on through very nicely. They got their 3 and moving forward. And Serenity just seems to kind of collapse against the strategy that we've been seeing from the Houston Spartans.
Yeah, and I really can't point to one thing, but I can point to one player. Like, I think we were hopping on there with Sandy Cheeks, who was, putting up a bit of a clinic there, had, 5 or 6 in a row, stretching through multiple rounds. So, I mean, definitely putting up a great sort of performance there. But we'll kind of get an update on the game when we do get the chance. I am seeing this is I think a developing issue that we have, Saki. So I am going to read this. Hopefully, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I don't really see any reason why. I believe that there was some sort of gentleman's agreement broken between these two teams. Basically, kind of suggesting, Saki, I don't know if you're too familiar with COD, but there are some rules that I mean, gentlemen's agreements happen in all sports, but they happen a lot in COD. So maybe something was just kind of off there. So I don't know what's exactly going to happen going forward in the game. I don't know if we're going to get a play restart or what's going to happen, but that's pretty interesting considering that you had a 4-round lead. Okay, we're running it back at a score of 3-2.
Interesting. This is not something that you would want to see from the Houston Spartans, right? Tac Mask not being allowed in the current, apologies. Again, the gentleman's agreement for that situation. And we're going to see that run back happening for 3-2.
Yes, in favor of the Spartans that we do see that. You gotta, I think that might have been probably, you never know. You gotta, I think it was probably just attack mass left on A class. If we're getting it all kind of, restarted there from the middle of the game, if it was just that one round, I guess it's just a hurdle that we can kind of pass right over. So it'll be fun once we do get back into it. But, a chance to have a unique situation to breathe here on LAN is, is this live or back into the mix? Obviously, we've restarted, so we can't actually get the correct score on screen. It will be 3-2 in favor of the Spartans here, if I am correct.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to be looking at trying to achieve, once again, that 4 rounds for Spartans with this next round happening. We have Serenity on the side of attacking. And it looks like Serenity already on the win side. Gonna even it up 3-3 actually, yes.
Okay, I'm glad you had that going. I even questioned it myself.
Listen, math is not my strongest suit, and when I see numbers, my head kind of goes spinning. So you're very lucky for that one, Mark.
we might have to pick up an analyst. I don't know where Matt went. He might have to. I hope he's good at math. We don't have a calculator here somewhere, but regardless, we go into this next round, and I mean, after a hiccup, of course. See, there we go, back into the mix. You can kind of throw it back at the other side, and this will be a good measure going forward.
Yes, indeed. And right now, we're going to see Amethyst trying to find a slight target. Zenny throwing out the nade, calling out that Nasty and Diosa are on the far length. Called out that Diosa's on the side. Beautiful communication as Diablo is able to secure that first blood. And Zenny able to kill Sandy Cheeks as well.
So you move that forward. It's a oh, that bomb is getting defused just like that. Okay, so we do have a bit of an update. I believe we were off, so it was 4-2 just briefly. So now it should be 3-4, correct?
I believe it's 4-3 on the side of Serenity. And Houston, or rather, apologies. No, you are correct. Houston on the side of 4-3 in the lead.
My brain's hurting. It's been a long day of COD. Now I gotta like start doing math. It's not going well. But thankfully I have Search and Destroy here to save me. Saki, right back onto the offense. Here we go for Serenity, and they want to try and bring this one up. The six-figure squad picked up the Serenity project, and so they've been getting going here in the female COD scene. A very big day for them at this LAN. But at this point, look at DZO putting up a great two-piece, fading away with that second.
It looks like right now we do have we have Diablo on the target of side B, but unfortunately goes down Serenity, eliminating all of the Houston Spartans. I believe we're looking really solid for Serenity. This is going to be 5-3 currently with Houston in the lead.
Ready to close out this second map. A very big pickup they would have on the Search and Destroy. Obviously going to be a very big point of contention here in the series when you can kind of get that dagger right back after that hard point kind of went towards that direction. So carry this thing forward, carry this bomb with you, get another run at it. You need one more on the Houston side.
All right. We have Samika trying to take this bomb to site B. Currently, 2 of Serenity's is on the field. Diablo able to get the first blood. And right now, Houston Spartans with 2 lives remaining. And currently, right now, Samika still trying to carry the bomb to site B. Trying to clear house, but Houston Spartans able to secure the win.
Big stuff. And then you just bring it forward again here to a 5-4 game. Can we go to another round 11 2 times in a row here in S&D? Maybe the answer is yes, but we will find out here. Is honestly, these things write themselves, Saki. A lot writing on here to take a 2-0 lead or to just have it thrown back right in your direction. A lot to be decided here in the lower bracket.
Alrighty. Looking like it's going to try to come to a very close game between the two. Now, site B. Looking like we are going to have Samika and the rest of the team on that site B. First blood goes to LT7. And LT7 is able to take out Samika, who is in open territory for that second.
And there it is. Wow. All right. A great way to try and tumble this one back. And that should be Houston winning out this Search and Destroy 6-4. And so they put the game on ice just like that. It will be a very good turnout if I am correct, right, Saki? I'm not lying to the people at home. No, the game should end. Am I going crazy? Was that Houston just won? No, it was Serenity. Yeah, it said Houston won at the end of your screen. Okay, we go to a round 11, so I'm hyping up something that's not happening. We got one more round to play out here. Round 11 here finally.
Apologies to everyone in the crowd. We casters are seeing things real time, but with that comes the fact that those names are not updated because of how quick that reset happened after the gentleman's agreement was broken. So we're gonna be able to see whoever wins this round. We should be able to tell you, as right now Smika has the bomb, but it's gonna be LT7 who's gonna stop Smika from planting. And LT7 goes down to Nasty, but not without taking out Sandy Cheeks.
Wow.
And Nasty taking out for a 2-piece. LT7 and Zenny on a tear at the moment. 2-kill streak with a 2v1 set for them as well.
Gotta be the ace clutch here. Bomb gonna be down here with 40 seconds to get that picked up. Try and get it over. Likely to be. I mean, to pick it up and get all the way over to A is kind of unlikely. with its door open, gonna make as little noise as you can. Bomb, luckily, is just gonna be right on the site here. Honestly, you might just go for the straight plant, but I don't know if that's really going to be feasible here, trying to go for this look. A lot of noise made, and there it is. Houston Spartans, they are going to be winning this round 11. They take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Actually, correction
Serenity
there,
won.
Mark.
Serenity
yes.
won. I'm gonna stop doing that. Serenity won. Goodness me. Yeah.
It happens again. You know, when
Yeah.
you want to read out loud on the game screen, but no, Serenity now up on the series 2-0, and despite the reset happening, we're able to clutch it up and finish out. So they are looking really strong. That game number 3, map number 3 is going to come down to for them. Can they be able to get that clean 3-0 sweep, or is it Houston Spartans going to try to go for the reverse and try to secure this next map? And that is the question that we really want to see. Houston Spartans going down though to Serenity in such quick fashion as well. The search and destroy, again, that is a mode that really shows the patience of a team, tests their resolve, and really makes it hard for any of those teams to really solidify their lead, especially if they've been going back and forth to around 11 like that fashion.
Most definitely. I know there's going to be a lot of debate, kind of talking about what was going on there with the gentleman's agreement and kind of how that plays out. But regardless, sometimes land can lead to some crazy scenarios. And so, I don't know. I think of plenty of examples, in my own field, back in my Counter-Strike days, we had some times where people were crashing out of games. You just had to go on, damage been done in the round, whatever. When you're that far into the game and you got to just pedal back one round because something was broken, you had to reset the game, whatever it was. You got to be that team that's going to be kind of staying in the game like that. And so when you head into a high rise, a map number 3 on Control, Saki, stage is now officially set. I mean, if you want to knock him out here with the 3-0, this would be Six Figure Serenity really, really putting on a clinic here in the lower bracket so far.
Yeah, and on a map like High Rise, it's gonna be a volatile map for sure, just in of itself. And I'm very curious to see how we can figure out which team's gonna come forward with the rise on the top. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, when I saw Houston Spartans fight against Pulsive NA on this map, it was the Houston Spartans that were on top, but that was a search and destroy situation, which is a little bit different compared to the control that we're hopefully going to see in this map 3 for High Rise.
Yeah, and I'm really personally happy seeing this high rise. Obviously there's a lot of history coming out in this. I gotta wonder, how many times, right, you've played this Dust. I almost say Dust. Okay, I'll even go and flatten that. Okay, I come from Counter-Strike. Dust 2 is like a 20-year-old map, right? High Rise has been played, what? When did Modern Warfare 2 come out? In 2009? So they've been playing this for a very long time. I remember when I, was grinding that back in the day. It's one that was brought back because it's still here, even in a competitive landscape that we value pretty highly, because for the amount of the different pull that you have in the Control group that you have, honestly, I don't mean to be biased with the history that it has, but with the way that it plays, it can be one of my favorite.
Most definitely. And I love that you kind of were like, hey, Dustin, this means in this game. For me, Dust means a button in fighting games for Guilty Gear. So I totally feel that translation kind of confusion. But, right here, Mark, I got to ask you, out of these two teams, who's really standing out for you, especially for High Rise?
Yeah, High Rise for me is going to be a map where I think we were looking at that initial Rio game that we did have right on that hard point. We were talking about it a lot, even going into that search and destroy, how it was going to kind of switch hands and really be to the way of these AR players. And I really got to lean towards that direction again, right? If I'm to see this Amethyst Sandy Cheeks matchup again on this map, you're probably going to really get your money's worth here. So I'm really looking forward to this. I think that this Control on High Rise has the makings for a classic here.
Most definitely. And I love that we've been seeing LT7 and Diablo really take charge of their team's momentum. Smika, again, crowd favorite and rightfully so, but not really able to have clutched out a couple of times on those rounds that we were looking forward to for Search and Destroy. But I feel like she's definitely got the power here for this high-rise map. Again, Spartans coming very close, or rather coming so far in this bracket, and very much the aggressor when it comes to their strategy, whereas Serenity, when it comes down to it, really closing in on those peaks, camping in some of those corners that are really crucial. And then when it comes to like the 2v1 situations, every single time Serenity ready to be ready for Nasty and Smika as well.
Yeah, and I just gotta wonder if, through this long day that you had, it's kind of a storyline that we're gonna keep going back to. Not necessarily going long in terms of the time, right? It's not like the middle of the night right now, but the call time for this event was like 9 a.m. this morning. These girls have been in the LAN center for almost 12 hours now. We're just hitting to that 10. So you hit into high rise. It's been a long time of the day. Those grinders that have been going into those late night hours, maybe this is paying off. When this late day of gaming is going to keep going on, when you have a losers finals that you want to plan to play, you have a grand finals that you want to plan to play, you want to plan to go all the way, and now it's a map 3, you got control, and here we are into the high rise.
Yep, already trying to take the high advantage point. LT7 goes down against Smika as Diosa goes ahead and takes out LT7 with Amethyst going down as well. Zenny still on this high vantage point, trying to call out the movements up down below. And again, we are trying to see the capture on A happening on the side of Serenity. But Nasty gonna try to drop down, gonna be able to contest against LT7 and follows up as well.
They just moved this through. It is a honestly pretty large life gap that you have. Here's a difference of 5, but Zenny, thankfully, who died to Nasty there, it didn't have to, fortunately, fall off in the map. Just gonna be back here, but spawned out. And it's still a difference of 9. I was about to count that up to 7. Serenity are just being slayed out right now.
Diablo down below. We got a couple of hits. I believe that was onto the side of LT7. Nasty taking out Diosa, trying to flank from behind. And again, this point, not really captured by anyone, by the way, Mark. Again, now side B finally controlled, stopping that timer. You want to try to get at least that 1 tick and be still in the advantage point of those 24 lives, but it's being contested at the moment. 17 seconds on the clock, and it is not looking good right now for the side of Houston Spartans as Diabla and Amethyst take out. Sandy Cheeks takes out Diabla and Amethyst, though. In response, LT7, though, follows up. 14 seconds still on that clock. And again, capture B zone contested, but cleared out. And now that first tick finally on the side of Serenity.
And you just got to contest. You just got to get this thing through. And now the damage is, you want to bring it down all of the progress that they have had on this side. Oh, swinging in and just put out. I had to say, when I saw the difference in the number of lives, I thought it was flat over Serenity. They have fought so hard, and they may even get a complete capture here. It's 12-6 right now. I think they may get this capture, but I don't know. 5 lives is such a thin tightrope to walk on.
Yeah, they are trying to spread it out to Site A, but they were not able to complete that 3rd bar on Site B, which was really crucial because now you are with no respawns left. While the Houston Spartans are sitting with 8 lives, now 7. Smika goes down. They still have a couple of respawns to work with. Now Site B finally secured. The timer does reset, but it is a 1v4 situation that Serenity was just not going to be able to clutch out with limited number of respawns.
Yeah, that one's going to be really tough. They hung in there for way longer than I expected them to, like I said, but even there towards the end, they made it very, very personable. So, you get back in, and I gotta say that, like, the map of High Rise here, we sort of saw that pedal to the metal here right at the beginning of that round where kind of just put into the way. You're really getting into a direction where the frags just keep getting pedaling back, and you get into a very, very good rhythm, and that's where you saw that difference start to be made here, because you even spotted out yourself. They weren't even paying attention to the control. They were just fragging all around it.
Right. We're going to see Amethyst take out Diosa, and we are seeing the Houston Spartans contesting right now on this Site B. finally able to clear it out, I believe, in this situation. But it's still belonging to Serenity side. Right now in the lead with lives. Looking really solid. We have LT7 who's going to go up against Diablo, but unfortunately does go down. Sorry, against Nasty and does go down. Diablo taking out Nasty in that situation.
Such a close fight here, and just trying to duck away as Sandy Cheeks eventually going to get cleaned up by Zendi in a very big choke point here. Diablo just going to be sliding in, but Samika is the only player that wasn't spawned out here. Really, Shu kind of flung onto the other foot entirely here. It is a 25-14 difference, and right here, they are in the power positions to just put him away. It is, honestly, I gotta say, when the maps are favored, Control, when played correctly, you get your easiest wins when it's a glorified game of team deathmatch here. You're controlling the line, it's about holding your angles, and it's about getting the easy win across.
A little bit of a higher vantage point from the long range, but Diablo does succeed in taking out Sneaka. But we are going to see LT7 try to take out Sandy Cheeks. Nasty taking out LT7. Diablo, so much hits as well, finally recovering that HP. And we're now again still stuck on that high vantage point as Site A keeps continuously getting contested, as well as Site B. Once more, 1 second, 1.7 seconds on the clock, and neither site has been confirmed. 2 respawns left for the side of Houston Spartans, but Serenity was able to keep calm and serene on with the win.
All tied up like that. But at the 2-0 moniker, you've got to get that kind of pedaled back in your direction here. Again, it was Serenity that then kind of just ripped that playbook out, right? I mean, that page completely copied. They just completely set up a line of scrimmage, never crossed it, just completely pedaled the kills back their direction, and they just held on there when the timer tucked down. They had about 10 kills, lives rather, in the difference here. So they keep moving forward.
Yeah, with so many KDs, I mean, well, to be fair, with so many moments that it's come down to time, the KDs are high between the two, but I really want to highlight here that Nasty getting that first blood is crucial. Okay, we have the missile. This is going to be helpful in this situation, finally able to accrue to it, and we're going to try to go in, but unfortunately does not land anywhere on the point, taking the bar of metal instead.
And I think that the reason they actually call that out is so they can use it for the radar, find the information. However, they were all spawned out. You didn't really find much out from that, so you hop onto the point. You hop up for it. Oh, what a close kill. That Diablo just finishes it off. There's a little bit of a difference that it can be made here by Serenity. If you want to be the team that hops onto 2, for you, that would be 2 in a row. For you, that would be a lot of momentum, so that's why you dig in so far.
I love those baits on the shots, but unfortunately Sandy Cheeks was in that corner and waited for Diablo. The first tick, I don't even think reached that first part of it. There's a slight little pixel, but right now both points uncontested, and it does look like that first ticker is going to go for Site B, and we're going to start on the second one. And it is looking like Site B can be closer to clutching. 42 seconds still though on the clock as it gets contested. Samika takes out Zenny. And now point B belongs to Houston Spartans at the very moment, but wow, it looks like that's going to clear out for Diosa taking out LT7.
She needed to get that in a headshot. I mean, that was almost dead to right straight up, but quite dominant has been Diablo when the site has been kind of in her grasp. We're running up on this capture point right now, even with such little time. They have kept the lives sort of balanced here, and the fragging is happening over towards A as well. We've seen most of this contention on the other site, as that choke point can be one of the worst in the game. Right now, Zenny is trying to do the work over towards A, but loses a very close one that Amethyst responds to.
Right now, capturing Zone A, but going down for the count. Smika taking out Diablo. We are 8 lives left, 8 seconds on the clock, as well as Houston Spartans still with the 10 lives left. But we're going to see Serenity try to even it out. 5-9, 1 more life and it's down. And Houston Spartans able to secure the win with the most lives on the board.
It just shut down a little bit of that Serenity momentum too. That was a very, very crucial part of that, but Here, I feel like you're kind of done with that. All right, we're just straight up going to frag out, and whoever gets that little bit of advantage kind of first is going to win. Right now, it's really all about this objective. And how do you manage to really make the difference here? In my opinion, Saki, I got to say that B side is really too much of a bloodbath for me. It
Way
seems
too much.
that they're having a little bit more success, kind of getting a little bit more control onto A, but the progress is never finished, right? It's a little bit defeating.
Yeah, we see that Serenity doesn't want to give up B, so they choose to contest a lot there. I believe, though, they made the rotation to go straight to A to try to do exactly that. They see that B has been such a tough part to actually claim, but Houston Spartans right now able to take the first ticker off A. I feel like both teams, more so Houston Spartans, is playing more on the kill side versus just trying to control the point, which, again, it's working out for them in favor because they've been able to clutch it out in these timer situations. But once you see Serenity getting the lead in lives, that's where you kind of want to start being a little bit more careful and mindful of that.
And Amethyst really just trying to bring down all of this A hype. This can be turned on the corner. Amethyst found by Sandy Cheeks. That's going to be a COD timing if I've ever seen one. But we saw all of those fights go down. I think it might have caught up with them. Right here, you've sort of seen a moment of solids kind of go across the map, but still, A side is definitely the star of the photo.
Unfortunate that Amethyst grenade does kill LT7 in that situation. Amethyst, though, now going to take out Diosa. We do have our sights still on A, but it looks like the team split up with Amethyst closer to A, and the rest of the team closer to B. Spawns closer to A at the moment. Houston Spartans going to try to clutch out B. And again, that bloodbath trophy set up at the moment, but it's looking like it's Sandy Cheeks that's going to clean house with Smika on the assists.
So backing up. All this progress at B, they've got it to the third notch. They've got it halfway there. They are really just living on this, and they finally secure it. Another minute and a half, they get to work back to get the rest of this point secured.
Very nicely done. That's a minute of time that they can work around with. They could try to go and choose to clean house against the side of Serenity, but now lives are even. So we have to be careful. The first one to lose that life out of the evens tied up is going to be Houston Spartans, with Serenity still with 12 lives remaining. And I think they're just trying to play for time, as both of them are trying to, both players going ahead. Diosa taking out Diabla, and now it's Houston Spartans with the 8 lives, 7 lives left. LT7 goes down 9-7.
They want to reach it around the building through A, but Diablo goes up top. They just got to reach a nice rhythm going in here, but all of these players trying to break in at once, 2 at the same time by Serenity, and right here I think we're going to be pushed to this 5th round. This is going to be a crazy one if Serenity can just lock down this side for 25 more seconds.
Yep, and these are the only lives left for Houston Spartans. 3 now. Sandy Cheeks eliminated. 5 on the side of lives for Serenity. Diabla trying to watch this corner here. And 11 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to make something happen. They take out Smika, which is now 2v4. They take out Diosa. 6 seconds left on the clock trying to capture A, but they were able to secure the last kill before time runs out as Serenity ties it up 2-2 for the final round. And this could potentially be the final game if Serenity can secure it in this final round.
Big pickups that they get. That final round is now about to be underway. Saki, I think this has all lived up to the highest, I don't even know what you want to call it, the highest amount of competition that we can get here in the lower bracket. You really can't write it like this. Here you're neck and neck. You can go punch for punch here. I wonder how it works, kind of like in Search and Destroy, who exactly is going to get the opportunity to sort of hop on the defense and kind of offenses respectively. I know kind of going into a round 11, it kind of teeters to who is going to be favored advantage-wise because of the kills. Regardless, you get off to this, and the fragging is going to commence.
Hey, LT7. Gonna go ahead and contest Zenny COD, apologies. Taking out Diosa. Nasty taking out Diabla. And we're back around A at this time. point B currently being captured. Houston Spartans trying to go for A as well, but I think the entire team on Serenity is going to try to head to A and do the same strategy as well. Take out Houston Spartans, clear out the point, and then try to take down the ticker. LT7 on the killing spree of 5 streaks. Definitely looking solid. That's a huge lead for lives on the side of Serenity. And LT7 already taking out Diosa.
A big peek. That angle is going to really present a lot. One player taken out on the side, another seen, and then Nasty kind of in that opposite position is laying down fire. But right here, this B side is still going to be in contention. Serenity going to be spawned out right now.
Tried to play the long distance game for Amethyst against Nasty, but Amethyst takes the win. Or takes the win of the 1v1. And we're back on point B right now. 2 ticks on point B for the side of the Houston Spartans, which is really solid. Again, 44 seconds on the clock. If they do manage to get site B, though, that's a reset of time. And you are 17 and 17, 4 lives remaining. 15 now on the side of Houston Spartans as Amethyst takes out Smika. Diablo underground. Gonna try to pop up and catch any other kill here. We got LT7 who calls out Diosa on the ground. LT7 on Nasty. 3, no! Smika shuts it down before it could even happen on the triple kill.
Just so neck and neck. 25 seconds left here, and Amethyst is 2 kills away from getting that cruise missile, so something to keep in check. Actually, she just got reset. Diablo in the back line. Oh, what a turn on by LT7. That's a big pickup right now. In the middle of this site, you're keeping this side defended as the clock stops for another tick.
7 lives remain, but it is the side of Houston Spartans who has the most ticks, especially for Site B, with 2 and Site A on 1. But 10 seconds still on the clock. Serenity could still potentially do it. No respawns remaining for Houston Spartans. Zenny on a killing spree. 2 lives remain right now. 8 seconds on the clock. Diablo not able to go take out Smika. Smika takes out Diablo, and Sandy Cheeks going down against Amethyst Grenade. 5 seconds on the clock right now. It is a very dire situation when you're the side of Serenity. This could be your win, or you go down, but it doesn't happen as Serenity seals their win on the last round for the 3-0 series sweep.
Unreal. I mean, that little bit of contention you tried to get right in there. Smika had a great shot at it, but at the end of the day, it is Serenity here who are still trailblazing through this lower bracket and are moving on in 3-0 fashion. In 3-0 fashion is going to be so impressive. They move on to the losers final.
Amazing stuff right there from Serenity. So solid across the board. And honestly, 2 clutch rounds that came down to very, very single digits seconds. And you love to see that type of pacing. Even though that this was a 3-0 sweep, this doesn't tell you the story of how back and forth many of these maps were between Houston Spartans and Serenity.
It never really will. And that's why you've got to be here with us to experience the action here. I mean, we have a couple more series that need to be played out here. The losers finals and then the grand finals. We've seen so much action here on this Saturday. It's been 3 years to get to this point. This one day. And you know what? I mean, I feel like it's delivering, Saki. I feel like we're getting all of this top tier COD that we have been asking for, that we have been waiting so very patiently to get. And it seems like these girls are having quite a time there in Philly.
Absolutely. I mean, nothing feels better than some offline gaming, especially with your teams right side by side as well. And that's the beauty of these types of league championships, right? You work so hard online to then make it all the way to this offline. You're competing with your teammates. You went the distance as far as possible. And for the side of Houston Spartans, played phenomenally. Every one of those members should be proud of how well they did. And as well as just the fight that they kept putting up, they definitely got fans in the crowd for them with everything happening. And Serenity, who's going to fight against Omit. That is where we're going to have the Titan versus the underdog match for our losers finals. But before we even get there, we're going to throw it to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
flashing lights are glowing. I keep a steady focus. This is my glory moment. We burning rubber on the road. If you hadn't noticed, no, they ain't ready for the smoke. Gonna let them know. We going full throttle. Full throttle. We going full throttle. We going full throttle. Got my crew here with me, you know that we been on a mission. Gotta keep on switching lanes if you wanna stay winning. Yeah, we coming for the gold, cause you know that we're driven. That's that pedal to the metal, keys in the ignition. I feel the power flowing, some flashing lights are glowing. I keep a steady focus, this is my glory moment. We burning rubber on the road, if you hadn't noticed. No, they ain't ready for the smoke, gonna let them know. We going full throttle. Full throttle. We going full throttle. You can't stop me. Full throttle. Here we go, here we go. We going full throttle. We going full throttle. Full throttle. Can't stop us now.
Okay. All right, we're in. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the Losers Grand Finals here of the Aurora Women's COD Champs. My name is Get the Bag Mark. I'm here with All In Gaming 23. All In, you hop into a very, very exciting series. You are seeing down into the way Omit versus Serenity.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be a while since last time I played COD, so bear with me. It's been quite a while, and for some reason, I also don't have sound, so take it away, Mark.
We are big chillin'. We are big chillin'. I think we got to get the graphic all swapped up, but we are getting into this thing. And so, you see them fighting back. We've seen through this lower bracket run All In, you have seen Serenity really fight back. They were the 6th seed in this tournament, and they have made their way to this point. But right now, it looks like they are not having too clean of a start right into this hard point. Omit come into this whole tournament all in as the best female team in competitive Call of Duty here in NA, just with this pool that we have. So obviously they had big expectations, and another organization you will be familiar with, Unjustified Gaming, actually put them down into this lower bracket. Now they want to go on to this grand finals, but they have to deal with the red hot Serenity first.
Yeah, we see some good movement coming out here. You see Omit kind of working their way around the point, trying to get access, trying to poke and prod around there, but does eventually get gunned down there. They're going to rotate back in, going to go towards the forklift. Fight gets taken out, gets himself one. Camp's trying to push his way into the hard point now, kind of get himself into a better position up towards the window and rotate back up and around into the enemy team.
And wow, look at this screaming lead that Omid is already getting off to. Camps is a player I've heard a lot about, and she is going off to a very dominant start. She's got 6 frags already to start, even beaming up. That's going to be a very nice one that she gets down onto Amethyst, but they build this thing up, and they carry it forward onto the next hard point. They get good rotations, too, all in.
Yeah, Camp's really working the outside of that map, getting themselves into a better position here, trying to maybe work this 1v1, and eventually does fall there to LT7. And now they're just going to try and hold an angle there, look for one more kill. Nade going down over top, might do some damage, can't get the kill, but does get traded though. Instantly switched out to COD in it for another push into the hard point here and trying to get to a better position, takes the fight, but again, it's Camps. Currently sitting 10-4 on quite a tear right here. Locks in another kill, 11-4. Can't really be stopped right now, as it seems like Omit's just kind of tearing it up, but strictly on Camps.
And they run it down. Camp's even going crazy, right? I mean, right here into the back line, sort of slaying around this. The meta that we were seeing in COD, right, has not changed, obviously, but in this MW3 that we have here all in, this AR kind of role flexes into the subcategory. It doesn't even matter. It wins those fights at that close range, and I don't know, maybe it was with some of these players specifically making it look easy. You get onto the next hard point. Amethyst tries to get in with an early rotation, doesn't get away with it. It's Omit all over it.
Yeah, 105 and counting to 10. Omit realistically just shutting it out, and again, can't say enough. Really off the back of the performance from Camps. And it is going to be Belmetch 9-3 as well, kind of working their way up the scoreboard now, as it is going to be taking this fight here. It does eventually fall, but it is still point in control of Omit. Time ticking away here, and this round is slowly getting out of reach here for Serenity.
I mean, this is wild. This is probably the obviously the largest lead that I've seen today, but probably the most swift way, and he's getting these frags up, and they're really just not stopping, and you gotta hand it up to Camps, who just as an individual is putting out so much damage here. Serenity, they have been known for their way to crack right back into the hill. Here, you're almost gonna reach 150. They change over to that next spot here as they get going. I don't even know if they're gonna be able to reach 50 here, all in.
Yeah, I mean, you said at 150 it flips? Or, it's been a while for COD for me, dude. When I mean couple years, I mean quite a few to be specific there, as it is still just gonna be Omit running it down back onto the point. The rotates are really looking good. You got the, the anchor for the point, getting up those little extra, little bits of points all the way down to the end with the 3-man rotating back into the new point. It's just great all-around positioning and map knowledge as well coming out from Omit, and they are just realistically shutting Serenity out of this one.
It really is crazy. And I mean, I really got to put the testament up to these ARs, and I'm pretty sure they might literally just be running with 3 of them. So, I mean, here they are just locking down a lot of these long-range fights, putting out some of their textbook ways. That's the reason why the squad got this by Omit in the first place. They are really dealing a lot of damage here. Milk's going to be running all the way around and kind of just around the Rosie there, that player right below them, and kind of just all in the mines here for Serenity. But they do get the start to this hard point, but it's all the game of positioning. And right here, Milk's just up top. Didn't get that kill all in. It was actually Camps on the site, but wow, they're really going for it here.
Yeah, Serenity for the first time touching that site, but only getting 6 points out of it before Omit snatches away from another kill coming from Milks, make it another on top of it. On a 5 kill streak, currently sitting at 14 and 6, and it really is just Omit tearing apart Serenity right now, and nobody for Serenity really, even the kill department, objective department, it's all just coming up nothing, null, void, because Omit is just in full control.
Oh, Kel's right behind. Oh, what a shot that Kel's finds. Even letting her know, all in. A little bit of BM, but at this point, it's salt in the wound. 200 to 16 is going to be absolutely devastating. On to the next hill, all but Omit.
Yeah, I mean, unless somehow Serenity can just go on a huge streak, I'm going to have to say these girls might be in quite a hard position here, but Kells almost lines up the triple, but only gets one out of it, does get traded out, and Amethyst out quickly, couldn't really do too much there. She jumps through the window, gets taken out, and it's just Omit. They're just full control. They are completely just locking Serenity out of every point possible. They even have, teammates pushing forward, locking down spawn points, pushing out past, rotating them into a better position, and it really is just full control here.
Yeah, this is wild. I don't know what Unjustified must have come up with earlier in the winner's bracket to find this win against Omit, because, I mean, this is sort of the expectation when you come up with Omit in this tournament. Honestly, respect to Serenity and the run that they have had already. It's been a very, very long day, right? The call time for this all, and we know from those Philly lands that we know that you got to be up in Chinatown, wherever you are, at like 8, 9 a.m.
Oh, this is in Chinatown, man. This is
right next door.
Dead center Philly.
Right? Dead center Philly. They're out here. It's a very great time. Obviously, we were out there, but man, I mean, you're all here at the end of the day. Serenity, unfortunately, maybe it's starting to catch up to them.
Yeah. And that's best of 5 here. Obviously, Omit taking the first one, 1-0 start here. And Omit, I mean, if this just keeps up, Serenity, I don't know how at this point they can maybe get back into this one. But my spirits would be broken right now currently. And Omit are on a high horse right now, and it's going to be hard to kind of dethrone them.
Definitely. And so you continue on to the search and destroy. I don't have exactly the veto in front of me right now, but once we do get that, we can discuss exactly where we are going to be seeing that play out. But all in, I'm not really too concerned about the location here. Okay, we're going to be going to that invasion and then that control for the search and destroy. So that was actually sort of a mix that we saw come up in the bracket earlier, where we saw an invasion S&D and that team that was up 2-0 that took that invasion S&D with that kind of warm up on that map, finished it out on the control, which was very, very nice for them. So I'm not even sure that we're going to get to see this Vista hardpoint, which would be a banger in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe it's just me, but is invasion a take on an old COD 4 map, or am I just seeing things?
I am not too sure. I was wondering the same
MW2. Other
Gotcha.
Anthony coming in clutch. Thank you, Other Anthony. I knew I wasn't crazy.
I just realized that. My co-caster is Anthony, and so is our beautiful producer here. Anthony's been rocking with us all day. Shout out to him and everybody that is making this thing go at the Aurora's Women League COD champs. We got that second map of Invasion SED just coming up here in a moment, but all in with this lineup, with the day that we have had, I'm not sure that this series is going to be too crazy. I don't know. This series happening in the LAN center, I think everybody just kind of heard the deafening sound of a bit, kind of
I'm about to take a drive down there to see how quiet it is on that side over there, honestly, at this point.
Oh, man.
I mean, with this coming up too, I mean, search and destroy, I mean, that obviously 90% positioning gunplay here. And I mean, Omit obviously outgunned. Sorry, what was the other team name? I just forgot.
To Serenity. Sorry.
That's right. Thank you.
Producer.
Come on, Mark. Multitask, brother. Come on. But yeah, just completely really Omit just outgunned them. So I feel like search and destroy is going to be a hard point for them to contest with. Maybe they can work their way into control and hard point. Maybe. Again, maybe it's just, sub base just isn't their map, and Omit, that's just their T1 pick for them. But I mean, S&D is probably, just from what I've seen at a glance here, again, I'm still new to this. Omit probably going to take this one, so it's going to be 2-0 start. Then, at best, maybe they can enemy team can maybe take control, hardpoint away on Invasion and Vista, and that's their kind of boot into maybe a map 5 if they're lucky. But that's also if Omit just somehow kind of turns around and doesn't show up.
Well, we're going to have to see if that goes back in the direction. A quick break before we finally get to Invasion, Search, and Destroy.
The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised.
I'll lead us in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here into that search and destroy, already into the first round. We are seeing Serenity kind of take the bomb at the beginning of this one. Those names are flipped. We'll get that fixed in just a moment. But here, starting off with that bomb is going to put a lot of pressure on that Serenity side.
Yeah, and again, it's just going to be all about positioning here. We're going to try and see Bell just kind of play this one slow on the outsides. And man, this map really does bring me back. I love seeing this thrown back into it. So it's awesome to see here. But really, it's just kind of slow playing, trying to find his positioning around. Does finally find a player going towards Omit, clears out, and that is actually Serenity. I'd say in a fairly good, dominating fashion, taking the first round.
A very nice one. And this is going to be exactly where they have to get back. And so a good pickup to start off this S&D is going to be a very nice way to kind of start this off. Kind of hand back in the other direction here. You get to kind of flop back right to that defense. So Serenity got to kind of get that tail back now.
Yeah, and it is going to be coming off right here. And maybe I've proven wrong. Maybe Omit, maybe it was based off positioning they won the last map here, but it is going to be a nade all the way thrown down towards that B site. Good angle here, going for the high ground. Maybe get a little bit of an angle on the leeway over on towards the left, towards the tank, but it is going to be that bomb making its way up towards this B site. There's only going to be one defender, I think, towards... Yeah, one defender on the B side. Maybe got two in the cutoff towards mid, rotating their way in. And Bell going to take some good damage there, but can't really get the kill.
Long direction, and that's Camps right in the back lines. A very nice pickup, but a 3v2, and finally Omit is going to put that bomb down. 2v2 right now is LT7. A very nice pickup on the kills, and that's a nice name removed here. 1v2 right here for LT7. Having to track down the bomb right around the corner. SMG at this range makes it an easy 1v1, but just tracked in the air. And there is Serenity just tying us up at one apiece.
Yeah, that... Hold up.
Oh, do my eyes deceive me?
Hold up.
Excuse me, that is Omit picking up their second round. My apologies.
Yeah, no. You're
I'm
right.
throwing you for a flip again.
That means... If Serenity wins, it means Omen win. Okay, so Omen are up 2-0 is what I'm gathering?
Yes.
Or it's not Omen, Omit, sorry.
Yes, there we go.
Okay. See, you just gotta think backwards, Mark. Gotta stay on our feet. That's what production's doing. They're making sure we're aware, we're awake, even if I, am not really aware and or awake.
Who are any of us really? We've been gaming all day. This is hour 9 of the stream right now. Camps is now up to bat, an opening kill that went their way, continuing on like a 5 streak. 6 kills all in will get you that cruise missile, which is going to be a very big pickup for them.
Good position here from Camps. Clears out one, goes for the second, making a double. Camps just absolutely decimating there for Serenity, leaving just Amethyst last alive here to try and, well, nothing. That is going to be Omit 3-0. And so I guess what maybe hope I had there of Serenity being in the lead is actually all false hope. Sorry, guys. It's just Omit 3-0.
Yeah, still dominating. Still getting it through, even when we want that little bit of hope, right? We'll see if that storyline does naturally get pedaled back in the other direction here, but 3-0 is going to be a hard task to kind of pedal back from.
Yeah, again, best of 5. I'm sure you guys know. I didn't until I looked at the scoreboard, so thank you, scoreboard. And it is, again, going to be that standard positioning, swing out towards that right side, B side, going for the high ground. Again, Camps trying to get this angle again, and this has been the angle and the site to work with. It doesn't seem like Serenity are really adjusting too well, or really much at all, to what we're seeing Omit just kind of throw at them. Or no, sorry, flipped again. Sprain not working. That's on me.
Carrying this thing through in the 3v3. Camps just delivered a good one. And that's what we were talking about. That cruise missile came ineffective. And Zenny has got to reposition, knowing that there's a player close. That smoke was put down. LC7, what a flick over, and the other player trickles away.
LT7 swinging their way back around towards the mid area, as is going to be Zenikod just holding this long angle, waiting for someone to cross, just kind of being the canary, as is a 2-on-2 right now. LT7 readjusting, favoring more towards that A site, making sure no one's coming out, but it is going to be Camps playing this bomb down towards the A site. Or no, sorry, B site. In just the last closing seconds, we'll be able to get this down in a 1v2 now.
Gotta clutch up. Has a player closer than she probably thinks. Pull pistols out. LT7 removed. And Camps, second player spotted. Just gotta cut it loose. And Zendy gonna reposition. They just try and ring around the Rosie to it. And Camps just gotta take the positioning, but it's not gonna work. The 1v1 is gonna be completed by Zendy. So at least Serenity are gonna get their first on the board, preventing the 1v2 clutch.
And it is a start. It is a little bit of a mountain to climb, but it isn't too steep just yet, as long as they don't let Omit fully run away with it. Full work kind of puts them in a peculiar position to really have to play flawless. But right now, Omit, it's at least one, and one is something you can work with.
Just gets that ball rolling, right? When you're fighting down here through the lower bracket, we were talking about earlier, obviously, how in COD, you know, these lower bracket runs can be notorious. If you're that team that wants to take it all the way to the top, you know, I mean, you're just one step from there, right? Serenity have gone a long ways to this point, but I mean, right here in this S&D, you have a second life, and right here it's Camps. Oh, absolutely almost ruining you with a two-piece, but a crucial trade found in good time.
Yeah, good position here. Again, swinging wide for that B side again, and Zenikod holding the angle, trying to get some angles here on this B side. Maybe try and get themselves back into this. It is a 3-on-3. Maybe get that man advantage if possible. Zenikod moves in, just spot out one player, doesn't really, just jiggle peeks. Maybe try some baits in while a teammate rotates backward to the A side, and I think that's might be what we're seeing.
Diablo just runs right back. Zenny, it's just this 2v2 all in. All these rounds get so tight. All of a sudden now Zenny in the clutch situation, but it's Omit that respond back. They get their fourth.
Another one in the books. Again, scoreboard flip. So if you're looking at it, it is actually Omit up 4-1 currently. As, you know, just COD things. It just be like that.
COD timing for sure. We've seen a couple of those today. You know, what do they say in COD? They lost full. That would have made me lose full right there. No cap.
I am not up to the COD slang. Like I said, it's been a good
40 years.
Yeah, no, that's just how old I am. No, I'd say probably like 5-6 years, honestly, dude, since I've played a COD in any sort of competitive fashion.
Olin, what if we get back in the ring? We can learn a thing or two from these girls who are just going back and forth. I mean, they've been playing to a T. Olin, it's actually been 3 years since the last female COD happened in Cold War, so these players have literally been dying for this. And so it's been a very underserved community. And, you know, coming out here to play out this champs on a Saturday, all of the games have lived up to expectation and have just been so exciting. So here, fighting to the end of the night, Omit wants that ticket to the grand final. But here in the 2v3, they're just going to get closer when Camps picks that big name up. That's Amethyst out of the equation.
Yep, back into this 2-on-2 here as Kel's going to reposition with the teammate. Drop down the trophy system. Correct, that was a trophy system.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure I'm calling out the right equipment names. They're going to take the fight. LT7 does take the fight, but does fall, and that is going to be another one in the books for Omit. 5-1-1. Well, no, that is it, right? Best of 5. I'm crazy. First to 6, you know, whatever. Close enough, right?
Happens. You know, Saki and I were on the cast before. We weren't the greatest at math either. I mean, you've been to LAN with me. You can personally attest for this.
Numbers are a lie anyway. So
I would tend to agree with this.
Just like the team names are a lie as well. We can't trust anything, Mark. If online has taught me anything, you just can't. You just can't. Doesn't matter. While LT7 takes a long-range fight down the right side lane, and it has just been like this mid right side kind of fight consistently over and over. Zendikar getting to a good position, gets to 1v1, even a little extra on top of it just to make sure that she is done and out this round, at least. Back into a 3-on-3 as it is going to be Diablo. Yeah, Diablo. Repositioning as Camps sitting up onto the high ground. Maybe makes contact and somehow even getting the first shots into her somehow prevails in the fight. Is going to have one more behind her, readjusts, almost gets the kill, but it is back into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, didn't regen all the way before that fight happened. Otherwise, things could have got very, very complicated. But just kind of fighting on a nice edge here in a 2v2. This next kill could likely decide this entire second map here. You head onto Control onto this very same map right after this. These two players over from Serenity are just neck and neck. They make their way over to the bomb site, but just lined up and just 6-1. A brutal beatdown in the search and destroy. Serenity, they're going to be knocked out, and it's going to have to be the reverse sweep here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, there was some promise there. A single round, there was hope, and it was a solid round that they did end up, well, solid came down to a 1v1, but it was a round nonetheless, so there was some sort of like saving grace behind it. It wasn't just a complete kind of blowout like we saw, what was it, 250 to 16, I think it was. So
yeah.
1 to 6 is, trying to be positive here. I feel like it's maybe there's game on it, but then I did give this kind of map and the next one to Omit, and then maybe Serenity can find their feet and get themselves back into this.
Yeah, I really got to say that it would take a lot there. I mean, you got to go outside, maybe take a nice reset in that beautiful, Philadelphia air.
Oh, yeah, the fresh air.
Fresh air in Philly, outside of the block.
Just take a nice breath of that smog as a truck most likely passes right next to the homeless guy.
This is coming from like a Philadelphia citizen, so you could not get mad at this.
Yeah, it's just facts. I mean, obviously some people have been to Philly because that's why there's the land. It's not. I mean, the land center's crisp and clean and nice, but I mean, the rest of the city, if you ain't eating food, good luck.
Go get you a cheesesteak if, unfortunately, your lower bracket run kind of goes through. But, I'm kind of sitting here where we're having a good laugh. It's been a very, very long day for Serenity. I gotta say that it's probably, a lot further than some teams would have went as a 6 seed. It's been a very nice run that they have had, waiting 3 years for this land, put down into the lower bracket. They did not give up. So, Omit, I gotta say that this is really probably not even personal to Serenity. I bet that this is completely just trying to send a message back to Unjustified, who put them into the lower bracket, to really the surprise of everybody.
Yeah. I mean, you've been here all day, I'm assuming, from the sounds of it. So.
Oh, I've been gaming all day, talking about gaming rather.
What was call time for you?
It wasn't that bad. I probably like hopped in at like 1 o'clock Central.
What? Dude, I was literally like done work at that point. Jeez.
Now you're back on work.
Hey.
We're
Great,
hanging
we're
out.
going to camp.
Oh,
Marky, you look dark, brother.
Sorry.
Turn them lights on, man.
Sorry, that moment when Elgato just stops, using lights on. There we go. Don't worry, we're looking all good, dude. Look,
You just got to do it
man.
the manual version. Yeah, I'm sweaty.
Back.
This is me like quick shower is what this was.
Oh,
quick
no,
shower.
Definitely. Yeah, I only have one fancy light. Don't worry. The other one was a
mine's
like
like
click. Dude, do you like this Call of Duty prop that I got?
Oh,
I didn't just get this.
I was like, nah, dude, that's expensive.
Yeah, like, okay, I'm surprised that the Map Man didn't like call this out. Like, Saki didn't cast a whole lot of Call of Duty as like kind of like us. But dude, I mean, I put this in the background, I mean, I was like, dude, probably like 13, 14 when I bought that. That shows how OG.
Do you know how much they go for now? They're actually very expensive.
I know you're a businessman and you're trying to peddle this to me, and I respect it. Like,
I know you're not going to sell it, dude. I'm just telling you, you got some money right there.
When it can be in the background of my stream.
Dude, at least put it on something. It just sits on the floor? What are you, a broke college student?
Bro knows too much. Bro knows too much. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, see, I just read the message from production that you said it was dope. So shout out to Anthony behind the camera, or behind many screens, buttons rather. We're hanging out here all in. We got this third one coming up just here in a couple of seconds. I think that, yeah, he said in front of a lot
Lots
of
of screens and buttons, man.
Dude, I would say so. You know, you've seen a couple of the production rooms at the lands we've been to, all in a lot of screens and buttons.
Are you using the LAN production center?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, maybe not.
Maybe.
He's at home.
He's in
He's remotely
Ohio?
casting.
Oh, get this man out
What?
of there. Oh, God, that poor soul.
That's an unbelievable, conclusion we have come to, but we have also came to quite a probably the ending mark of the series. It's probably going to be a 3-0 for Omit, but I have been wrong before. They can fight back in this series, Serenity. They may have more juice in the tank. We just got to see him prove it here. On the previous control that we just watched, it was on High Rise, a map that it really plays a lot more to that fragging style. It really got cleared out here quite quickly, and you saw that really the control is rather coming down to the slang. You see the limited amount of lives that they have compared to the objective.
Yeah. And I mean, we're seeing up production. Can you confirm that these teams are? I'm assuming I see camps on Omit, so this has to be correct. Yes. Okay. See, I'm learning names here. All right, the old man can still read, write, and comprehend things. I sometimes, honestly. Thankfully,
yeah. Me too. Don't worry. Hopping around here, Camp's getting back in the mix. They're having a lot of fun at the start of this as well, but Serenity, I was about to say, they're still kind of hanging on there close in the manner. They're down by 4 lives, and you're going to go ahead and make it a 5th here. Camp's going to continue on her tear.
Ooh.
That's a 4th pickup, and you're going to go ahead and make it the 5th.
Just give her it at this point. I mean, 7-1, make it 8-1. One more? No, can't do it. Shut down. But it is going to be pretty much still Omit in control, but it is going to be Serenity trying to find some footing back in towards the site. Going to try and recap A here. Swings back out, but it is going to be Omit taking it, making a double there for Bell. Nice positioning, and it is just going to be Kel's just sitting, waiting, and lurking.
Trying to get out with the melee, not going to work. What a turn and burn by Cam's been quite a consistent killer so far. Trying to shoot hard for a 10th, but finally kind of humbled down here. This A side has almost been completely captured. Bellamechi almost turns and burns that second player, but LT7 gets back on the side to just try and drown back all of that progress, but they already took that B position.
It is just Camps just coming up huge. She seemingly can't be stopped here, 10-3, and she's just dominating the points here and rotating back in towards the team. Takes the fight, does fall. No, she may still be human if she plays like a god. As Kel is going to go for the fight here, prevails, and is still going to be trying to cap this A site through again. Diablo trying to get in here, can't find any access, has to back off, heal a little bit before trying re-engaging back in towards the site.
And that's going to be a very nice beam shot, but just contesting here at the end. I mean, it's a 12-2 different. There's got to be no way you can actually feasibly work this back. It'll be this first round headed to the way of Omit right here at the end. It's just going to come through here with a couple of kills. So then he's getting a decent amount of progress back on the position here, but just right around the corner, a jump shot and netting that one. But it is a 1v11 there, and it is just not going to work.
And it will be the first one going the way of Omit off the back of Camps 12-5, 1,600 plus in damage. Camps just sticking her whole team in her backpack right now and pulling them across this one fairly easily as well.
Heading into that next round, all in. Camps to this point has been quite a dominant force, but continuing on from I feel like you earn this momentum fragging through a search and destroy is not normally where that is kind of garnered here, but trying to fight back. There's a lot of nade damage kind of dealt towards Milk at the beginning of the round, eventually gets taken down there by the nade entirely.
Amici just holding the angle here, does get one, has to pop the reload, repositionings back in, takes the fight pre-fire, can't quite land it. Kel's going to rotate back in, switching in and out from the pistol. Pistol here on Milks gets the fight and actually wins it. Gain control of this A site, repositioning, pushing forward, trying to lock them out of this into a spawn here. Milk's damaged up, repositioned. Loving that pistol play, though.
Shots right down. Amethyst pops back out and still pushing this down and nade back in the direction. That is going to be an easy cleanup for them. This is where they kind of extend that arm and kind of just kit this forward. Camps, oh, jumping right in their grill. What a pickup that is.
Yeah, great kills. Camp's just continuing her streak of absolutely domination here as they have essentially forced Serenity back in towards the spawn. Nading down that might be a pretty good nade. Nope, just falls a little short there as Bomichi takes a long-range fight with the area, drops that trophy system, gets into a better angle, tries to get the headshot angle, but can't quite get it. Does get cleaned up. It's going to be Kels take the fight towards mid, repositions again, swinging over towards that A side.
And Milk's just tanking on this, connecting on these shots. Finally, one of her own. LT7 going to get taken down. And all in 21 to 12. I mean, oh God. Milk's beaming on this power position. This is a ridiculous angle. There is no way you're going to knock her off this.
Well, maybe. Is going to be stunned a little bit. Trying to take the fight. And yeah, you did. You really did. As Omit... It's 2-0, and the trend continues here for the dominance of Omit. Whether it's camps or not, Omit still come in with the round win.
Gotta push to this third, make it that 3-0, and unfortunately send it home. The six-figure Serenity out in the lower bracket. Here they look to the skies one more time. All in Invasion has been an absolute classic, but here on Control, it is just the playground of Omit, who are just kind of dominating in the frag category. They hopped on like those offensive sides onto the objective just to capture them because they could, because it was that 10-2 difference here. They're just going to play with them, but we will see if Serenity has got a little bit more juice here at the end.
Yep, right along here with Bomichi, trying to hold the angle here on the A site. Teammate on point, starting to cap, and Kel's going to come up behind again with the pistol. Maybe gets a melee, and no, takes the fight versus pistol, and pure confidence coming out from her there. Easy kills, 11-5's streak of 6 continuing on as they are starting to still gain momentum on that A site. Diablo taking a fight, gets a kill, but instantly traded. Make it not Amethyst. There goes 1 for 1 for 1, and Serenity start to gain a resemblance of control here on this A site.
Yeah, but B is just being kind of taken under their nose as well, and Camps has got to get creative, slay around the site. LT7 picks up a very good one onto the repositioning player, but Milk's running around. That's a great pickup that they find. Milk's going to be hanging around just as they can do it, but right here, it's sort of similar. At some point in each one of these control rounds for Omit, they flip the switch, and they just go crazy. They slay right out.
Yeah, great positioning. Again, Milk's getting the shots in. Good angle, gets the kill. Again, Milk's just providing for the team. As the numbers just keep climbing here for a minute. It's looking good. It's looking solid. The kills department, the objective department, everything checked off for the W here when it comes to Omit.
Bell repeaks, looks in, big pickup right there. A wall bang onto Diablo. And right now they're keeping it kind of within a reachable distance here, but with each kill, it's like you chop off a branch. 10 kills going to be the difference here, and even just trying to hop back onto the objective, maybe you don't even need to see every one of those lives out. They're pretty damn close, and you might as well just punch that ticket in. It's the frags coming in for Milks, and it's Amethyst with one more contestation.
There is a glimmer of hope here for Serenity, but with 10 lives remaining, Camps coming in, swinging in huge here, netting 1, looking for more. She's never done when it comes to clearing out this team, and she can't be put to rest just yet. Bomichi swinging their way into sight, looks for the close one. It's going to be close right angle, tight angle, not before Camps takes a fight on the outside.
They've got 2 players spawned out right now, so the site could be weak, or that could be where literally the entire defense still remains here. One more player going to be cleaned out. A swinging kill that comes through, and Kells is now going to lock down this last notch, but it doesn't even matter. In this time, they have dropped it to a 15-4 difference. Omit, we talked about them stamping before, but now they have closed this envelope all in, sent it to the Postal Service. They have got a 3-0 and a ticket punched to the grand finals here at the Aurora Women's COD Champs.
And in dominating fashion, 3-0, Omit. At no point did they stumble. At no point did really it ever slip away from them. 250-16 round 1, 6-1 round 2, was 3-0 on the last, and it ends 3-0. Serenity just couldn't ever find any ground to stand on against them.
Oh, man. I mean, honestly, what a performance by Omit. If I was a justified nine to play against this Omit roster again, I would be shaking in my boots. We obviously know what the grand finals is going to be. It's going to be a double best of 5 with the bracket reset. Obviously, if Omit goes ahead and takes that first best of 5, they would be kind of forced in the direction. Man, and Justified, they've been kind of sitting on their hands for a while. They've been getting real cold, where Omit, kind of probably a little bit upset. They've been had to, been shoved to the lower bracket here. Not normally something they experience at these events, but they still have this hurdle placed in front of them all in. But all respect to Serenity. They really played a great event here as the 6th seed, running it all the way up to the losers grand finals is going to be a great result for you, putting that to the end. And all in, as I explained to you, man, like these girls have been waiting a long time since the last time women's COD got to, come out on the Cold War circuit. Now here on Modern Warfare, you're having a great kind of showing here. All in, we still got the grand finals to watch. It could be a long one. It could be unjustified, done with Omits fun. They could be putting them out again. But I think we got to wait a little bit to see who exactly that's going to be.
That's fine. I think I need a little bit of a period to cool off here after that absolutely ridiculous match. And again, it's been a while since I've seen COD, and it is still a little refreshing to see that things are fairly the same. Again, it's been 5-6 years since I've even glanced at COD for many of reasons. But I mean, the scene looks good, and it's good to see that there is a place in it for the women, especially at LANs. And I mean, sometimes even if you get 3-0'd by Omit, at least you get that LAN spirits under you, and you just get that environment you just don't get when it comes to online stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, all hats off to Serenity. Shout out to Six Figures for, giving this organization, rather this roster, a comfortable place within an organization to keep balling out in the female COD space. I can't wait to see them next in the online competitions returning when they do come home. But at least tonight they can enjoy the night in Philadelphia, or go ahead and watch that grand finals, as we do have a banging matchup that we will see here in just a moment.